In a bright and fantastic world where there were not only rich colors, amazing pure nature, but also a clear sun, there was a cute blonde with blue eyes who turned to someone calling him a dear person. A man with dark hair was standing next to the girl and holding a wooden hammer in his hand, looking at something with pride and telling the lady to come closer to him because he had already finished his work. He wanted to show the girl the wooden crib for babies that he had just made himself, so he looked at it with pride, telling his beloved that their future baby would sleep in it. The bright-eyed blonde leaned closer to her husband's creation, examining the crib with a smile and saying that it was perfect, but their child was not born yet, which made her think that it was too early to think about such a thing. She even tilted her head to her stomach and looked at it, asking her unborn child if he liked his crib, playing with him out of a good mood and joking in front of her beloved husband. And at that moment, the girl looked at her dark-haired man with a smile, giving him the light of her blue eyes, which made the main character think that he loved her even more and would never betray her in his life and would make her happy. But as it turned out, their happiness did not last long and was not destined to be eternal, because soon the same happy lady was no longer smiling, even though she was wearing expensive jewelry, earrings, and necklaces. She was in a gloomy room in which there was not even furniture or windows visible, but the girl was still holding her newborn baby in her arms with a smile because she had been waiting for him for a long time and was happy about his appearance. And looking at her was no longer a simple worker who wanted to make a wooden crib for her, but a real emperor on whose face there was some despair or regret, sadness because the past could no longer be returned. The thought of the past flashed through his head like lightning, cracking his darkness, when he kept thinking about when he had taken the wrong turn and what he had done wrong, that his carefree life with his family had turned into aristocratic darkness. But that was not all, because one day his loving, once happy wife came up to him and turned away from him, saying that she was leaving the palace while the couple themselves were in an incredibly gloomy room, albeit an expensive one. The man with black hair, whispering the name of his beloved like Rose, looked at her with sad, empty eyes because he seemed not to believe that after being happy with him, she would decide to leave him forever. The lady in the blue dress continued to stand with her back to her husband and her head down, saying that she no longer even wanted to hear from him how much he loved her, and even more so to understand that all this was supposedly only for her sake. Tears appeared in her eyes, and it was at that moment that she decided to turn to him angrily, saying that she was tired of all this, and that was why she was leaving, not even wanting to hear his name or see him near her. The brunette looked at his once happy wife with stunned gray eyes, listening to her words, like now he is completely disgusting to her, and she does not want to live with him even if he is an emperor and lives like a real aristocrat. After that, the doors of the room slammed shut with a bang. The soldiers in armor continued to stand near them, and they even twitched a little when the blonde noisily left the office. The man was left completely alone, not knowing what to do next, and because of this, he sadly lowered his head down and put his hands on the table as if he was about to cry, asking the girl how she could betray him. His gray eyes became even more scary and devastated as she talked to herself with her head down, asking the blonde with blue eyes how she could betray him after seeing what was between them. He covered his face with his black-gloved hand, continuing to speak alone, saying that he thought everything was bad then, but now he realizes that the truly terrible moment has come now. The emperor was very upset by what had happened and therefore chose to lock himself in a dark room, but suddenly a servant burst in and informed him that there was a very important event, and then the aristocrat asked what was going on. However, terrible sparks of flame already appeared in the eyes of the emperor when the servant said that the palace was burning and his heir apparent was there, but what's more, when his wife found out about it, she ran to save him no matter what. Tears quickly appeared in the boy's eyes as he looked in shock at the palace, which was already engulfed in a strong, impregnable fire from which no one would escape alive, but in it were those people whom he loved more than life. His beloved Rose and his son, who was supposed to be a prince, were in that fire, and he couldn't do anything because his body was completely taken over by horror and shock, from hopelessness, with incredible panic, Realizing that he could lose the people he loved most in the world, in one moment he tried to run into the fire to satisfy his hope of saving his son and wife, but his servants opposed him, saying that it was useless. Then he looked at everyone with fury and shouted, asking what right they had to stop him and stand in his way, since he himself was an emperor who wanted to save his beloved family at all costs. And when he wanted to free himself from the constraint in order to go into the fire, he was stopped in time by a young man who looked like him, who extended his hand to him and shouted for the emperor to pay attention to him, and he did so. The guy put his hand on the back of the emperor, who listened with shocked eyes to his words about how they were doing everything to save the empress and her son, and so far their actions had not been successful because the flames were very large. But just as suddenly as the boy, a lady in red shoes and a pink dress appeared next to the emperor, who walked towards her husband, ordering him to listen to the words of his second crown prince, that is that young man. The woman with a sly voice and what seemed to be feigned sympathy bowed her head to the emperor and said that the flame was older than it seemed, and therefore they should not risk other lives. The next moment she raised her head and looked at everyone with her crazy green eyes, while there was a smile on her face, and she said that now the place of the crown prince was empty, and they did not need to risk losing the second heir to the throne. The emperor himself looked at his second wife as if he understood everything without further words, but he was so amazed by what was happening around him that he was afraid to say a word, simply keeping his lips open and looking at the brunette. Sometime after the tragedy, he understood perfectly well that it was she who was to blame for the death of her beloved wife and son, so he sat at his desk with a cool head and wrote a letter to send later. Sometime after writing the letter, he met his servant and gave him the envelope while he was bowing, telling him that he needed as many mercenaries as possible, and so he wanted the letter to be delivered to their commander. The mercenaries themselves, already fully prepared with weapons, swords, bows, and arrows, stood next to each other and spoke, realizing that the emperor himself wanted to use them to take revenge on someone. And when the emperor realized that everything was ready, he decided to organize a banquet for all those who were unkind to him, to which he invited everyone, while the people talked among themselves and did not understand anything. The aristocrats talked among themselves about how the emperor was still upset about the fire in which his beloved wife and son, who had once been a simple peasant woman, had died. But their conversations were immediately stopped when they heard a sudden noise and then saw something that instantly shocked them, causing the men to open their eyes wider as their souls felt like they were in their heels. All of them were horrified and screaming for death at one of their own, who was suffering from pain, feeling the blood coming from a cut on his neck, which the mercenaries who had arrived on the mission had already managed to make. And while the men realized with horror that the entire banquet was a girl, they listened to the voice of the emperor, who menacingly repeated that an entire army of mercenaries was already coming here who would deal with them. It was too late for them to speak of mercy or to pray for the emperor, remained unperturbed and calm as he found himself between two mercenaries who, covered in blood, were already hurrying to carry out his order. The guy whom the killers managed to cut first until he was powerless was grabbed into the arms of his mother, that is the emperor's second wife, who also looked at him with horror and asked why he decided to kill his own son. But he only came closer to the saddened woman with her dying son, saying that he had long ago guessed who was to blame for the death of his beloved family, and therefore was not going to pretend that he loved his second son, including her. Holding in his hand a long-bladed sword that was already bloodied, he stood there with wild eyes and a smile, saying that he was incredibly happy about this and therefore wanted to kill even those who kept silent about the plans of his insidious wife. After some time, he was able to kill even his second wife, which is why her dead body lay at the feet of the emperor when her son no longer lived nearby, but the emperor himself did not care because he was committing revenge. There was no longer any sadness or anger in his eyes, or even regret for what he had done, because the warm sun was falling on his face as he thought that he would have certainly stopped everything if he had found out about his second wife's plans, but now he only mentally asked Rose for forgiveness for everything. In his head, he very often remembered the face of his love, her blue eyes, sweet smile, and enchanting voice that moment when she turned to him and called him her beloved, which made his heart squeeze even more with happiness. With his lips parted, he said with his head down that it was all over, continuing to look at the dead ones who had once been his second wife and second heir. Suddenly, the same strong and unapproachable flame that was at the moment of his wife's death appeared around him, but he did not care because he stood still, wanting to be reunited with his beloved. With the thought that he was about to return to his beloved, the emperor imagined Rose in his head, her smile and the way she turned to him when there was nothing else around, as if she was the only one he needed. She extended her hand to him, and the guy happily extended his to her, after which they felt each other's fingers, although this was only the brunette's imagination in which he continued to be with the love of his life. The man with gray eyes smiled, and at the same time looked at the girl with such a face as if he was completely happy and did not need anything else, because now he had taken revenge on everyone and was reunited with the girl he loved. But something was wrong, because when the guy imagined his beloved in his head, he heard how she herself began to call him, bowing her head before him, from which her golden curls like vines fell down. The guy named Ilek, whom Rose called, ordering him to get up immediately, opened his eyes and saw in front of him the very girl because of whom he could kill anyone, do the impossible, and even kill his own children if they did not treat his beloved woman kindly. He saw before him a living and unharmed Rose, who was looking at him with her big blue eyes, surprisedly telling him to get up because she did not understand why her husband was so deeply asleep that she could not wake him up. The girl looked closely at his face, put her hand on his chest and sat down next to him, asking why the guy had slept for so long, but he only looked at the girl in amazement, as if he didn't believe that everything was actually fine. He seemed to have lost the power of speech, so he didn't say anything to the girls, only opening his eyes wider and realizing that he had only experienced all the fear of separation from her in a dream, but in reality she was still with him in a cozy house. Suddenly he rose from the bed as quickly as he could to look at his wife in surprise, once more saying her name as if he were falling in love with her again, or realizing something as he watched life before his eyes. Ilek, without thinking for a second, wanted to put his hand on the cheek of the girl with blue eyes, which surprised Rose even more, looking at him and asking what was wrong, but at this time he was just enjoying the fact that he felt her warmth. Even though a drop of sweat ran down her face from excitement, she still looked at her husband with a smile and asked what happened, while the brunette looked at her with inspired eyes and kept his hand on her cheek. He realized with surprise, inspiration, delight and quiet joy that neither he nor Rose had died, yet also looking at the girl with such eyes as if she had bewitched him, which is why he repeats her name out loud. The guy asked the lady if it was really her, after which, without even waiting for an answer from Rose, he pulled her towards him in order to hug her tightly, while the heroine herself said that, of course it was her, because no one except her and him lived in the house. Rivers of tears instantly flowed from the brunette's eyes as he continued to hug his beloved and say that he couldn't believe it, hinting that his nightmare was so realistic that he believed that this was life. But Rose still wanted to ask the guy what happened to him. And so she looked into his eyes excitedly, asking what happened, looking with anxiety at his tear-stained eyes and desperate expression on his face. Ilek didn't want to say a word to the girl because he decided to kiss her on the lips while a drop of tears of happiness continued to flow down his cheek, and while his wife still didn't know what he saw in his dream. After that, he hugged the girl tightly again, continuing to cry and say her name as if it was a great happiness for him to see her now, although nothing unusual had happened to Rose in the last few days that would make the guy cry. He was very happy that he finally returned to his home and felt the embrace of his beloved, and so he decided to ask the girl to tell him that she loved him, to which the lady doubtfully said that she adored him. It seems that this was not enough for the man who had experienced a very terrible nightmare for him, so he looked at the lady with a smile, but with tears, asking her to tell him again how much she loved him. The blonde looked at her lover with incomprehension, but continued to say that she loved him, thinking in her head that she thought that her husband was sick or infected with something, which is why he was behaving very strangely. And the girl who doubted this was completely convinced of her guesses when the brunette sank to the floor in order to kiss her heels, which he did while the lady screamed and asked him what he was doing. The girls continued to not understand what was wrong with her boyfriend when they were both in a cute and small wooden house, which was surrounded by tree branches because it was in the forest where there were no people and strangers. After a while, the girl got ready and put a sun hat on her head with which she went out into the street, turning back and telling Eilek to go faster because they had urgent business. The guy behind her was already walking after his beloved, with a smile telling her that he was not sick at all but healthy and that she had no need to worry, but Rose still did not try to hear him. She turned to him with worried eyes, shouting, of course, to believe that he was not sick, and therefore he was not going to the doctor but to someone else who would tell him what was wrong with Eilek. Rose turned to him, came closer and took his hand, dragging him along with her, saying that he should talk to her father, but her words and she herself still amused Eilek, who was only glad to see his chosen one in good health. She looked at him with sympathy and concern, saying that something had clearly come over him, and that her father would try to find out what exactly, because she couldn't even guess what had happened to him after the dream. But the gray-eyed brunette only looked at his excited lady with a smile, saying, "Let it be, as she says, because he doesn't mind going where she goes." The man's and woman's hands clasped together again, and this time the couple was not in despair, but just walking through the forest. But the main character was so happy about this that he continued to smile and look at the girl's palm. Suddenly he wanted to stop when he realized that it seemed like God had given him a second chance to fix the future, but the unaware lady just turned to him and asked why he had stopped. Eilek realized that he must under no circumstances allow what had happened in the dream to happen, but now he did not show that he was thinking about such important things, because he smiled at the girl and told her to wait for him a little. After that, Rose was left alone for a while, looking ahead and wondering what was happening to her lover, why he had become so strange, and where he had decided to stop this time. But she did not dare to ask him anything because she believed that the guy would soon tell her everything himself. But she was surprised that he continued to stand in front of her in a white shirt, while his black hair continued to sway in the wind, and he himself looked at Rose and admired her, saying how beautiful and wonderful she was. The suspicious compliments of her husband, who was too much in love with her, surprised the lady so much that she immediately turned blue on the spot, wondering what was happening to her husband, but realizing that he urgently needed to be shown to her father. And after some time they came to the place where the lady's father lived, namely to the bright church where he was a minister, and for this reason the girl wanted to show her husband to him, because she believed that he was supposedly possessed. Once inside and meeting the guests, the main character's father straightened the curtains and turned to them with a smile, saying that they had already arrived, but his daughter immediately shouted out that something was wrong with Eilek. The brunette continued to smile, unlike Rose, who looked at her dad and said that today Eilek woke up as if for the first time, because he made her repeat that she loved him, kissed her feet and hugged her like never before. The blue-eyed beauty continued to say that her boyfriend seemed to have managed to live his life and be reborn again. But at that moment, the brunette became more serious because his wife herself had basically told the truth, because he had experienced everything in his sleep. In response, the man in uniform and glasses only put his hand to his chin and began to ask if Eilek was sick, if he needed to see a doctor. But in the end, he said that he just needed to talk to him. Immediately after these words, the girl with golden hair is fired from the church into the street, with the words that she is not needed for now, because of which the lady flies out the door, only modestly thinking that if it is necessary, she is ready to wait. But she still turned back because she was worried about her husband. She didn't know what was happening to him, and that's why she hoped that at least her father would be able to understand what the reason was and help him, because he was a minister in the temple. And when the guys were alone, the father of the main character put a cup of tea on the table, telling Eilek that he knows that his daughter is sensitive with him, but he doesn't think that she would start to worry so much over a trifle. They both sat down at the table where Rose's father looked at the tall blonde man with a smile, telling him to tell him what had happened, because now he himself was interested in knowing what had happened. The elderly man also asked if his daughter was right about something coming over Ilek, but the guy just lowered his eyes and seemed to be thinking about something, not rushing to answer his interlocutor. Only after this did he say that nothing special had happened to him that he needed to worry about so much. But when the brunette with gray eyes confessed to the attendant that he had a terrible dream that is a nightmare, the man with glasses was surprised, continuing to listen further with interest and curiosity. As soon as Ilek remembered for a moment what he had experienced in his dream, his eyes instantly became blacker. Everything around him became darker because he began to tell Rose's father that he had experienced terrible torment in that dream. The guy didn't keep him waiting for long, so he imagined Rose and other women in his mind, telling the minister that in that dream he had a lot of wives with different hair characters and appearance in general. He remembered his dream clearly, but he did not remember the faces of all the people. So they were black, when Ilek told the servant that all these wives gave birth to his heirs, who were the ones who laid claim to the throne. After this, he remembered himself in imperial uniform and with his head down, realizing as he told his interlocutor that he himself had become an aristocrat, or rather an emperor who needed an heir and from which he had 2 sons. However, the black-haired boy sadly hung his head as he told Rose's father that even when he became the emperor and ruler of the land, he was unable to protect his daughter, causing her to die tragically. He briefly recalled in his mind the basket in which there was clearly a child covered with a white cloth, as he told his father that their first child had died, first leaving him heartbroken. Then he imagined a young man sitting on the floor with red apples, telling the man that after his first child, the second one had died, who had been suffering for many years in his dream. Perrin sadly clarified that it was he who burned in his nightmare in the fire when the palace flared up, and after him the love of his life perished, and he also imagined in his head that very fire that he dreamed about. He grabbed his head and said devastatedly that this was the worst dream he could imagine in his head, and he was very afraid that his nightmare would turn into reality because he himself could lead his beloved to this. And when the guy said that she did everything to protect her but was unable to do so, he looked at him positively and said that it was really terrible, after which he asked if he was afraid of such a fate. He only sadly lowered his gray eyes and told the truth, saying that he was very afraid of this, and that was why he didn't want this dream to become prophetic. The main character's father only raised his head up, showing the world his round glasses and telling Ilek that he understood him very well, as if he wanted to calm him down as much as possible, because there was no need for worry now. However, when the minister said that he should still listen to himself because such a scenario was entirely possible, Ilek looked at him in amazement and asked how this could be. But Rose's surprisingly calm father only picked up a cup of tea and brought it to his lips, saying that it seemed he had already told him this back when they were still playing the wedding. Ilek could only listen with his head down to the words of the girl's father, who said that he was after all the heir to the imperial family, and therefore this nightmare could become a reality, which made the guy's eyes open wider. The minister also wanted to tell something about his daughter herself, who clearly has some kind of peculiarity, because of which they cannot be together, but he only uttered some words imagining Rose in a white fog in his head. When the boy understood what his father meant, he just lowered his head and said that it didn't matter at all, and that everything in this case depended only on the circumstances. However, the church minister put a cup of tea on the table and said that they did not know what the future held for them, and therefore circumstances were very important to them, especially if it concerned Adek. Then the man stood up and straightened his back, looking seriously at the man and asking him what he meant and what he should do then, if he thought that the scenario was possible and even predictable. The man with the same blue eyes as Rose looked at the brunette and said that he knew how to make sure that everything that was in his dream did not turn into a terrible reality for them. And when the minister said that in order to prevent terrible events he would have to part with Rose the brunette with gray eyes, looked at his father in amazement, not believing that he was telling him such a thing because such a thought would never even occur to him. But time passed, and the conversation between the men came to an end when the bell on the church tower began to sway and ring, carrying its sound far beyond the horizon. With mixed feelings, the young man left the church and stood near her, not believing that he would have to leave the girl if he wanted to avoid seeing in his life his terrible and horrible nightmare comparable to hell. Ilek looked at the field with empty eyes because he understood that Rose's father was only worried about his daughter, but he did not want to part with his beloved because he already knew what the future would be like, which he would prevent. With the thought that he must protect his wife under any circumstances, he looked at his girlfriend whose golden hair was fluttering in the wind, and she herself was looking at the village in the distance. She seemed to hear footsteps behind her, and so she turned around with large, curious blue eyes, as if she was about to ask her beloved how everything went and what his father had told him about his strange behavior. It was clear from the lady that she was very worried about her husband, and therefore looked at him with big blue eyes in which there was only anxiety and concern for her husband's health. He looked at the girl with his gray eyes when she asked him if something bad had happened, and he opened his lips intending to say something but was too confused to say anything. The next moment, he put his hand on the main character's shoulder to tell her with a smile that there was nothing wrong with the conversation with her father, and she had no need to worry, although there was still worry on Rose's face. Looking somewhere to the side, the guy with black hair said that he just had some kind of nightmare last night, and now he is a little worried about it, although in fact it terrifies him. But the girl continued to look at him and advise him to forget this nightmare as quickly as possible, even if it was very scary, because there was no point in dwelling on it, and she did not want him to suffer because of it. Soon they found themselves in a busy market where the brunette continued to talk to his wife about how he would definitely do it, while Rose couldn't stop thinking about whether her husband would have nightmares because he didn't like the bedroom. She noticed flowers that one stall was selling as they continued past it, and the blonde looked at them with curiosity, and also told Ilek that they needed to go to Xenia's shop. It seems that the guy was not happy about this, and therefore looked at the girl calmly asking why they needed to go there, and to this the smiling blue-eyed girl said that they should buy paper flowers there. But when Loetti suggested that they needed to buy it because the emperor's birthday was coming up, Ilek just lowered his head and sighed, saying that he had completely forgotten about it. With the thought that the city would be in chaos due to the holiday, he entered the shop where he immediately saw a cute girl behind the counter holding a brush in her hands with which she was shaking off dust. Hearing that guests had come to see her, she turned around and looked at them with a smile, holding a brush in her hands, and greeting each visitor, advising them to feel at home and not to be shy. The saleswoman saw a blonde and a brunette near the door, who also smiled at her, when Ilek held the door for his wife, and Rose herself asked her friend Xenia how she was doing and whether she was bored working alone. Xenia immediately smiled at a girl she knew named Rose, wished her all the best, and said that it was very comfortable for her to work here, and when the couple approached her, she noticed Ilek, who was walking behind his wife. The saleswoman immediately noticed such a handsome man as Eldek, and that's why she said his name so cheerfully as if he was the only one she was waiting for, but the guy didn't even look at her, turning his head away. And while his wife was telling Xenia that she needed paper flowers, the saleswoman herself was looking only at Ilek with a blush on her face, which made it easy to guess that she liked him very much. She even tried to cutely tuck her hair behind her ear when she looked at the brunette, because she wanted to impress him, but at that time Ilek was only thinking about the fact that Xenia was the daughter of the village elder. He imagined Xenia's father and herself in his head, realizing that this lady has liked him for a long time, and her father is capable of many things because he always takes care of his daughter, and if she asks, he can even make Ilek Xenia's husband, because he believes that Rose is an ordinary priest's daughter. Deep down, he knew that he shouldn't keep quiet about anything now if he wanted to protect his wife, so he looked at something and then said why this thing was here, causing the curious girls to look in that direction. The guy kept looking at something and saying that he meant the trophy on the wall, but the ladies kept looking at him with confusion and incomprehension, asking why Ilek was acting so strangely and what he wanted anyway. There really was a deer head with large antlers on the wall in the store, and it was this trophy that the guy was talking about, saying that he made it after one successful hunt, but he doesn't understand why it's hanging there. Ilek's lips remained slightly open, and so he told the saleswoman and his wife that not only had he made the trophy, he had also given it to his son-in-law, that is Rose's father, but he wanted to know why it was here. The blonde listened to her husband's words with surprise and tension, also when he said that this trophy was not a simple gift, but an engagement gift when he decided to present it at the wedding with Rose. The saleswoman peeked out from behind the counter and said that her father had taken this beautiful stuffed animal from the priest, but Rose was so surprised by this that she raised her hand to her chest, not understanding what could happen now. At Xenia's words, the gray-eyed guy only turned around and looked at the girl, asking if his son-in-law had sold the stuffed animal to the village elder with such eyes as if rage was about to awaken in him. The brown-haired lady noticed the strange expression on his face, and therefore, with a drop on her cheek, replied that in fact they weren't going to buy the stuffed animal, and the priest had simply decided to supposedly give it to them. As soon as the saleswoman said her words, a tall man with black hair immediately took the deer trophy from the wall and began to hold it in his hands, not even horrified by the fact that he had damaged it in the neck area. He only needed one hand to knock the hopefully attached trophy off the wall, and with the same hand, he instantly threw the deer's head to the side so that it would surely smash to pieces on the floor. But this wasn't enough for the guy with the gray eyes, and so he decided to reach out to his knife, which was in a case on his hip, to take it out and continue to mock the trophy. In his eyes, there was only madness and a manic passion to harm the object, which is what he was going to do already, holding a sharp, very large knife in his hands, intending to disfigure the entire stuffed animal with it. Soon the husband began to cut the pea as if he hated it with all his soul, while his shocked wife looked at him, her eyes wide open in shock and watching everything with her lips parted. Xenia was even more surprised by this, and with fear, shock, and incredible emotion of amazement, she jumped up from her seat, shouting at Ilek why he was doing this, also ordering him to stop immediately. But the brunette could no longer be stopped because he had already managed to tear apart the deer trophy and break all of its antlers, holding only one of them in his hand, and saying that if the priest did not sell it to them, they would not receive it. He looked at Xenia with his maddened eyes and asked her if she thought that everything here was under her family's control, which is why they could even take important gifts from others just like that without even asking for anything in return. And when Ilek additionally asked whether Xenia thought that she would ever become his wife, the saleswoman began to stand shyly in front of him and turn blue, unable to find words to describe her emotions and justifications. Rose was also watching all this initially, just wanting to buy some paper flowers, but now looking at her distraught husband, who after tearing up the trophy, began to talk angrily to Xenia. Earlier, she tried to at least pronounce her husband's name, but when she realized that it was useless because he would do whatever he thought was right, she closed her lips, afraid to even say anything against him. All she could do was look at the tall guy, her husband, who stood there next to the torn trophy, and calmed down when she realized that before her husband was the kindest person on earth, but now everything had changed. Everything around her seemed to turn black and blue as she continued to look at Ilek and his behavior, thinking in her head that they were definitely hiding something from her if the guy's behavior had become very strange and unpredictable. At that moment, the girl realized that she needed to talk to her husband and find out what was wrong, and so she patiently waited until the evening when a pleasant light came from the window of their house, illuminating the foliage of the trees. Ilek sat at the table and ate soup with a spoon which he brought to his lips, but when he heard the voice of his beloved, he looked away and asked her what she wanted from him, slowly eating the hot dish. The girl, without any hesitation, sat down at his table and looked down, saying that she needed to ask him something, while at that time a curious Ilek looked at her and did not understand what she was talking about. Then the lady decided to look at him with her blue eyes, as if she was not really asking him anything special, but just wanted to clarify a couple of things that were bothering her. But the husband still looked at his wife as if he was wary, because he knew that she never said such words just like that, and in connection with recent events, she could ask him something on the line about him. The lady looked away in embarrassment and said that she just wanted to ask him something about that engagement gift, the trophy, and that she was wondering why her father had decided to give it to Xenia's father. Hearing this, the guy with black hair lowered his head down and closed his eyes, sighing and saying that his son-in-law had already told him this story, and now he would tell it to her. The girl was very surprised by her husband's words, and therefore looked at him with amazement, asking if he knew about this from the very beginning, and asking what exactly happened that made him want to tear the trophy apart. Holding a spoon in her hand, the boy in the light shirt said that her father forgot to pay the monthly village tax, and the elder took the deer trophy as payment, but he had recently paid for that tax himself, and so the trophy had to be returned. The blonde lowered her head as Eilek continued to tell that the elder did not want to give him the trophy even when the tax was paid. The embarrassed girl told the guy that this was a very good deed, and therefore she would return all the money for which he paid their tax, but Eilek, who was sitting next to her, replied that it was not even worth doing. The guy said that he would not even accept money from her for the reason that they were both family, and he also considered his father a part of her, and hearing these words, the blonde lowered her head and eyes down, saying that she understood her husband. But suddenly the girl raised her head and parted her lips to ask Eilek what about his family, hinting that they only talked about her father, and she heard little about his relatives. For a moment the brunette was surprised by the main character's question, but he didn't show. It looked at the girl calmly and asked her why she decided to ask him this at all. However, the blue-eyed girl only put her hands on the table and asked him not to change the topic of conversation, because she really wanted to hear it, because they had been living together for a very long time, and he was still hiding something from her. And when Rose said again that they wanted to know more about him and therefore wanted to hear something about his family, the puzzled and slightly confused guy looked down, parting his lips and not knowing where to start. He knew deep down that he hadn't expected to hear this from her because he thought it was too early for her to know about her imperial roots, but he still parted his lips sadly, uttering the first words to tell her about his family. The first thing he said was that his family lived in the city of Travis, which surprised the blue-eyed girl very much, looking at him with big eyes and saying that this was the capital, which was very far from here. Then the guy continued to tell his story hesitantly, saying that his family was just engaged in a family business, but the curious lady asked Eilek what kind of business his family was engaged in. The man imagined the emperor in his head telling his wife that his family was engaged in plowing fields, building walls, and even creating entire districts in the capital because his late grandfather had done this. The guy also continued the story, telling the girl that now this business was received by his brother, who has red hair and eyebrows, who also sits on the throne with a satisfied grin in Eilek's imagination. Having introduced the aristo-architect in the gov, the guy said that everyone was sure that he would become the heir to the business because his mother was his father's main wife. But that did not happen. Eilek just remembered his blonde mother on the throne, explaining to his wife that everyone thought so only because his mother was in charge, but he never became the heir because his brother had other plans. He tilted his head to the side and looked in the same direction, telling Rose with a smile that his brother had great desires to be first in line for the inheritance, and that was why he became the heir to the business. The man imagined in his head his mother, father, and himself as a little boy with other people standing in front of them, including his brother, and then Eilek told his wife that her brother thought his family had betrayed him if she wanted to hand over the business to such an unusual boy like him. He once again imagined his red-haired, blue-eyed brother who remained with a dissatisfied face even when he got his way, telling Rose that he truly hated him. He also imagined himself as a little boy, realizing that it was at that age when he was very small that a lot of responsibility and adult work fell on him when he had to make important choices. Eilek calmly told and imagined next to him that it was his brother who created a convenient situation for him in order to take all the inheritance when everyone was on their knees before him, unable to resist. Remembering himself far from the very small city, Eilek said that then his brother became the head of the family, and he wanted to get rid of him and therefore drove him out of the city in which they lived. The excited lady said that she just remembered their first meeting, and then she was very surprised to see him himself away from the city and people. The girl remembered her emotions when she first saw the guy, or rather, how she looked at Eilek with her blue eyes in surprise and did not know what to do because she did not think to meet a boy in the middle of the forest. But at that moment, Eilek himself looked at her with such anger as if he was cold to everyone in this world, and therefore looked at her with disdain, also holding in his hand a rotten, dirty fruit which he wanted to eat. The amazed girl with golden hair looked at the guy in shock and asked him how he had walked from the capital to this village on his own when no one had helped him or even given him food, as if he were a boy abandoned by everyone. To this, the boy with black hair only closed his eyes, saying that at that time there were servants with him, but they quickly ran away from him because no one else wanted to take care of the abandoned boy who did not need anyone. Rose felt even more sorry for her husband, and therefore looked at him with sadness when he told her that he had no power. Even his other relatives hated him, so he could not do anything. She sadly lowered her head and said that she was very sorry that she had brought up this topic, and therefore asked for his forgiveness, also warning that she would never talk to him about it again, so that he would not be hurt. And when the girl wanted to say that she just wanted to get to know herself better, Ilek stood up from his seat because he wanted to touch her cheek, while the lady herself looked at him with a little surprise. He continued to look at her and say that he, on the contrary, was a good boy because she started talking about it, because in their family nothing should be hidden, especially his past. With some sadness and sorrow, he looked at his wife with his gray eyes and said that they would never separate and would always be together no matter what happened and no matter how bad things were for him on the path to their happiness. The white-haired beauty looked at him with surprise and parted lips while the guy himself held his hand on her cheek and said that there should be no secrets between them because he was her husband and she was his wife. The guy also asked her to promise that she would never leave him under any circumstances, and then the girl put her hand on his shoulder, saying that everything was so and she would never leave him alone. She wanted to hug him tightly, which Ilek himself did later, listening to her words about how she would never leave him, which she said with a happy smile and joy that everything was fine with them. In his head, the brunette still couldn't get rid of the thought that the terrible dream could become reality, and therefore he didn't dare close his eyes even when the pleasant girl with golden hair hugged him. But Rose herself was not so tense, and therefore enjoyed her husband's embrace, with her eyes closed, not even realizing that he was very afraid of losing her after he saw a real nightmare in his sleep. Time passed, and after a few minutes it became completely dark outside the window, which meant that the couple went to bed to sleep, but Ilek still could not fall asleep, touching his beloved wife's hair with his fingers for the first time. Rose was sleeping soundly and didn't even feel the touch, so her husband wanted to touch her hair as long as possible while lying next to her with a naked torso. Even though it was quiet around, his wife was sleeping peacefully and there was no threat, the man was still wary, which was evident on his angry face, because in his head he could not forget about his fears. He imagined a figure in a dark cloak in his head, thinking that his brother would send mercenaries to kill him on the upcoming holiday, and then deal with Rose's father, which is why he imagined his glasses on the ground. Having imagined in his head a man with a scar on his face and red hair, Ilek learned from somewhere that soon they would try to kill not only him and his son-in-law, but also his uncle. Then he imagined in his head his wife who was unsure of the future in an expensive dress, and also imagined his second wife next to her, realizing that if he didn't want this, he needed to act right now. He gritted his teeth in anger, realizing that he had to go through all the tests without any mistakes in order not to lose his beloved woman and not end up in the very nightmare he had seen in his dream. But now he just looked at the innocent Rose who was sleeping on a soft bed and did not suspect that her husband was incredibly worried about her, who at the same time admired her beauty and blonde hair. With his hand, he wanted to touch the lady's body, stroking her through the blanket, because even at night he could not come to terms with the thought that he could lose her forever, and she was the only purpose of his life. He even imagined his wife and himself next to her with a child, a baby, who had just been born, already dreaming of starting a family with a lady and not losing any of them in order to live happily together without unnecessary people for them. A full bright moon soon rose above their house, illuminating not only the sky and clouds with its light, but also the earth itself, which added mysticism, mystery, and the unknown to the landscape. But at this time, absolutely no one was sleeping in their homes, because one mysterious man, like the night itself, was walking through the dark forest, who wore a dark cloak so as not to reveal his identity to everyone. As soon as this mysterious man heard suspicious rustling sounds behind him, he immediately turned around with a furious face, shouting and asking who he was, and seemed to be preparing for battle. But when he turned around, he saw in front of him a familiar man in a light-colored babashuk with black hair and a gloomy face, who was touching the branches of trees with one hand, but was looking at him approaching and calling the man Uncle Orzen. Orzen immediately understood who was standing in front of him and therefore immediately knelt down in front of Ilek and called his relative His Majesty, because he understands that in front of him is the real heir to the imperial throne who was abandoned by his family. But Ilek remained serious in front of his uncle, so he looked at him menacingly, even when he was on his knees, and said that he had grown a lot over all these years, and therefore she was very glad to see him alive and well. The brunette said that he had not been in the palace for a very long time, and after that asked Uncle Orzen if something had happened to him earlier, which the man with the scar was very surprised at asking what he meant, and saying that nothing special had happened to him. Ilek's uncle continued to look at his relative with great surprise, while he warned him that he needed to be on his guard now, because the emperor would soon send hired killers here. A drop of sweat from excitement and shaka was running down his face, but he continued to look at Ilek with his brown eyes, asking how he knew such shocking and probably secret information for everyone. But the man with gray eyes only answered this question with a grin, and very vaguely telling his uncle that even if he was stuck here, he would find his own ways to beat even the emperor's people and himself. After meeting her uncle on a dark night in the forest, his wife decided to wake up because she didn't notice her husband next to her, so she got up and went outside in her nightgown, rubbing her eyes and asking Ilek where he had been. By this time, the heroine's husband was already closing the door, looking at the lady and telling her that he just wanted to take a walk, but when asked why he decided to go out so late, he said that it was because of insomnia. Then the guy asked the girl why she couldn't sleep at night, but the lady just yawned and replied that at first she just wanted to drink some water and that's all, but then she decided to look for him around the house. Ilek became worried when he heard the strange proposal from the girl and therefore put his hands on her cheeks, asking if everything was okay with her. But the girl only looked at him with a smile because she wanted to say that she felt great, but she never finished her words. She couldn't finish her soothing words to the guy because of a strange, sudden pain in her body, as if she was about to vomit, and it was because of this that she covered her mouth with her hand when her face turned blue. The guy looked at his wife with shock, and for a moment did not understand what to do, because his woman suddenly lowered her head down, also covering her mouth with her hand, because she suddenly did not feel very well. But as soon as the strange sensations passed, the girl became worried about herself, lowering her hand down, and with frightened eyes not understanding what had just happened to her. Then Ilek looked her in the eyes and said directly that he had noticed for a long time that she was behaving very strangely, and in addition she often felt ill and got tired faster than usual. The blue-eyed beauty looked at her husband in surprise and immediately said that everything he said was true, after which she asked if he knew what it was, if he had already noticed changes in her behavior and health. At that moment, the black-haired guy kept looking at the girl sweetly, which even caused a blush to appear on his cheeks, and he said that he seemed to understand why Rose had been feeling so bad lately. And when the man with gray eyes told the surprised girl that she was pregnant, the blonde continued to look at him with big eyes and an open mouth, as if she would never have guessed what was wrong with her before. But it was clear from Ilek's face that he was very happy with this news, and that's why he continued to calmly look at his wife with a smile, already imagining in his head the future family and the baby. At the same time, Uncle Orzen continued to walk through the dark forest, clearly nervous about something because he did not understand anything that Ilek, the conversation with whom he was recalling, had told him. He remembered how they stood in front of each other, and he asked the heir to the imperial throne what he would like to talk to him about, while he looked at him with his hands folded. The man with stern intentions continued to look at his uncle and say that he had heard that Prime Minister Mankel had recently been arrested, and since this was a great chance for him to prove himself, he wanted him to know more about him. Uncle Orzen only bowed, saying that his decision to make the minister his ally was absolutely true, and he would do everything to find out as much information about him as possible. Speaking of Mankel, Orzen remembered him and imagined him next to him, thinking that this man was clearly a good ally, because he had incredible political power experience and calm. He imagined in his head the emperor, that is brother Ilek, before whom Mankel was kneeling, remembering that the emperor himself also understood this and therefore pardoned him, knowing that he was an important person. But Orzen was pulled out of his thoughts by the words of the black-haired guy, who continued to look at him and say that in addition to Menkel, he also needed Marcus Geslow. Hearing these words, the protagonist's uncle looked at his relative with shock, as if he had not expected to hear such a proposal from him. The guy with the scar said that both Monkel and the Marquis could be of great use, but the latter man was very problematic, and there were even a lot of rumors about him, mostly bad ones. Ilek with gray eyes continued to look at his uncle indifferently when he said that unlike Marquis Geslow, he should take a closer look at Marquis Opreza because he was better. Orson imagined in his head the Marquis of Oprez himself and his daughter explaining to Ilek that he was very influential, and if he also married his daughter, he would make his path several times easier. However, the dark-haired man with gray eyes looked at his uncle with anger and displeasure, saying that he was not going to marry anyone else for convenience because he already had a wife, Rose. Orson remained very surprised even up to this point, and therefore asked Ilek when he managed to marry her, since he had not seen or heard any news about him, to which the man crossed his arms and replied that they had married 3 years ago. The scarred boy lowered his head and said that fortunately there was nothing to worry about since the emperor was allowed to have many wives, but Ilek interrupted him again, firmly saying that he only had one woman. The black-haired tall man continued to be dissatisfied, telling his uncle that he would always have only one wife, and that was Rose, whom he loved more than anything in the world and would not exchange for anyone. Uncle Orson was also unhappy that his relative preferred such principles, and therefore he looked at him saying that now was not the time to show his position because it was not worth it. This was exactly the conversation that Uncle had with Ilek, and now the guy was looking at his woman when she had just found out that she was pregnant and was holding her stomach, surprised that a new life had appeared in her. Ilek noticed that his white-haired wife was acting very strangely and was not even happy, so he looked at her with questions and excitement, asking why she was not happy about the future child. After this, the lady smiled, adjusting her hair behind her ear and telling her husband that of course she was happy about the child because they had been waiting for this together for a very long time. And she also lowered her head in front of the guy, admitting that she simply does not believe that she will become a mother, and therefore it is difficult for her to comprehend this shocking news that will literally change her life. Ilek agreed with her words with a smile on his face, after which he said that they should definitely go to the doctor to check their health, and he also told his wife to speak up if she was uncomfortable or needed anything. The girl also thanked her husband for his support, smiling at him and saying that she would go to bed because she was very tired and still felt sleepy. The man smiled sweetly at the blonde and watched her go further, waving his hand and telling her to quickly go to bed so she could get a good rest and not overwork her body. After his woman left, Ilek was left all alone in the room where it was very dark, and he even stood in the house in street shoes which he forgot to take off earlier, but they were not so important because feelings were seething in his soul. He continued to stand still and not move, feeling as if everything around him had disappeared and turned gray, all because he couldn't stop thinking about Rose's reaction to the baby, which he found very strange. His face showed obvious excitement and anxiety, which he had hardly ever experienced, and all because the girl's reaction to the pregnancy had really scared him, and he didn't know why she had reacted so strangely to the news. He remembers very well her happy emotions in those moments when they often said the child's mouth, and then the girl looked at him with an inspired smile, rejoicing that they could become parents. But now, Ilek nervously lowered his head down and touching his head began to think about why everything had changed now and why Rose was not as happy about the child as before, and this seemed to drive him crazy. And the main character, meanwhile, was not asleep at all, but was sitting on the bed in silence when the bright light of the moon penetrated through the window, and she herself was clearly thinking about something that made her excited or even sad. She still couldn't accept that she was pregnant, and so she touched her belly, also looking at it with slight surprise, trying to imagine a baby in her head, or at least accept the new reality. She had very beautiful blue eyes, but this time they were sadly covered by the eyelid because the girl could not stop thinking about one thing that flashed through her head just at the moment when she met Ilek. The sad moment was connected with her past life when she was much younger and was still dating Ilek, but then for some reason she sat on the grass in a dress and presented her hands with a cleavage. Next to her was the brunette himself, who looked at her attentively and also sat on the grass because then they seemed to be walking through the forest, but since the girl wanted to tell him something, he looked at her attentively. In order to make her feel ashamed and awkward, the lady lowered her blue eyes, but still told Eilek that she wanted to tell him something, namely what happened to her in her childhood when she was a child. Right after that, the girl wanted to unbutton her clothes because what she wanted to show the guy was right on her body and she was very embarrassed about it. And as soon as she did this, showing Eilek her cleavage on which a strange sadness was visible, tears instantly appeared on Rose's face, because of which she told the brunette with a trembling voice that she was a slave. As soon as the girl remembered this tragic memory for her, she immediately became so frightened of it that she began to cry, lowering her head down and opening her eyes so wide in shock as if she was living that moment for the first time. She felt her heart begin to ache very much, and her soul became very lonely and sad, from which she covered her face with her hand, continuing to cry in silence and loneliness, not understanding what was happening to her. And the next day, Eilek's strange anxiety did not disappear because he walked through the red forest and did not understand why his wife was behaving more strangely than in her dream when he foresaw all the events in advance. He looked at the ground with his head down and did not understand why everything was already going wrong, and his Rose was behaving even more strangely because he was trying to do everything so that she would only smile and enjoy her pregnancy. The guy remembered his girlfriend in the green hat when she recently visited the doctor, and he was still trying to understand why she was acting weirder than he expected and how it really should be. With an angry, half-empty and upset look, he continued to look somewhere and not understand whether his wife now had different feelings, but he did not even notice that an acquaintance was approaching him who was calling him by name. This man turned out to be Orzen, who walked alongside Eilek and told him that now was the time to choose a worthy family for cooperation and support, with whom he could accomplish much. Having spoken about the family, Eilek's uncle wanted to speak from afar, and he was worthy of the future emperor, so he looked at his relative with excitement because he wanted to say something about the commoner who was the brunette's wife. However, when Eilek heard from his interlocutor that he took his wife for a commoner, he wanted to tell him one interesting secret, so continuing to look forward, he said that Rose was a slave. Hearing these words, the man with the scar was immediately amazed by this and asked if her parents were slaves, but Eilek, who was walking in front, answered that this was not so because she was the weak-willed girl. It was clear from Eilek that he himself was very sad when he spoke about this, and therefore with his eyes downcast, he told the surprised Orzen that before living with him, his wife was a slave for the aristocrats. As soon as Orzen realized that it seemed that Rose was a slave who had escaped from her masters, he immediately raised his voice to Eilek asking how this was possible because they were looking for her now and it was outrageous. And as soon as the guy's uncle started talking about the fact that Rose had committed a serious crime if she had escaped from her owners, Eilek's very heavy fist flew into his face, which immediately silenced him. While Orzen was adjusting his sore jaw, the brunette himself began to quarrel with him with rage and anger, repeating that if he said anything more about his wife, he would not hesitate to hit him a second time, but harder. Uncle Orzen could only hang his head, feel the pain, and look at Eilek, while sweat was running down his face, telling the gentleman that he would not make such a mistake again. However, neither of them expected that at that very moment Rose, interested in them, would appear next to them, stand nearby, and simply stare at them, not understanding who was standing next to her husband. Even Eilek himself did not know what to say, and because of this he only looked at his wife with his mouth slightly open, not knowing what to say first and what to explain to the girl who was no less surprised by him. The girl's golden hair was peacefully blown by a light wind, while she looked at the men with bright blue eyes, and called her husband's name as if she wanted to hear the answer to the question of what he was doing here, and with whom. And the two guys continued to look at the lady because they did not expect to see her here, while the blonde calmly asked Eilek who was standing next to him. After some time, the couple with Orzen were already sitting at a table in the house, on which there was a wonderful cherry pie and soup, and a candle next to the plates, indicated that it was supposed to be a romantic dinner, which Orzen understood apologizing for being late here and disturbing them. The three of them were sitting at the table, and the girl and Eilek were looking at the uncle with the scar who was thanking them for their hospitality, to which Rose said that she knew that because of the upcoming holiday, it would soon be difficult to find housing. Rose told Orzen that she should apologize to him since they were not expecting guests, and therefore prepared little food for him, but the man only smiled, looking at the lady, and said that these dishes were quite enough. The girl was going to be very kind to the barely familiar Orzen, and therefore looked at him with a smile, extending her hand to the dishes, and as if hinting that he should try something from the food. However, Orzen still could not hide his ill will towards Rose because he had previously learned that she was a slave who had escaped from the aristocrats, and so he looked at her with anger and contempt. And it seems that the heroine noticed the guy's suspicious look on her and therefore immediately fell silent and turned away from him, no longer trying to talk to him about anything. Ilek couldn't help but notice that the mood at the table had become worse and more uncomfortable, so he also began to treat Orzen less friendly, holding a spoon in his hand and telling him that it was interesting to hear from him how beautiful he thought his wife was. He also turned to the man and gave him a cold look, continuing to say that he thought so because he noticed his suspicious look at his wife, and therefore thought that he thought she was beautiful. But Orchan just lowered his head and said with a smile that he had just been too rude, for which he apologized because he didn't think that it would look so disrespectful from the outside. Roras herself continued to smile, looking at the table and telling everyone present that everything was fine now, and she was comfortable being in Orzen's company, although earlier she had actually caught his angry glances. After a while, the meal was over and Ilek was washing the dishes after the evening, while Orzen was sitting at the table and wiping his mouth with a napkin, looking at Rose, who invited him to go to their room to spend the night there. The man did so, which is why the girl went with him to another part of the house which was poorly lit, telling the guest that they were poor here, while Orzen himself did not take his eyes off her, because he was looking at her appearance. The girl calmly looked at the room, telling Orzen that it was actually a children's room, but it was not yet furnished, but the man got ahead of her loudly, asking if they had a child. Rose was so surprised by this that she turned her head towards him with parted lips and bewilderment because she did not expect to hear such a question from a stranger, and such an insistent one, as if it was very important to him, which it was. She looked at the man who, in addition to having a scar on his face and looking frightening because of it, also looked at her so angrily as if he wanted to hear the answer to his question as soon as possible. Rose felt like she was left completely alone, as if helpless and confused. So she stood uncertainly in front of Orzen and could not find the words to tell the truth, as politely and correctly as possible. Then she grabbed her stomach with her hands, feeling that life was already beginning to emerge in her body, but she answered the guest in the house that they did not have a child yet. Hearing this, Orzen seemed to sigh with relief because he lowered his head and said that he apologized for being rude because he thought about the wrong thing. And while the main character was in the living room with Orzen, Ilek himself was also in their bedroom, sitting on the bed and thinking about something that had been bothering him a lot while his wife was not around. The guy was sad and remembered that he had not expected at all that his wife would want to drag Orzen home to treat him and let him spend the night when he himself would treat him with the same coldness. He felt that he didn't want to introduce them so early and therefore couldn't get rid of his obsessive thoughts, but suddenly he raised his head because someone entered the bedroom. It turned out to be Rose, who slowly closed the door behind her, looking at her husband and telling him to bring blankets for Orzen, since she had already shown him the room in which he would sleep, to which the brunette said that he would do it. But that was not all, for the girl waited for a few more seconds, not hurrying to leave the room, because she wanted to address Ilek, which she did while he was looking at her. The blue-eyed lady looked at her husband and asked him if he had lied when he said that she and Orzen were only acquaintances. However, as soon as the girl asked the brunette how he was connected with Orzen, it was as if a glimmer of light ran across Ilek's body, and the whole world disappeared because the lady herself wanted to know who this suspicious cool man was and what he wanted from her husband. Cold sweat immediately started running down his face because he didn't want to tell his wife the truth, which would surely upset, surprise, and shock her. But then she herself wanted to know everything, putting him in an awkward position. In his head, he realized that there was no point in hiding the fact that he was a prince of the empire, because his clever wife would find out about it sooner or later, and so he just lowered his head, saying that first she had to promise him something. The guy is so afraid that Rose will leave him that he, with his head down, asked her never to leave him, to always be on his side, because he himself loves her more than life and will never leave her. It seemed that the girl had already gotten used to the fact that Eilik was telling her such strange things, so she looked at him calmly while he was sad and asked her to always be with him. And when the man heard from his wife that she promised not to leave him under any circumstances, he only lowered his gray eyes, realizing that he should no longer make the mistakes of the past. He was so sad that he imagined in his head his wife, who was dressed in a chic red coat, but who fell to the floor and closed herself off from the whole world because she did not like the new place and the new role. He could just imagine her crying with grief and saying that she felt like a complete fool who didn't know what to do because she was a commoner who suddenly became an empress among noble aristocrats. Eilik promised himself that he would never allow this to happen, and that this time it would be different, after which he gathered the courage to look his wife in the eyes and tell her with a calm face that he was the prince of the empire. There was some hope in his eyes that Rose would understand him and believe what he said, so he said with sadness that his father was Leo VII, that is the emperor who ruled before. The boy imagined his mother and father next to each other in his head, continuing to tell his wife that his mother was the second wife of his father, the emperor. She had the name Ella, and was a noble lady from the Castor family. The guy also imagined himself on the throne because he was the one who was supposed to inherit the throne, but he never managed to become emperor because of his cunning and ambitious brother, who now rules the kingdom. There was an imaginary void between the couple again when the brunette sat on the bed and sadly told his wife, who was standing in front of him, that he was the only son of his mother and father, the only child. But Rose was so surprised by this that she continued to look at her husband with round blue eyes, her mouth slightly open, because she could not even find the words to express her amazement at the shocking news. The girl asked the brunette again if she really was the prince of the empire because shock was quickly taking over her head, but the guy just remained silent without even moving his face, which only confirmed his words. No matter how shocked the girl was, she still tried to stay calm because she was already in the mood for something serious in her conversation with her husband, so this time she looked to the side, clarifying whether the guy with the scar was his brother. Even Eilik's hands were sweating when he first decided to tell the truth about himself to his wife, and he looked at his palms, saying that Orzen was not his brother, but his own uncle. Hearing this, the blonde only turned her head to the side, calmly saying that this meant that he was a nobleman, and now she put him to bed in the children's room because of him. She was now quite embarrassed. The brunette noticed the lady's very strange behavior because she didn't even faint from his truth, and so he looked up at her, asking if she wanted to tell him something or ask him a question. At that moment, Rose's face turned suspiciously and terribly blue, and she herself turned to her husband with a face as if she had understood something in her head, or at least made her own guesses. Her blue eyes were still calm and beautiful, and it was with this look that she looked at Eilik, asking him only about what exactly would happen next, if as it turned out he was the prince of the empire. She meant that she was a simple girl, even a slave who had no right to even be near the emperor, but she was never able to finish her words because the guy pounced on her with an embrace. Eilik continued to hug her very tightly and not let go, looking at the floor and telling the girl that she had previously promised to be with him forever, so she should already know the answer to her question. The guy continued to worry and hug the girl with golden hair, saying that before that they were happy, so they would continue to live together, especially since they would soon have a child. And the girl listened attentively to her husband, believing his words and saying that everything would be as he said, after which they parted because it was already deep night outside the window. The stars were visible in the dark sky, and the foliage was illuminated only by the moonlight. After an important conversation, the blonde decided to open the window and look at the view from the window to enjoy the night air and the view, think everything over in her head, and think about what would happen next. Her face did not express any strong emotions of sadness, joy, or excitement, but on the contrary, it was ordinary because the girl probably thought only about her future with Eilik, how they would live further with the child. And the whole point is that the girl remembered her past, namely her childhood, when she was a slave of some aristocrats, and therefore lay on the ground near the carriage in simple clothes like an abandoned kitten. There was a heavy downpour outside which left young Rose not only wet, but also cold, but she continued to kneel with raindrops dripping from her face, and she was clearly expecting someone. And then a high-ranking lady in a dark green dress appeared in the girl's field of vision, holding the fabric of her dress with her hands, so as not to stain it, while there were servants next to her, holding her umbrella and helping her. This lady had very bright but telling green eyes, with which she looked down on Rose as if she considered her worthless, not even a person but just a thing that she did not like much. Little Rose was so frightened by the appearance of this woman that she did not even try to look her in the eyes, continuing to get wet and cold with such eyes as if her whole short life flashed before her face. But the aristocrat did not even try to think about how bad it was for her slave, so she lifted her heel with green shoes in order to take the first step towards the carriage prepared for her. And the lady placed her foot on the foot of the fragile Rose, who continued to kneel and could have fallen from helplessness, but held on when the woman in the dress jumped into the carriage, and when her assistant held an umbrella for her, Rose felt so painful and heavy that she tried not to fall to the ground, when a grown woman who weighed much more than her stepped on her as if she were a nightstand to be walked on. Because of this, the former slave really disliked aristocrats, so even remembering those moments she was sad with her head down, but now she also remembered how Eilik himself told her that he was a prince. She vaguely remembered his face and words, namely how he told her about his father, Leo VII, who was married to his second wife Ella, who eventually became his mother. And as soon as the girl remembered Eilik's words about him being the only son of his parents, tears instantly appeared in Rose's eyes and flowed down her cheeks, and she covered her mouth from shock and stress. Feeling unwell, she decided to quickly look out of the window in order to quickly breathe in some fresh air and calm down because she was afraid of harming the child in her belly. Then she looked down devastatedly, already stopping crying because she was seriously thinking about her husband's last words, which she considers the most important among others. When it seemed like there was nothing around her, she lost the tears in her eyes and asked herself if she would be able to keep her promise to be with Eilik until the end and not betray him even if she faced her fears. And so the next clear day came, which was very bright and unusual, but for the future family it only meant that something had to be done quickly so that their fears did not become reality. Another guest decided to visit the couple that is Rose's father, who showed up at their house with a basket of apples, already smiling and asking everyone how they were doing. Rose was very happy to see her dad, as was Eilik himself, so they both smiled, and the girl replied that they were all fine and that he should come visit them, while Orzen was also behind her. After the father saw a man unknown to him behind his daughter, he asked the couple if they had a guest in their house, also telling them that he was seeing this man for the first time. The blonde turned to the order with a smile and told her father his name, after which she explained that he was looking for a family in their village, and that is why they allowed him to spend the night with them, and only after that the joyful father replied that this was good. After a short period of time, there were already several dishes on the table, and the family and their guest sat down to breakfast, enjoying the atmosphere: soup, sausages, and vegetables. At the table, everyone was smiling and friendly, and so the mother decided to ask Orzen with a grin where he was from, and after he answered that he had come from the capital, the priest was very surprised, saying that it was a very good city. And when Rose's father said that he himself had been to the capital in his youth, and that was why he remembered this city very well, the girl herself sat and was silent until she heard Eilik's whisper, which is why she looked at him. Smiling, Eilik whispered to his wife that they must tell her father about the child, and also covered his mouth with his hand from others so that no one would hear his words. The girl told her husband that this was exactly what needed to be done, after which she lowered her eyes down as if she was thinking about something again, and these same thoughts made her not only go deeper into herself, but also become sad. But she kept looking at her plate and just listening to others talk about whether it was still dark in the capital, because the sun only rose for a short period of time in the city. When the conversation turned to the sun, which very rarely appears in the capital, Rose looked at her father, who was telling the guest that when he was in the capital in his youth, even in winter, he had a hard time there. Rose looked at him in surprise because she was caught by the words about winter, because earlier she heard from her father that he was in Travis in the summer, and now he was already saying that he was supposedly in the capital during the winter. But Orzen only agreed with the priest's words, closing his eyes and lowering his head, sadly telling everyone that every year the winters in the capital are getting worse and more uncomfortable. And when the man with the scar said that all that remained was to hope for the rising of a new sun, Adek calmly drank the drink from the glass, preferring not to intervene in the conversation, but to listen. However, the blonde sat with a shocked face because her relatives did not talk about the weather and the seasons, but indirectly talked about the emperor and his reign, saying that every year in the capital, because of him, it was getting worse and worse. But even more surprised the girl was that if her father himself was talking about it, it meant that he knew that Eilek was a prince. The main character began to understand how the spoon tragically fell from her hand because she could not guess that her father himself knew about the secrets of Eilek and did not tell her anything because they both have some reason for this. The priest noticed the strange changes in his daughter's mood and therefore looked at her with amazement, also extending his hand and asking her if she felt well and if she needed help. And Eilek himself could not help but notice the strange behavior of his wife, which began exactly at the moment when they secretly began talking about the emperor, and therefore he looked at her with suspicion, guessing that something was wrong. He was afraid that the conversation would go in the wrong direction, and therefore decided to stand up from his seat himself in order to loudly tell everyone that Rose was very sensitive right now, and therefore could often feel unwell. Rose could only remain silent with a shocked face as her husband told everyone with a smile that they should understand her, as the first months of pregnancy are always very difficult. The girl could only occasionally look at him with her blue eyes while beads of sweat dripped from her forehead, and she could not find words to express her emotions watching Eilek's words in surprise. But Eilek himself seemed only glad to say what he said, because there was a pleasant smile on his face, because he expected that everyone present would be happy about such wonderful news about the pregnancy. Orzen was the most surprised by this, looking down with wide eyes, because he never thought that the emperor's heir would not only marry a commoner, but also have a child with her. Immediately after Uncle Orzen learned of Rose's pregnancy, he immediately saddled his horse and hurried off somewhere, ordering the horse to run faster because his thoughts about the emperor's child frightened him. He pulled the hidden cloak over himself and continued to look ahead, holding the reins in his hands and constantly wondering if Rose was really pregnant, because if it was true, it would be bad for him and Eilek. In his head, he clearly remembered how the priest approached his daughter with joyful questions about whether it was true that she was pregnant, while Rose herself looked at him with shock, as if she was cut off from the world. Rose's father had a sincere smile on his face as he looked at his daughter, saying that this was wonderful news, while Orzen looked at them surprised and even somewhat disappointed. He let out a light laugh when the priest congratulated Eilek on his future fatherhood, as if he didn't believe in what was happening because he considered it terrible news for the future emperor. Despite his thoughts, he also decided to congratulate the girl on her child, so he looked at her with a smile and said that she must definitely give birth to a precious child who will give them happiness. He looked at her with angry, mocking eyes for the reason that he considered Rose an ordinary slave who allegedly intended to become an aristocrat by becoming pregnant with the heir to the imperial throne. However, there were no emotions of cunning or joy on the blonde's face because she continued to sit in place with empty eyes, with which she looked forward and seemed not to believe what was happening. The girl even leaned her body forward when her face turned blue. Eilek and her father were talking around her, and she herself listened with excitement to Orzen's words about how she needed to rest more because she was shaking suspiciously. He said his words with a disdainful look, simply continuing to watch as Eilek and the priest worried about Rose, offering her to lie down somewhere, as he was also worried about her health. As if he was the only one who had a different opinion about the pregnancy, he looked at the couple with anger as Eilek led his wife into another room, holding her by the shoulder and telling her that he would take care of her comfort. Orzen only looked closely at the blonde, whose face was not even visible due to sadness and anxiety, and then he realized that it was useless for him to frighten her with his gaze, or rather it was useless while he was next to her. And Oren meant Eilek, who was always by Rose's side and calmed her down in difficult moments, which she did now, looking at her with such care that the girl probably trusted very much. The guy clenched his teeth in anger, realizing that he could lose this battle, and all because of a pregnant commoner named Rose, because of whom he was now rushing on horseback in a hurry. But as soon as he noticed something ahead, he pulled the leash so hard that the horse threw its head back and immediately stopped at the request of its owner, letting out a loud cry. He also got off his horse, being in a dark night forest, and also looking at a strange bag in black cloth which he also carried on the back of his horse. Not far from him, the man with the scar heard someone ask if there was only one person he was carrying on his horse, but Orzen only looked away because he understood which man the voice belonged to. The mysterious person turned out to be Ilek, who was still wearing a light shirt, standing in front of Orzen, and looking not only at him, but also at the horse, which was carrying a bag in which there was clearly a body. Seeing the future emperor in front of him, Orzen immediately bowed and said that this was the hired killer he had spoken of, whom he had found where he had ordered to look and who then attacked him first. The mysterious man in Orzen's bag had light hair, and it became slightly visible when Ilek's uncle himself put his hand on the body, and said that he had calmly dealt with him without any unnecessary problems. Ilek sometimes looked at the body with blood stains on the fabric, continuing to keep his arms crossed and answering Orzen, who was standing next to him, that the emperor was definitely hunting him, and that was why his quiet life ended there. Ors bowed to the heir to the imperial throne when he said that at dawn he and Rose would go to Marquis Geslow, that is to his estate, where he would meet with other people who wanted to be against the emperor. But Ilek's uncle opened his lips, because what he wanted to say, beads of sweat began to run down Orzen's face as he tried to explain to Ilek that he should rely on a strong family and choose a worthy lady from it for marriage, and not have a child with a slave. But as soon as Orzen said his words, Ilek, indifferent and seemingly angry towards him, only glanced at him as if he was about to say something against and express it in such a way that no one else would have the courage to talk about Rose. He continued to look at him with his gray eyes, saying that he didn't hear him at all if he continued to talk about his own things, if he had previously explained to him that he didn't want to deal with aristocrats. But Orzen only bowed even lower to him, causing his hood to cover his face when he said that he also could not hear him, and therefore he would try to keep his mouth shut and not contradict him. After this, Ilek turned away from Orzen, telling him that if that was all he could leave here, and the man with the scar did not dare to say anything to the master, since he already had contempt for him. He just kept tightly gripping the horse's reins in his hand, causing the veins on his arm to stand out as he thought about how bad things were going for him, since Ilek wasn't going to get rid of his wife. Deciding not to delay, he was already on horseback and looked ahead, thinking only that if the master was confident in his decision, he needed to be more careful because he could easily become one of his enemies whom he would destroy. The man with the scar on his face was angry that he was only getting problems from the stubborn heir to the imperial throne, and so he ordered the horse to gallop further, covering a long distance with relentless speed. Meanwhile, Rose also had adventures and her own problems, because she stood in an unknown place where she was clearly looking at someone and opening her lips to talk to the one she saw. In front of her she saw her own Ilek, but he was wearing aristocratic clothes that were completely unfamiliar to her, and had well-groomed hair, and he was also standing with his back to her because he was clearly looking at his possessions. However, when the girl called him by name, the husband turned to her with a sly smile on his face, only slightly surprised by her presence, as if the majestic architecture around him was more important to him than Rose herself. As soon as he turned to the girl completely and extended his arms to embrace her, which only made him even more frightening, crowds of aristocrats suddenly appeared behind him, looking at the heroine and seeming to despise her. He never tired of telling the main character that she was very beautiful, while Rose herself felt with her feet that she was standing on the carpet barefoot, and even without pants, while the light fell on her, which is why everyone was looking at her. Ilek's face in aristocratic clothes continued to terrify Rose, because he looked at her with an arrogant smile and joy, saying that only she was his beloved Lena, whom he loved incredibly. However, as soon as he told Rose that she was his favorite slave, the girl realized that she was among the aristocrats in only dirty cloth, holding her stomach, because she was carrying the emperor's child inside her, continuing to be a simpleton among noble ladies. And when Ilek loudly told everyone that she was his favorite slave, the aristocrats around Rose immediately began to smile and laugh at her, saying that she was a girl of easy virtue, a real slave who did not deserve to be here. Rose continued to listen in shock to the words of noble people about how she was an ordinary commoner who should know her place, that she was a disgrace to everyone who should not even be touched, and because of this she cried. Just when the girl had already started crying and when large drops of tears began to flow down her cheeks, she suddenly opened her eyes because she woke up from the voice of Ilek, who was anxiously trying to wake her up. In front of her was indeed a real husband, who extended his hand to her and asked if everything was okay with her, while the girl got out of bed and could not say anything from shock and shock. The girl was very surprised and also turned her head to the side when the guy in front of her tried to reach out to her face and understand what had happened to her and how to help her. Ilek kept saying Rose's name because he was very worried about her, and that's why he looked at her with worried eyes, understanding only that it seemed the girl had dreamed something terrible just like him. Only after a minute of silence, the girl with a fake smile answered the guy that she was fine, after which she asked where her dad and Mr. Orzen were because she still hadn't found out how their lunch together ended. The couple continued talking in the bedroom, and Ilek sat on the bed next to his wife, explaining to her that her father was currently sleeping in another room and Orzen had gone away on business. Having heard the sad news about Orzen, the blonde with blue eyes bowed her head down and sadly said that she was unable to see him off, but Ilek responded that he knew that his uncle would not be upset by this. The guy also looked away and said that she shouldn't worry about him since they both needed to talk about some important topic, and the girl immediately asked her husband what he meant. Ilek decided not to keep him in suspense with the main thing, and therefore immediately said that they would have to leave the village soon, to which Rose reacted shockingly, looking at him with big eyes and asking for what reason they had to leave. The gray-eyed guy looked at his wife and answered her honestly, saying that he himself did not want to leave, but they needed to do it since he, as the future emperor, needed to increase his influence, and therefore now they would go to the capital together. The girl with the blonde hair looked down worriedly and said that it was very worrying for her because she had never been to the capital and assumed that everything was very bad for them if they were going so far away. But Ilek only smiled at the girl, saying that everything was fine in their lives now, but they needed to find allies, and that was why they were going to the capital. But no matter how much Ilek told Rose that she would be fine in the capital, she still remembered Orzen in her head, who looked at her angrily and spitefully, saying that she shouldn't become an art aristocrat just because of a child. At that moment, when Orzen looked at her, he really told her his thoughts, which is why she felt bad. But now she was sitting in front of Ilek on the bed, and sadly asking if he could go to the capital alone. Hearing this, the brunette looked at her with shock and numbness, wondering why she decided to ask him something so surprising to him. With her head down, the blonde explained to her husband that she couldn't do anything as an aristocrat, and that's why she thought she would be in his way, but she didn't even notice how Ilek's hand approached her. Ilek didn't want to say anything to the girl and instead just hugged her back as tightly as he could, while Rose herself also didn't say anything. The man continued to hug his wife, telling her that without her, he would lose the meaning of all these actions, because he was doing all this only for her, because he wanted to protect her and their child. Rose seemed to smile at his every word, was silent, and looked forward when Ilek said that they should not be separated because they promised each other to be together forever. When the hugs ended, the blonde sadly explained to her husband that she also did not want to leave him, because now they were future parents, but she was afraid that he would not cope with the difficulties that were in store for them in the capital. In response, Ilek also became sad looking at Rose, but continued to motivate her with words and say that they would definitely cope with everything, because he was sure of it, and he himself promised her that everything would be fine. The blue-eyed lady looked at him with surprise when Ilek admitted that she was the center of his life, and only for her sake he was ready to change their life, protecting her and the child. After this, the man looked the woman in the eyes again and convinced her that he was doing everything just for her, so that their future family would live in happiness and comfort. He spoke his words so confidently that Rose didn't even have the thought to say anything against it, so she continued to look at him while Ilek put his hands on her shoulders and assured her that everything would be fine between them. The girl's blue eyes became brighter and more colorful because Rose believed in Ilek's love and that only he could protect her from the horrors that she dreamed about at night. Outside the couple's house, a full, very bright moon was shining as Ilek and Rose talked about their future and were already preparing to set off on tomorrow's journey that would change their lives forever. Rose calmed down, causing a sweet smile to appear on her face, and she herself told Ilek that she believed him and therefore would go with him to the capital. The next day, near the wooden house of the future family, there were already 2 horses and a carriage that was waiting for them to be sent to the capital, but the heroines were just packing their things, preparing for the trip. Ilek entered Rose's room while she was packing her things into a suitcase, asking her with a smile if she had packed her things too, to which the lady replied that she would soon collect everything she needed. Having carefully examined his wife's suitcase more closely and seeing a lot of clothes of different colors in it, the guy said that she really did pack a lot, as if he was slightly surprised by this, saying this as if with humor. Looking at her things in the suitcase, the girl calmly told the guy that of course she took a lot because she thought she might need all of it in her new life when she moved to live in the capital. After this, she closed the suitcase and put her hands on it to close it quickly, and she also told her husband to go downstairs and wait for her there, since she would soon come to him and they would be able to leave. Ilek did so, which caused him to quickly appear in the doorway looking at Rose with a smile, and already about to close the door before following her with his gaze, and saying that in that case they would all be waiting for her near the carriage. After that, the girl was left completely alone in the room. She gradually packed suitcase after suitcase, which she then closed, because she was sure that they would need all the things from the house in Travis. The girl stayed a little longer in the bedroom because she needed to change, which she was going to do, looking at her dress with pink flowers and not understanding whether she had finished it correctly, because she needed to look like an aristocrat. But no matter how carried away the girl was by her new dress, she could not help but overhear the voice of the coachman outside the window, which surprised her greatly, listening to him ask the coachman to take her to the living room and to be careful. Looking out the window, the girl was developing near the carriage of Ilek, who was dressed in aristocratic dark clothes, who was talking to the coachman in the hat, explaining to him that his wife was pregnant and he must be vigilant. She even put her hand on the window glass, looking at her husband in his new image with amazement, because she had never seen him in rich clothes in her life, especially in aristocratic ones. Rose even noticed that her husband had combed his hair neatly, arranging it, decorating his dark image with a brooch and a black patterned jacket. But Ilek himself did not even think about himself telling something to his interlocutor. His beauty captivated Rose so much that she continued to gaze intently at Ilek's face, at his eyes and features, as if falling in love with him all over again as the heir to the imperial throne. But just the thought that her husband looked very good and even excellent made Rose hang her head in sadness and feel empty around her because she did not consider herself so beautiful and elegant. In her head she knew something was wrong, but she still said out loud that she had never seen him in clothes that made her smile just a little. She even felt that her heart was beating stronger and faster when she continued to admire her husband, looking at him with a smile and saying that he was a real aristocrat who suited dressing beautifully and expensively. After some time, the woman was ready to go outside and walk to the carriage, but when she heard a voice behind her, she turned around in surprise because she heard her father's voice nearby. Turning around, she really saw her dad in glasses and work clothes, who didn't even seem sad that his daughter was leaving, but smiled at her, happy that something was changing in her life. Rose immediately went up to him and took his hands, shouting that she was afraid that she would say goodbye to him like this because they decided to leave very suddenly and unexpectedly, but she was glad that she saw him before leaving. She, remembering that she was still unsure of herself and the future, lowered her head in sadness, confessing to her father that she still did not believe that she was leaving because she did not expect to leave home one day. Her eyes, like the blue sky, were still beautiful and even wonderful. Very rare, but the lady continued to be sad, telling Dad that now she felt everything differently, as if everything had become strange. The priest just put his hands on the girl's shoulders and told her with a smile that it seemed like she was just very worried and therefore didn't understand much because everything happened really quickly and unexpectedly. With his fatherly hand, he touched his daughter's face and made her look at him, saying that they were faced with a difficult decision, but he was sure that she would get used to everything because she was smart and brave. After that, he again put his hands on Leia's shoulders, smiling, and saying that he would pray to God every day, so that everything would be good for them and all troubles would pass them by. Dad's words made the blonde with blue eyes calm down, hug her father tighter and thank him with a smile, enjoying his presence as if for the last time. He had the same blue eyes as Rose, with which he looked kindly at the lady, confessing that he was confident in Ilek, and therefore wished her only to follow the path that would lead them to happiness. Finally, the priest kissed his daughter, continuing to hug her sweetly, and also telling her that he loved her very much, which made Rose feel even more sincere and happy, as if half of her problems had already been solved. After Rose said goodbye to her father, she got into the black carriage where Ilek also took his place, and he carefully watched as his wife looked out the window to see her father. The coachman ordered the horses to move, and soon the carriage moved, but the blonde still looked out the window because she saw her dad in it, whom he was leaving alone in the village for the first time in a very long time. Deep in her soul, she still asked herself if everything would be as good as they told her, and with such thoughts, she placed her palm on the glass, mentally saying goodbye to her dad and the now empty house. Alec seemed to hear the thoughts of the main character and therefore told her with joy that they would meet again, which is why Rose turned her head towards him and looked at him with a surprised look, not understanding what he was talking about. The husband continued to look at Rose with a smile, while the carriage was already moving along the road, confessing to her that her father was right, because he would deal with all the difficulties and provide them with a carefree life with the baby. Hearing this, the girl sat down and smiled sweetly, agreeing with Alec and already imagining in her head a new life in which there would be both obstacles and happy moments. In her head, she realized that she didn't want to leave Alec because he turned out to be an aristocrat. So she looked out the window with peace of mind, asking her husband if they were going to the capital right away. He answered his mistress with a smile that the capital was too far for them to get there quickly, so they would stop in the city of Padanua to rest at an inn there. This also seemed to surprise the lady very much, which is why she only looked at the man and could not express herself, which is why only occasionally words slipped out of her mouth that she understood him and agreed with him. The girls still had questions about what kind of guest house they needed if they were initially going to the capital, but she did not argue with her husband, and soon she found herself in a place where there were golden doors and ornate architecture. She couldn't believe that it was just a living room because she couldn't even stop admiring the lantern, which was only meant to illuminate everything, but looked like the latest creation of art with luxury. Rose was finally convinced that she was in the most unusual hotel of all, rich and luxurious, if this was even a living room, because the building was snow-white grandeur and beauty, near which there were also aristocrats. She looked at the incredible building with her mouth slightly open and her eyes wide open, because she didn't believe that she was really seeing it, which greatly amused Ilek, who looked at her with a smile. The gentleman with gray eyes put his hand on her shoulder, smiling and asking if she liked it here, to which the smiling and joyful lady replied that of course she liked the place because it was incredibly beautiful. Like heaven, Rose's blue eyes sparkled with happiness as she admired the place and smiled as she told her husband that she never thought that other cities had such places that would take her breath away. But Ilek didn't plan to say anything to his wife because he wanted to admire her beautiful emotions and herself, who wanted it with a smile, while Rose didn't even guess about it. He decided to hug the girl because he felt that he wanted to get closer to her to talk about happiness in the future, his home and child. But as soon as he did this, a man's enthusiastic cry was heard behind him. It wasn't even Ilek himself who turned around at the man's voice first, because it was Rose who did, looking back because someone had clearly addressed Ilek, calling him Prince. Only after Rose did Ilek turn around and look at someone with slight surprise, telling the stranger that he had arrived here much faster than he had expected. This man turned out to be Marcus Geslow, with whom Ilek had previously agreed to cooperate, but who had already arrived to him, which is why he put his hand to his chest, telling the Yurnet that he had not seen him in the capital and in the empire in general for a very long time. The Marquis bowed to the lord, saying that it was an honor for him to be with the prince who had come a long way to see him, and after that Ilek also said that he was very glad of his visit. Geslow continued talking about Ilek, happily informing him that he could not ignore his request to come. But while he was talking, Rose already felt awkward because she looked at him with surprise and saw him for the first time. When the man finished speaking, he looked with his curious eyes at the girl with golden hair who stood next to Ilek, but he did not say a word, as if he did not notice her or did not know who she was. But when he noticed that the girl with blue eyes and in a pink dress continued to stand still out of embarrassment, he asked Ilek who the strange lady next to him was, which made Rose feel even more awkward. The strange behavior of the Marquise was also noticed by Ilek, who decided to smile at him and tell him to greet Rose since she was his wife, while the blonde herself looked uncertainly at her husband and was not going to speak first. Then the Marquis smiled at the girl, holding out his hand to her with a smile and saying that he was Marquis Philip von Geslow and that he had heard about her thanks to the letters Ilek sent him. Rose continued to worry and tell Markin that she was also very glad to meet him, after which she looked at his hand in surprise and anxiety, although until the last moment she tried to hide her shyness. After this she gave her hand to Markin, who wanted to shake it, but the girl continued to do it so hesitantly and slowly that it was clear to anyone that she was uncomfortable being among new people, especially aristocrats. But she was never able to offer her hand to Marquis Philip, because Ilek suddenly put his hand on her shoulder, ordering him to stop, which also surprised Rose, not understanding what was going on. Ilek looked at Markin with a disapproving gaze, asking if it seemed to him that after he said that Rose was his wife, he still wanted to greet her with a handshake and not a kiss on the hand as befits a gentleman. They had stood in the street when no one was around, while Ilek warned Marquis Philip that he should observe proper etiquette with his wife and not behave with her so suspiciously and contemptuously. Only after this did the Marquis seem to smile slightly, which was not even noticeable to anyone, but he said that he was very sorry for the difficulties caused and that he supposedly did not want to show disrespect. He bowed once again to the main character, and Ilek smiling and saying that he apologized for his stupidity because he hadn't met Lady Rose for a long time, and in his opinion, his memory had let him down a little, which is why he didn't recognize her. Having apologized for everything, the Marquis decided to take the girl's hand without any questions in order to kiss it and not to shake it, as if Rose was not a respected lady for him, but just a passerby. All this time, the main character looked at the man in surprise because no one had ever kissed her hand, but now he looked with big eyes at the one who was already intending to do it as if she were a real noblewoman. And before kissing the girl's palm, the Marquis leaned towards her hand and closed his eyes, saying that he hoped that her kindness would be enough for her to forgive him and no longer hold a grudge against him. But Rose was surprised not even by this, but by the fact that the man was not afraid to call her the Princess of the Empire, because if she is the wife of a prince, she has every right to be called that. But hearing this, she was more surprised than ever. She immediately modestly raised her hands to her chest, looking at the aristocrat with confusion and excitement, telling him not to worry, because she would of course post him and would not even remember this embarrassment. When the Marquis and Rose had become acquainted with each other, Philip turned towards the building and pointed at it with his hand, telling the couple to come in and get comfortable in the living room. But Ilek and Rose remained silent as they continued to feel awkward. And 1 minute later, the couple, accompanied by the Marquis, entered the golden corridor, where there were also other aristocrats whom Ilek and Rose looked at, listening to Philip's words that the restaurant was nearby. Hearing this and seeing a bunch of noble people in front of her, the girl immediately turned blue and felt fear, asking the Marquis or Ilek if they were really going to dine there, as if that was what was causing her fear. Ilek looked at her silently, while the golden-haired lady said that she was supposedly not hungry at all and did not want to eat at all, but in fact she was embarrassed by the fact that she did not know the etiquette that was probably obligatory there. But Ilek could not guess why exactly his wife did not want to eat, and so he told the lady that she could do what she wanted, and therefore she could go to their room where he would call someone to help her. The girl had already turned around to go to her omer, turning to Ilek and telling him that she didn't need help because the long journey had given her a headache and she wanted to be alone. Having wished everyone a pleasant stay, the girl in the pink dress hurried to leave the company of the Marquis and her husband already walking towards the room in the other direction, where there were no aristocrats and pretentious architecture that frightened her. But she had no idea that all this time Eilek was looking at her, and he still did not understand her behavior, and therefore did not take his eyes off her, guessing only that something was clearly wrong with her. He whispered her name, but Rose herself did not hear it because she wanted to leave the uncomfortable place so quickly that she almost began to run, looking at the ground as if she was ashamed of herself. Rose kept running, which attracted the attention of the aristocrats standing nearby, who decided to take a look at her when the girl in the pink dress just wanted to run past them as unnoticed as possible. But she couldn't remain unnoticed by everyone because one of the guys looked at her with a smile full of cunning and deceit, with which he asked Rose where she was running, which made the blonde very surprised. Then she stopped, belatedly remembering that in fact she shouldn't run away anywhere. And not only because she is a noble person and it is unethical, but also because she doesn't really have any rights of her own, because she is still a slave, as she thinks of herself. She lowered her head and looked at the ground, wondering how nobles could wear such uncomfortable clothes, how they ate, how they conducted conversations if she didn't know all this, since she had been a commoner all her life. Out of shame, awkwardness, and sadness, she just clenched her pink dress into a fist, saying out loud that she knew absolutely nothing and really had no idea what to do in the circle of real nobles. The girl imagined herself with Eilek in her head sitting on a throne. But unlike her, her husband had a shining gold-decorated and well-kept throne on which he sat comfortably while she sat constrained very poorly. Everything around the main character seemed to turn black when she remembered Orzen's words about her that she should know her place because she doesn't even have her own rights, and therefore she should simply do what others expect of her. She still did not understand whether she was the princess of the empire, but not only she but also the Marquis, who looked at the entire exquisite dish and asked Eilek where his wife was, wondered about such thoughts. The Marquis and Eilek were sitting at a table in a restaurant having dinner and drinking wine when the main character's husband replied that the trip had tired her out, and that's why his wife had decided to go and rest right away instead of sitting at the table with him. Philip did not hide from Adek her true attitude towards Rose, and therefore she looked sadly at the table, saying that there was something that was really worrying him and he should tell him about it. Eilek was not very surprised, only closing his eyes and continuing to eat at the table, asking his agitated interlocutor what exactly he wanted to tell him, as if nothing surprised him anymore. The Marquis immediately imagined behind him many letters, noble ladies and aristocrats, saying to Eilek that he wanted to say that many balls and feasts awaited him in the capital, and he was clearly leading the conversation to something. The man even imagined Rose with a glass of wine in her hand and in a blue dress standing among the aristocrats and smiling at them, while Philip himself told Eilek that not only he would be present at the balls, but also his wife. And then Philip asked Eilek whether his simple, non-aristocratic wife could handle such tasks, but the nobleman's question only angered the brunette, which was evident in his angry eyes. Opening his lips, the guy answered the Marquis without any hesitation that his wife would handle everything, but for a moment he seemed to have completely forgotten that his wife was pregnant and that she didn't know any etiquette. He simply raised the glass to her lips, calmly saying that for the first time his woman would experience difficulties and therefore she needed some support which he could already organize for her. After this he placed the glass of red wine on the table, as if telling the Marquis that their conversation could end there since he was true to his words, because he would write to a certain Lady Dora with whom he had known for a long time. He did so because after a while she was already holding in her hand a letter written by his own hand, which she carefully read before giving to the maid for sending. The maid was standing next to Lady Dora and looked at the letter with interest, asking who had written it to her, to which the lady replied that she had received a letter from the 5th Prince Eilek, who had informed her that he was returning. Lady Dora turned to her servant and calmly said that in this letter, the Emperor's prince himself asks her to help his wife, that is the princess, and she will certainly agree to provide them with at least some service. And while Lady Dora was wondering who the princess was and what she looked like, Rose herself, was already in the carriage looking out the window and thinking about something when her husband held the letter in front of him. He would have continued reading the piece of paper if he hadn't been distracted by his wife looking at her with a warm smile and asking if she was cold near the window since the strong wind could make her feel uncomfortable. But Rose didn't even want to turn away from the window and answer her husband because something had clearly caught her attention, so she continued to look at something while Eilek again asked what she was staring at so curiously. As it turned out, the girl had been looking at the red dawn all this time, which was sometimes visible through the branches of trees and poles, which she told her husband, saying that she was just admiring the unusual sunrise this time. The guy with black hair just smiled and closed his eyes, telling the girl that this time they really left the hotel early, but it was only to be at the appointed place at the right time. The girl looked down with her blue eyes and seemed to sadly ask her husband how soon they would arrive in Dranberg, as if she was already tired or worried about the trip. The young man put his letter in the envelope with a smile, answering the lady that they would arrive there at lunchtime, but when they arrived, she would be able to rest in the mansion, because he had an engagement with the Marquis Philippe, because of which he would return only in the evening. But Rose never answered her husband or even smiled, as if something was making her sadder and sadder, and because of that, when the soft rays of dawn fell on her face and she herself looked like a sun goddess, there was still melancholy in her soul. In fact, she was thinking about how to tell Eilek that she was definitely not the person who should be next to him, but the brunette did not even guess about it, looking at her with a smile and saying that when they arrived, she would meet with a certain lady. Rose became curious, and then she looked at Eilek, but he only explained everything to her in order, saying that this noble lady whom she would meet would help her a lot. She didn't say anything, looking at Eilek with silent surprise when he told her that the lady he was talking about was about the same age as she was, and he didn't want her to worry. The boy imagined Lady Dora and her husband in his head, telling Rose her name and also saying that they were in the shipbuilding business and that her husband Count Rosabeth was related to his family on his mother's side. Eilek presented Lady Dora's very cute appearance, which made Rose say that thanks to such a lady, it would be very easy for her to get used to the new environment because she agreed to teach her everything. And when Rose finally arrived at the new mansion, she immediately saw Lady Dora in front of her, who bowed before her in a modest dark dress, also welcoming her to her domain. The sweet lady with green eyes smiled modestly at Rose and told her her name, saying that from now on she could make herself at home in the house as if it were her own, so that nothing would cause her any more discomfort. The slightly excited main character also bowed to Dora and told her name, saying that she was also very pleased to meet her. However, when the blonde looked at Dora, she only smiled at her, saying that she did not need to bow before her because she did not need formalities, but this slightly surprised the girl. Rose realized that she didn't really need to bow down according to etiquette since she was a princess, because she began to smile awkwardly at Dora, admitting that she was not at all familiar with etiquette, which was why she was nervous. The girls continued to stand outside as the wind blew through their dresses, and Dora reassured Rose, saying that it was okay because that was why they met, so that she could teach her the manners and etiquette of aristocrats. However, as soon as Dora started talking about etiquette, the blonde with blue eyes looked at her very uncertainly, as if she still couldn't get used to the place and the aristocrats, although that was true. She clenched her fists uncertainly, asking Dora if everything would really be as good as she was telling her. The girl imagined herself as an aristocrat who walks among the ladies and says something, asking Dora if she could learn everything to fit into the environment of the nobility and not be a simpleton, a confident lady. But the most important question the girl asked so sadly that she looked down, asking Dora if she could not disgrace Eilek in front of everyone, as if she had just escaped from herself and like a savage did not know any manners at all. But Lady Dora only smiled at the blonde's words, telling her that she would definitely succeed, because there were no ladies in the world who were familiar with etiquette from birth. At that moment, Dora seemed to remember her childhood hazy and unclear, namely those moments when she stood in front of the mirror with a book on her head because the teacher tried to teach her to walk like a true aristocrat. But suddenly the girl with green eyes remembered something, which made her raise her hand to her chin, saying that soon there would be a banquet of Marquis Philip, so she had to learn everything because it would be her first event as an aristocrat. So the ladies hurried to go to the Soboyunyak, while the main character looked at them in surprise, because Lady Dora said that they should start training right now so as not to waste time. And while Rose was already spending time with Lady Dora, Eilek was in another room from which a bright light emanated because he did not stop working even in the dark hours of the day, when the sky turned black and the crickets sang their songs. He was sitting in a luxurious apartment in a soft chair where he was solving his important matters because he was talking with other aristocrats who were really looking forward to talking with him. But when Eilek heard footsteps near him, he turned his head and looked at this man, giving him not only a serious look, but also beauty, because his styled hair, pleasant aroma, and clothes spoke of his high status. In front of him was an unknown man with white hair who looked at him with a smile and asked if he could keep him company, if of course he did not disturb his rest. Marquis Philip continued to sit opposite Eilek, so he extended his hand to the stranger and said with a smile, "Lawrence, who is not only his faithful servant but also a lieutenant colonel in the army." Eilek only bowed his head down because he wanted to take a cigar in his hand, which he lit, asking Lawrence if he wanted to convey something from his marquis if he was his servant. But the white-haired man looked at Eilek and admitted that he had come to him for absolutely no reason, because he had personal business with him that he wanted to tell him now. Hearing this, Eilek only stubbed out his cigarette on the ashtray, telling Lawrence that in that case he should tell it like it is, and not drag it out if he wanted to have normal dealings with him. Then the blue-eyed blonde looked at Eilek very seriously, asking him why he joined the Republicans, since in his opinion their opponents would be more preferable to them than them, but Eilek only folded his arms across his chest, looking at the boy with a smile and telling him that he was quite straightforward in his conversations, and that was exactly how Marquis Geslow described him. Lawrence just bowed his head and closed his eyes, saying that now his words could sound very rude and impolite, because he would talk about his wife, but Eilek interrupted him, saying that he knew that it was about her that he wanted to talk. Eilek just laid his head on the back of the chair, telling everyone that he wanted peace in the world, only so that he could live peacefully with Rose, raise a child with her, and no longer think about problems. And when Eilek told everyone that he wanted a world without slavery, because he knew very well the terrible conditions in which his wife lived as a child, Rose herself was already learning to be a lady because books were placed on her head. The main character felt very insecure with the books on her head, but Dora still encouraged her with words while Rose shook and tried to stay on her feet so that the books wouldn't fall off her. And while Rose was shaking, trying to at least keep her balance, Dora was telling her that usually they put more books on her head, but since she was new, they wouldn't bother her too much. However, as soon as Dora started talking about how Rose was very good at standing with books on her head, she noticed that 2 of the books had tilted to the side because the blonde had not been able to hold on to them until the end. The books falling was inevitable, and so the girl in the pink dress just accepted her defeat standing still while the objects fell in different directions, and Dora said that it looked like they had something to work on harder. Rose knelt down to pick up the books, also saying that it was very difficult for her, and she preferred to learn etiquette rather than how to walk properly, but Dora just listened to her silently standing next to her. Dora just smiled at Rose's words, explaining to her that these were only the very basics of what they needed to learn, also asking her if it was really that hard for her to learn the most important things. Picking up the books from the floor, the lady in the pink dress said that she was not experiencing any difficulty now, but she did not understand whether she really needed to learn everything concerning etiquette and not just learn the most important things. Dora just remained silent, looking at the princess, who thanked her for all the help she had given her, which made the brunette surprised, assuming that she didn't want to study anymore. Dora decided to smile sweetly at the blonde, saying that it would be best for her to rest now because later she would need to prepare for the banquet, but Rose turned to her to clarify whether she would be hosting it. Imagining decorations and flowers behind her, Dora, gesturing with her hand, told Rose that her banquet would be right after Geslow's banquet, and that she needed to know everything about decorations, jewelry, and how to match them to her outfit. Hearing all this, Rose even became a little scared, so she looked down, asking Dora if she really thought that she would succeed, because she herself did not believe that she would succeed in becoming an aristocrat. But Rose's words only made Dora smile, and that's why she looked at the blonde with a smile, putting her hand on her cleavage and saying that she was sure that she would succeed because she had her who would teach her everything. Rose smiled once again, because she heard Dora's next words about help, so she said shyly that she didn't know how she could repay her for such kindness. But Dora, looking away, said that she didn't need to thank her because she wanted to help her anyway, and she also told Rose that her fiancé was coming now and they should do something before that. As Dora handed the book to the maid for her to take, Rose herself noticed the man they were talking about behind her assistant, causing her to look at him with wide eyes. She recognized a person close to her and therefore smiled sincerely and joyfully, continuing to look at someone, which is why Dora herself looked back, not understanding who decided to visit them. This man turned out to be Ilek, who approached the girls and first of all greeted Dora, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, and also thanking her for her help. Alek's eyes showed genuine charisma and aristocracy with which he looked at Dora, admitting that he didn't think he would have met her today, but he was still glad that he used the opportunity to see her. Dora curtsied, telling Ilek that they had not really seen each other for a long time, but she was very glad that he had grown into a pleasant and worthy man, with whom it was now pleasant to deal. But when the girl said that she hadn't actually planned to stay here for so long, Ilek just smiled, saying that he didn't think that a person like her would have anything unplanned. And just as Ilek was about to say that Dora should return home for some reason, Rose was instantly surprised by this, which caused goosebumps to run through her body, and everything around her turned black because she did not understand what her husband meant. Dora only bowed, saying that she would not disturb them with her presence anymore, but Rose in a pink dress anxiously asked her if she would stay with them for dinner, since perhaps Ilek had misunderstood everything. The girl with green eyes just looked at Rose with a smile, saying that she understood their situation perfectly well, and assumed that Ilek was just tired so she wouldn't be offended if they asked her to leave like now. And Dora just said goodbye to the girl, leaving her completely alone, although a couple of minutes ago she thought that they would train until the evening without a break, because Rose certainly needed to be made not into a commoner but a princess. And Rose looked sadly at the large high white door that the maid next to her had closed when Dora finally left the room, only because Ilek had told her to leave here. Immediately after the girl left, Rose approached Ilek and started yelling at him, saying that he shouldn't have kicked her out so rudely because she was helping her, but the guy himself remained serious. But this was too much for Rose because she wanted to take matters into her own hands, and so she ran to the door herself while Ilek looked at her with shock on his face, shouting her name and not understanding what she wanted to do. The maid opened the door for Rose and bowed, while the lady in the pink dress turned around before leaving and told Ilek that Dora did not deserve such treatment, and therefore she did not agree with him. Dora, meanwhile, was already getting ready to get into the carriage, throwing on warm clothes, and already walking towards the carriage while a maid stood next to her and bowed to her before leaving. However, when Dora heard Rose's screams behind her, she turned around in shock, looking at the girl with big eyes, because she did not understand why the princess, with whom she had already said goodbye, needed her. The girl in the pink dress stood in front of Dora and said that she was afraid that she would not have time to run to her because she wanted to apologize to her on behalf of Ilek because they probably treated her disrespectfully. Dora just bowed to Rose because she is a princess who should always be worshipped, and she also asked with a smile if she had come running to her only for that reason. The green-eyed lady looked at the sweet girl, who looked at her with excitement, but for this reason she understood that Rose was a kind girl who would learn everything very quickly but would have problems among the aristocrats. So Dora just told the girl that she was very naive, which made the blonde look at her in shock, asking what she meant because she never expected to hear that from her. However, Dora was already turning back to the carriage because she had to leave already, but she looked at Rose with a smile, saying that she was worried about her and was sure that many trials awaited her. But the blonde was still trying to find out something from Dora because she was looking at her and asking what she meant and why she decided to tell her about it only now. In response, Dora only looked at the ground, smiling, saying that she thought that at first it would be easy for her to learn etiquette, but she knew perfectly well that with people like her, something completely different happens in the end. And when Dora explained her words by saying that people like her had great difficulty surviving in this world and that it would be very difficult for her in the role of empress, it was as if there was a darkness around Rose which she was very afraid of. And when the lady with blue eyes heard these words from another person, she seemed to be struck dumb with shock because she realized that all her fears were not born just like that, and even the lady herself confirmed her guesses about the difficulty of the path. After a while, the couple was already sitting alone in the office, where Ilek, sitting at his desk, was writing something on a piece of paper, while Rose was reading a book in complete silence. Ilek continued writing something, explaining to the girl that he had done this to her because Dora was only trying to get to know her better and not to teach her something, because no one even has the right to detain a noble person for a whole day for some reason, and therefore Ilek even said that Dora did not observe etiquette in relation to the highest aristocrats. Ilek frowned, remembering Dora, and telling Rose that he never thought that she would be so rude, so if he met her next time, he would give her a warning and a reprimand. The main character just continued to look at the book and read it, listening to Ilek's indignation about how that Dora dared to order something to his wife who is a princess. However, when Ilek asked Rose if she thought Dora was acting so strange just because she was his wife, the girl imagined in her head how she stood in front of Dora when she was about to leave. Bowing her head down and not even looking at Ilek, she said that at first it seemed to her that Dora was talking to her as if she were a fool, but then she realized that this was not the reason, because if it had been so, she would not have said a word to her. As soon as Rose said that Dora intended to teach her aristocratic manners, she imagined herself in her head surrounded by people in masks behind which in reality they were smiling, laughing at her. Ilek also looked at the floor while Rose asked him not to tell Dora anything, because she realized that she just wanted to show the reality of being in high society, and she did not want to quarrel with her. He just closed his eyes and said that he would do so, although in his opinion Dora still had no manners if she allowed herself to take up all the princess's time without even realizing that Rose might have other things to do. Rose felt better when she heard this, and so she smiled sweetly, thanking him for the service, and realizing that now she would still be able to see dear Dora even if Ilek treated her with disdain. However, when the girl was alone with her thoughts, she crumpled the piece of paper Sveikinig, as if telling Ilek that even if she continued to monitor everything carefully, she did not think anything would change. So after a while, Rose was already next to Dora looking at her, while the lady herself smiled and said that to tell the truth she was surprised, referring precisely to their last meeting. But the blonde with blue eyes wanted to clarify with Dora what exactly she meant, and then looked at her, asking what she was talking about. Rose continued to look at some rolls of fabric when Dora, sitting next to her, said that she didn't think that Ilek would call her again because she admitted that she had behaved rather unculturedly at their first meeting. The girl with golden hair remained calm, looking at the fabrics and telling Dora that she had taken her by surprise, but she would not be able to prepare for the banquet alone, so they decided to call her back. Dora just looked at her carefully when Rose admitted that she knew she had no evil intentions, so she was not afraid to invite her back. The blue-eyed beauty looked at the floor, saying that she was sure that she was just nervous, but she also realized that this was a very important role for her, and she was only confused when she noticed Ilek in front of her. Having heard all this from Rose, Dora only put some decoration in the box, intending to tell her something that would surprise her very much. Her eyes widened when she heard Dora ask if she could then leave Ilek, since she was only a commoner who certainly had no place among the nobles. The lady in the blue dress lowered her hand, realizing that she shouldn't be around Ilek all the time, because now everything had changed, and she herself had to change if she wanted to continue living with him even in such conditions. But Rose took Dora's words completely differently, because for a second she thought about leaving Ilek altogether, and that was why she felt so alone, as if no one wanted her there. When a sad Rose wanted to tell Dora about their child together, the lady herself got ahead of her, saying that she was deceiving herself if she was still here. Rose turned her head towards her as if wondering what exactly she meant, and expecting to hear from her additional words that would explain her strange opinion. Dora just closed her eyes and calmly asked Rose why she, the lady who said she had to leave Ilek, was so diligently studying etiquette and preparing for the banquet, as if with the goal of becoming a real aristocrat. Rose just stood in front of the fabrics, listening to Dora's words about how if she really wanted to leave Ilek, she would have done it a long time ago, and now her spirit is not even here. But she is still here. The blonde didn't say anything to Dora because she seemed to be walking through her thoughts and voicing them, forcing Rose to only remain silent and think with her head down about what she really wanted. There was only sadness in her blue eyes which seemed to eat away at her soul with every thought of what would happen next, so she asked Dora why she thought she couldn't leave Ilek. The girl imagined in her head how she had been with Ilek as a child, a teenager, and an adult, telling Dora that perhaps she had spent too much time with her husband and was therefore attached to him. The blonde grabbed her head, saying that she never thought she would go beyond her home, but she also couldn't imagine her life without Ilek, and that's why she's here, because she believes that they will be together forever. But Dora continued to sit very calmly on the chair, looking at the girl and only telling her that she must secure her position as much as possible because it was necessary now. Rose turned to her because literally every new word Dora said surprised her, which is why she listened to her in silence, while Dora explained that it would not be easy for her to cope with all the difficulties alone. Dora folded her arms, closed her eyes, and confessed to Rose that she needed to be much stronger in spirit, because if she continued to be weak like this, she wouldn't be able to hold even one banquet. Dora also imagines the ornament being crushed in blood by a chair leg, supposedly symbolizing Rose's weakness, telling her that if she lets others be superior for even one moment, she will no longer be respected or feared. She just smiled, saying that of course Ilek would not leave it like that, and therefore would protect her from everyone prove that she was his wife, but the truth remains the truth. Rose's face darkened, and she herself became more serious when Dora warned her that she would have to bear further suffering alone, and that if she was to overcome it, she would have to be stronger. Having expressed all her thoughts to Rose, Dora suddenly stood up, leaving his dark chair alone. Dora came closer to the main character, asking her with a smile if she had chosen the fabric for herself, while the blonde looked at her curiously as if they had been choosing an outfit for her all this time, but had gotten into a conversation about important things. Rose looked at the large number of dresses and different looks that were on the mannequins, while Dora told her that if she didn't like anything here, she could order a dress for herself that she would really like. They both looked at themselves in the mirror, or rather Dora focused on the main character's outfit, telling her with a smile that for now they will grow together, which is already a good option. Rose blushed a little when Dora told her that she must charm the prince with her usefulness, which made the girl shy, asking where she found tenderness and charm in her. The girl with brown hair just took the light decoration in her hand, telling that even if she was very gloomy at the first meeting, she should have told her first thing that the first impression is very important. Dora wanted to decorate Rose's ear with a light earring, saying that if she dressed up a little, then her appearance could easily charm not only her husband, but others as well. When Dora said that she must be much more beautiful and refined than some of the other ladies, she meant exactly the one who was also looking at herself in the mirror at that moment, because she had beautiful dark hair and a dress. The unknown aristocrat turned to her maid, looked at her with emerald eyes, and calmly asked how she looked already, anticipating hearing a bunch of compliments. The maid held a beautiful necklace in her hands, telling her mistress with enthusiasm that she looked lovely and that she should also wear this to make her more beautiful and charming. The brunette laughed at the servant's words, and Delight raising her hand to her face and asking the girl if she was saying this because she was simply being kind to her, or maybe even afraid to tell her something different. The maid only became agitated, saying that of course it was not so, after which she explained that she was of course the most beautiful aristocrat of all that she knew, and that was why she was showering her with compliments, but the mistress only smiled sweetly. When the maid approached her with the necklace, the lady said that she was talking nonsense because of course there were ladies who were much more beautiful than her, but the servant assured the aristocrat that this was impossible and that she was a real beauty. And putting a beautiful necklace on the aristocrat's neck, the servant said that she was the only beauty that was now being talked about, and if the fifth prince returned successfully, she could even become his wife. Talk about how she could become the princess of the emperor's heir himself made the aristocrat think and fall silent, as if more serious, deeper thoughts had arisen in her head. However, when the servant said such words, she immediately grabbed her face, causing the whole room to turn blue from her anxiety, as she continued to ask the mistress if she had said anything unnecessary for her status. But the lady only raised her hand to her beautiful ornament, which the dear servant had already put on her, telling her that she had said nothing unlawful since she had only praised her. The brunette turned to the servant and looked at her with her emerald eyes smiling, saying that she didn't think she said anything wrong because she already had thoughts about becoming a princess of the empire. It was getting late in the evening, and it quickly became dark outside, but the lights were still on in the windows of Eilek and Rose's residence, because the work of the aristocrats did not stop, nor did the brunette's desire for an ideal life. Eilek preferred to look out the window, which is what he was doing now, immersing himself in his thoughts about what would happen to him and Rose next, how best to proceed and what else he needed to do today. But his face was not calm because it expressed anger, and this meant that in his head he was clearly remembering someone who would get in his way, create problems, or generally ruin all his plans. The whole point is that he remembered the very woman who had appeared to him in a dream as his second wife, and that is why he remembered her with a glass in her hand, realizing that her name was Valet and that she would appear in any case in order to seduce him. With thoughts of the knave, he hurried to curtain his large window, so he took the black curtain and pulled it, realizing that his judgment in his past life had been very rude, and now he should not be so naive. But he continued to look angrily at the view and the windows, holding the curtain with his hand, and realizing that the Offreys family was not good for cooperation, because Valet was a part of it, which was very bad for Eilek. His gray eyes were very menacing and persistent, and that was why he looked at the horizon with the thought that he should immediately break off contact with the Offreys family so that Valet would not even have the opportunity to see him. But his thoughts were abruptly interrupted when he heard sounds behind him, so he turned around asking the stranger who he was and expecting to see a new guest in his room. The unknown person turned out to be Dora, who gave Eilek her polite smile, also greeting him and saying that she had something to tell him, something to communicate. However, Dora noticed in time that Eilek still held a grudge against her because he abruptly folded his arms and looked away, sighing heavily, which is why the girl made such correct conclusions. But the girl didn't plan to leave Eilek just because he didn't want to see her, because she had business with him, which is why she closed her eyes and honestly admitted that she urgently needed to talk to him. The guy continued to stand still even when Dora came closer to him, and he did not even look at her asking what she wanted, but to this the lady replied that she could not talk about it here so simply. Then Eilek looked at her seriously, asking what was the matter, because there was no one here who could overhear their conversation, and this even applied to Rose, who also would not be able to hear anything here no matter how much she wanted to. But Dora still said with a serious face that in her opinion, he should personally see what she was trying to tell him, and therefore he should follow her without unnecessary questions and explanations. Hearing this, the Eilek fell silent thoughtfully, and realized that now he needed to do what Dora told him, because her insistence on talking about something was clearly important and interesting to him. A few minutes later, Dora brought the silent Eilek into the room, the door of which slowly opened so that they both slowly entered it in order to see something curious afterwards. Eilek was silent and looked at something ahead while Dora was telling someone that she apologized for the sudden visit and intrusion, also saying that it was her, while the brunette himself did not fully understand what this was all for and what was about to happen. They both looked at the fitting room, which was closed by a red curtain behind which there was clearly someone, because it was moving slightly, because Rose was standing there and answering Dora like there's nothing wrong with them coming. No. And when the red fabric opened because the main character hurried to appear in front of her husband, and Dora Eilek was so surprised that he froze in place, continuing to look at his wife with big eyes. He was so surprised for the reason that he was looking at his beautiful wife in a white as if wedding dress on whose head there was a large bow as well as on her hip, which made her image interesting, beautiful, and unique. But Rose was not as surprised as Eilek himself because she looked at him calmly, pointing at herself with her hand and asking him if this dress was too chic for her. Rose continued to say that the dress design needed to be greatly simplified for her, but Dora quickly came up to her and said with a smile that she should listen to her because the dress was simply lovely. But Eilek also decided to support the woman, taking the girl's hand and sweetly telling her that she should never talk like that about herself because he really likes everything. The guy wanted not just to take the lady's hand, but to kneel in front of her in order to kiss his woman, which Rose was very surprised at, looking at Alek's actions with shock and silence. Alek even blushed from embarrassment and love that covered his heart, but he continued to look the girl in the eye, telling Rose that she was unbearably beautiful, which is why he was intoxicated by her. Soon Rose herself blushed, looking at Alek, who was telling his wife that now he would eagerly await the banquet, just so he could brag to every man about how beautiful his woman was. Standing on his feet, the brunette wanted to put his hands on Rose's shoulders, telling her that he was very glad that she was his bride, a beautiful blonde whose beauty made him fall to his knees and kiss her hands. He said everything he wanted, and after that he continued to look at his woman and enjoy her beauty, with a smile on his face and contented eyes as if looking at a beautiful flower or a sunset. The words of her husband also made the girl smile, so she looked at him with a smile, saying that she would try even harder to make him proud of her and admire her as his only beloved woman. With her own lips, she even said that from now on she would try to be a beautiful and noble woman, but as soon as she said this, she felt something strange in her soul. Her words made the girl break away from herself, which caused her eyes to instantly widen because she herself did not believe what she had just said to her beloved husband. She lowered her head with a look of shock on her face because her own words about how she would try to be a noble woman began to repeat in her head. And she also remembered Alek's words that he would take care of everything. Very strange, deep and dark memories related to the past began to awaken in her head, but she came to her senses in time, still with a shocked face, because Alek clarified whether everything was okay with her. The loving husband hastened to take the woman's hand and say that she must be having a hard time physically, but the old woman only smiled, saying that she was fine and normal and did not feel even the slightest heaviness or discomfort. Dora also noticed the girl's strange behavior, so she looked at her and said that she should not overwork herself, but remember about the pregnancy, because it is very important now. But Rose only turned her head to say something. Clutching her hands, the girl explained that she was simply tired and therefore apologized if she had caused them any trouble, while Alek and Dora looked at her, clearly concerned about her condition. After that, the girl smiled when a blush even appeared on her face when she said that she was grateful to them for everything, and she also decided that she would go to the banquet in this dress, which she liked after all. While the main character was already getting dressed for the banquet, the aristocrats enjoyed spending time in a cozy gazebo where they drank tea with sweets and asked each other if they had heard any new gossip. Among them was Valet, who calmly drank tea and listened to others, or rather when the girls discussed the fact that Prince Alek had finally recovered and was even trying to show himself among noble people. However, when the girls at the table told each other that this same Prince Alek would be present at the next banquet, Valet opened her curious eyes as a plan seemed to mature in her head. One of the ladies put a cup of tea on the table with her thin hands, admiring that Alek had not died after all, and before that there had been big rumors about it, but they were still glad that they would be able to see this handsome man. The girl with blue hair looked at the knave with admiration and asked her to tell something about Prince Alek, because they all know that she met him in person before, while everyone only dreams about it. The lady even asked the knave whether the 5th imperial prince was her future fiancé, to which the brunette herself was in no hurry to answer, only looking haughtily at everyone, showing her grace and status. The other girls at the table with fans began to whisper among themselves, was Valet really the future wife of the imperial prince? To which another lady said that the late empress had connections with the Offreys family, and therefore this was not surprising. However, Valet quickly interrupted all conversations, parting her lips and asking everyone why they thought that Alek was her future groom if she had not really seen him for a very long time. After that, when the warm rays of the sun fell on her, she told everyone with a smile that she still remembered Alek as a child, so she could say that he had inherited the character and dignity of the emperor. The two gossips were immediately touched by the words of the knave, waving their fans and asking whether Alek was her first love, and if so, then he treated her very unfairly, abandoning her for many years. The gossips' conversation smoothly turned to the topic of the prince's bride, and so everyone began asking each other who could become the woman of such a handsome man, but one of them wanted to look away because she heard someone approaching. Another lady also paid attention to the new guest and looked at the aristocrat as if she was a little worried by the presence of the unknown person and said that she had come also behaving more modestly and restrainedly. A new lady with golden hair and a pink dress wanted to join the company, and she smiled at everyone asking if they were sure that the Prince of the Empire had personally agreed to meet with his bride. A girl named Gladys sat down at the table calmly saying that there was no point in childhood memories because they were of little use, and she also asked Valet if she had cut off all ties with Ilek. The girl sitting next to the knave laughed mockingly, trying to tell Gladys that she was being a little unethical, but the knave herself was just drinking tea, asking if she really thought she had cut off contact with him. After tasting the tea, she looked at everyone with emerald eyes, lowering her hand with tea and saying that she was just waiting for the right moment and the time when Ilek himself would appear in the world and not when everyone would look for him. But Gladys only sighed with a smile on her face, asking Valet if she really believed that after decades of silence, Ilek would come just to meet her as if there was only one aristocrat in his life. However, Gladys with golden hair instantly looked at the knave with a stern and threatening look because she heard her laughing, which immediately made her assume that she was mocking her. The knave actually laughed, holding her hand to her lips and apologizing to Gladys for her behavior, also saying that all her questions looked like she was playing some kind of romantic game. And when the knave told Gladys that she was very funny, the blonde looked at her very indignantly and shocked, wondering if she considered her a fool who had just come here to make a complete idiot of herself. The knave immediately made everyone imagine her father and the Empress in a dark corridor when the knave said with a grin that she had not just childhood memories, but a promise from her father that she should be the bride. It was with these words that Valet looked slyly at Gladys and said that they were not just acquainted but were connected by family, and therefore if she thought that she was only Ilek's girlfriend, then she was deeply mistaken. Gladys just smiled wryly, looking at Valet and saying that of course she didn't mean that, because what was important to her was the connection between Ilek and her, and not what her parents had agreed on years ago. Gladys realized that she simply could not lose to the knave, so she began to smile, asking her calm competitor if she had really met with Ilek and become so close to him that she could now confidently consider herself a princess. There was a snake-like calm and composure in Valet's eyes, so she continued to listen to Gladys, who said that her family was not the only one who wanted to be associated with the emperor, so she should not believe in her victory. The girl with golden hair and a sly smile put her elbows on the table and looked at her competitor, announcing that her family would also be fighting for a place next to the emperor. She even closed her eyes and told everyone with a smile that everyone should take a closer look at her family as rivals, because there is one very beautiful lady in it who is hard to pass by, meaning herself. However, everyone just fell silent, not understanding why Gladys was praising herself now, especially so arrogantly, which is why they preferred to just look at her with doubts, surprise, and awkwardness. But the knave did not say anything to Gladys, but only smiled at everyone, saying that her friend was telling the truth because she too could become a princess and had the same chances for it as she did. However, she still aged into the blue-eyed girl as if she was about to engulf her with her dark aura, saying that she was still interested in who exactly the prince would choose because she was looking forward to the banquet. And while the girls couldn't wait for the upcoming banquet, Rose herself, who was preparing to open it and conduct it, lay in bed and looked at the ceiling, saying that it was already tomorrow, which is why she was a little worried. Ilek was sitting next to her, holding papers in his hands, but when his wife told him about it, he looked at her and asked if she was worried about it, to which Rose replied that she was. After this, Ilek turned away, telling Rose that she did not need to worry so much because even though all of high society would be looking at her, nothing bad would happen to her anyway. The blue-eyed lady looked away indifferently as her husband continued to speak, saying that he didn't care who said what because she was still his beloved wife, whom he would never abandon. After this, the lady smiled, looked at Ilek and told him that he was right, and now she knew that everything would be fine because they were working very hard and preparing everything for the banquet. She also blushed a little, closing her eyes and telling the guy with a smile that she just needed to do everything the way Dora told her so that everything would be perfect, the way it should be. At that moment, she also told her husband that she was very happy that it was Dora who would teach her and accompany her, But after a while, when Ilek was in another room where his shoes and clothes were, he heard something surprising. There was a servant standing next to him busy improving his black image, but the guy himself was looking at someone with shock, asking if Dora really wasn't coming to them. In response, the maid only bowed to Ilek, explaining that no one could have expected that the condition of a certain Viscount Ventvis would worsen, and that it was for this reason that Dora had left their palace urgently. The thing is that a couple of hours ago another maid appeared before Dora bowed to her, saying that she had to urgently leave the residence and go home because trouble had happened. Countess Dora sat at the table and thought for a long time about what she should do, which is why she touched her head nervously, trying to think of a way out of the situation. Hearing all this, Ilek just looked at the floor and thought about something, because he understood that he could no longer just point this out to Dora, but the whole situation surprised him, very much took him by surprise. He parted his lips, telling the maid that he was of course sorry that the Viscount, that is Dora's father, had become very ill. He was asking if he had entrusted her with a very important task, meaning the training of the princess. But the servant only continued to bow to Ilek, while he ordered her to immediately inform Dora that she must attend the banquet no matter what, since this had been planned earlier. The brunette also calmly told the person present that after this, Dora would be able to easily return to the residence, because this was not the worst thing that could happen to her. However, the straightforward conversation of the cold-blooded Ilek was interrupted by his wife, who appeared in a white dress, looked at him in shock, and asked how he could treat Dora so cruelly. Ilek was so surprised by the appearance of his beloved that he looked at her with emotions of genuine shock, also pronouncing her name as if he did not want the girl to hear his words, which were somewhat strict and cruel. But Rose continued to look at Ilek with disappointment and shock, saying that this was not even up for discussion, because when her dear person was on the verge of death, they had no right to even ask to postpone this trip. Ilek just grabbed his head, trying to explain to the lady that this was a really unpleasant situation, but now she was completely dependent on Dora, and therefore they needed her here so that the Countess would not go anywhere. After the man in dark clothes came closer to his wife, she looked at him and told him that everything would be fine with her, and that he shouldn't be afraid for her so as to ignore the unexpected and people's grief. The blue-eyed lady continued to say that they had been constantly preparing for this banquet, and that the descendant should not have any problems, especially since, according to her, he himself told her not to worry. Understanding that Ilek needed more words, the girl raised her head to him and said that for this reason, she did not want him to demand more from Dora, because then she would be embarrassed in front of her, but her husband only listened. Then he decided to smile at his wife, continuing to stand in front of her and tell her that he understood her, and therefore, if she wanted, he could cancel his order regarding Dora immediately returning to the residence. The guy also put his hand on the girl's shoulder, saying that he was just worried that everything would go well, but the blonde only smiled, admitting that the whole banquet would go just fine. And Rose continued to live with her confidence that everything would be fine until the day of the banquet itself arrived, thanks to which there were already musicians in the hall playing pleasant melodies on violins. Many noble women from different families arrived at the banquet to gracefully walk around the hall and talk to each other, waving fans and enjoying live music. Also at the banquet were two girlfriends who were talking sweetly to each other and asking each other when that prince whose beauty was mesmerizing would appear, and when the knave, also a respected guest, would appear. And while the girl was talking about various noble personalities, a carriage with black horses drove up to the palace where the celebration was already taking place and stopped right in front of the entrance because the aristocrats were about to emerge from it. One noble lady was in no hurry to go out first, because through the translucent curtains she looked at the main entrance, near which she had already noticed many noble people who were happy about the celebration. This lady was Rose, who was at a high-level banquet for the first time, especially as the one who was the main one at them, so there was curiosity on her face mixed with shock and excitement. However, she was distracted from examining every detail by her husband, who called her by name, which caused the girl in the white dress to turn her head towards him, looking questioningly, also unconsciously gifting him with her beauty. Ilek was still wearing his dark suit, looking at the girl and asking her if they could get out now, or if they needed to sit in the carriage for a little while longer until she gathered her strength and prepared herself mentally. Hearing this, the blonde with blue eyes lowered her gaze downwards because just the words about her excitement had already made her think and delve deeper into her heart, which was still worried. She suddenly felt sad because she remembered Dora's words when she was sitting on the chair and Rose was looking at the fabrics, because then she warned her that she shouldn't be weak and let people look down on her. And when Rose realized that she needed to be strong in spirit, always her hand touched the door handle, and she herself told Ilek that they needed to go out right now, because now they both needed to prove themselves. She even turned sweetly to her husband with a slight grin, saying that he should not only introduce her to everyone, but also introduce her as his princess, so that everyone would understand that they were a couple. Meanwhile, Dora never made it to the banquet because her father became ill, which forced her to sit next to him around the clock while her dad lay in bed and didn't even eat, as his health was deteriorating. She only turned her head when she noticed the guy approaching her who was her relative, and who sadly asked her how the Viscount was, whether he was getting better. Dora continued to sit on the chair next to her father's bed and tell the boy that while her father was sleeping, and it seemed like the medicine was working, to which the man replied that it was very good. But Dora still had sadness in her soul, with which she looked at her dad at the same time, agreeing with the guy's words, hoping that her dad would recover and be able to please her with good health. But the young man noticed in time that Dora was thinking about something serious, so he leaned towards her, asking if she was by any chance thinking that Rose would be all alone at the banquet because she had left her. In response, the girl with green eyes only modestly continued to sit on the chair, telling the guy that he was telling the truth, since she was really a little worried about this, constantly thinking about today's banquet. And while Dora was asking herself whether Rose would cope with all the trials, the aristocratic couple themselves were already preparing to appear in front of all the guests, because Ilek passed by and took his wife by the arm, leading her towards the bright light. At this time in the hall, Marquis Geslow was talking with one of his colleagues, telling him with a smile that it was not easy to come here having overcome such a difficult path, but he was still glad to see him in such a beautiful place. However, the Marquis immediately looked away even when his friend was telling him something, because the man noticed the arrival of one very important person whom everyone was certainly waiting for. It turned out to be the sweet and calm Lady Valet, who looked at the Marquis with a modest smile, while he was already sighing from her beauty and saying how beautiful she was, that she eclipsed everyone around her with her beauty. He immediately rushed to kiss her hand and wish her the best holiday in the world, while the knave continued to smile sweetly and say that this banquet was truly wonderful, and she liked it very much. The two gossips who had just recently been talking about Madame Valet looked at her with a smile and admiration, saying that she had finally arrived, especially since she looked as if she were the Empress herself. They hastened to tell the girl with emerald eyes that she was delightful, but the lady herself continued to be calm, even when compliments and praise from others rained down on her. But another aristocrat tried to get all the attention, who at that time was calmly drinking champagne from a glass, also surprised by the arrival of a new guest. This lady turned out to be Gladys, who was adjusting her long golden hair with her hand, saying that it seemed that uninteresting and ordinary people were coming to this banquet, continuing to look at something ahead. She gradually drank more and more champagne from the glass, wondering when the prince she was waiting for and whose regime had brought her to this big event would arrive. But while the girl was busy drinking champagne, Marquis Geslow was already taking advantage of the opportunity, talking with the most important person at the banquet, whose arrival Gladys was so expecting, and Ilek remained emotionally inaccessible to everyone, because there was still little emotion on his face. Therefore, preferring to remain calm, he only looked at those who were happy about his arrival, because he was the main face of the holiday, which gathered not only aristocrats but also ladies who wanted to win his heart. Gladys noticed Ilek's arrival in time, which made her very happy and surprised. She turned her head towards him and was about to approach him because she was sure that the prince would not refuse to talk to her. Her face showed genuine emotions of shock and delight, because only by Ilek's beauty did she understand that he was the prince of the empire, about whom there were so many rumors, and who in life turned out to be even more beautiful than in the stories. However, her hopes of meeting the prince with a smile and warm conversations were dashed when she saw not only the guy but also the blonde next to him, to whom Ilek had fallen in love, and the blue-eyed girl responded in kind. Gladys stopped instantly and began to look at Rose indignantly and incomprehensibly because she was seeing her for the first time and therefore did not understand who she was. Ileku, but only the fact that she was next to the girl made the blonde shake with anxiety. She could only watch the lady who remained modest in the presence of Ilek and the others continuing to smile sweetly and look down, showing everyone her natural beauty, modesty, and snow-white dress. The first to greet Ilek and his wife was Marquis Philip, who bowed to the couple and welcomed them to the banquet, telling them that since their last meeting they had become even more beautiful and confident. Ilek wanted to put his hand on the girl's son, telling her with a smile that she was always beautiful, which made Rose smile even sweeter and more humble. But the Marquis, watching this, said that they were behaving as if they had recently fallen in love. Soon, in addition to the Marquis Count, Alex, with white hair, appeared before the couple, who hastened to introduce himself to the couple and wish them all the best. Because first the banquet was hosted by Marquis Jeslow, and then it was Rose's turn to host the banquet. Rose was starting to get a little nervous, which was evident from her forced smile, but she still wanted to pull herself together, so she smiled at everyone and said that she was very pleased to deal with everyone and get to know the aristocrats better. As the man stood in front of her and said something, Rose herself looked at the people behind her, surprised at how rich noble people were actually having fun, but she quickly realized that she should be thinking about something else. The girl realized that Count Alex was in front of her, but she still didn't see his wife next to him, which is why she began to turn her head, trying to find the woman with her eyes and asking Alex where his companion was. Alex only blushed slightly and, burying his face, told Rose that his wife had stayed home today and he would be the only one attending this banquet, and therefore he apologized for the fact that his other half would not be able to please them with her visit. Ilek asked Alex what happened to his wife, to which the guy with white hair replied that she had simply drunk a large amount of delicious wine, which is why she had gotten into an unpleasant incident. Hearing this, Rose only laughed sweetly, covering her mouth with her hand, and telling Alex that it seemed like the wine was indeed delicious, but she would still look forward to meeting the Countess. But while Rose smiled and laughed in the company of aristocrats, she wondered through her smile whether she was doing everything right, continuing to make small talk about something with a sweet grin. But while the blue-eyed beauty was thinking that there shouldn't be any problems, Gladys was looking at the couple and asking everyone who the lady next to the prince was, which caused her friend Knave, who was next to her, to glance at her. Gladys was so interested in the lady next to Ilek that she decided to approach Valet with a glass of champagne, who at that time stood with her back to her, listening to the blonde's question about whether she knew the lady. But as soon as Gladys even hinted that the blonde could become a future princess for everyone, Valet's face took on a silent but angry expression, as if she really didn't want to hear this from someone. There was not even the slightest spark of interest in Rose in her eyes, because she saw her only as a competitor whom she was going to treat coldly. However, all the anger instantly disappeared from her face, because she wanted to hide her real attitude towards Rose from Gladys, so she smiled, turning her head towards her and proclaiming the girl's name as if she was glad to see her there. The knave waved her hand towards the bewildered Gladys, telling her not to act so stupidly, because she herself did not know who this lady was next to the prince. Also, Valet turned to the couple, looking at her with a smile, and asking the blonde if it wasn't surprising that she didn't know her as an aristocrat, if that blue-eyed girl wanted to become a princess of the empire. Both girls looked at the young couple in the distance. The cat was surrounded by aristocrats when Ilek held his wife with his hand, which is why Valet, like Gladys, did not understand who this lady was next to him and what noble family she was from. The Jack had already come up with a cunning plan for herself, so she turned to Gladys with an equally cunning smile, asking the girl if she would like to come up to them herself and find out who the nice lady was to him. And while Valet and Gladys were already thinking up some entertainment for themselves, Rose and Ilek continued to talk with the aristocrats. Or rather, the girl was just nearby when her husband answered all the men's questions, keeping the conversation going. But it was not the conversations of the noble people that attracted Rose's attention, but the plate of appetizers in the hands of the waiter, which he was distributing to everyone who wanted them. But Rose felt a great desire to try the food. When the girl remembered Dora's advice that she only had to raise her hand for the waiter to come to her, Rose did so, causing the servant to immediately come to her with a plate of canapes. He handed the girl his plate, silently, showing the llama, the beautiful appetizers with pieces of meat and cheese, which Rose was eager to try because the stress had probably exhausted her, which is why she was hungry. Her face even became flushed as she looked at the canapes with enthusiasm and pleasant emotions, reaching out to them and already about to try one of them. But she didn't even notice the first time that in addition to her, another lady was also interested in the snacks, who also extended her hand to them and even said the same thing as Rose, saying that they looked delicious. The two ladies immediately burst into laughter at the ridiculous moment, and the girl even said that they thought the same thing, which made Rose laugh as well, saying that it seemed like that was the case. Rose herself did not notice how she started talking to the stranger in the blue dress about whether they had seen each other before if they walked like that, also reinforcing the sweet conversation with laughter and jokes like they were too identical. But while Rose was talking to the girl and was already thinking about whether she should stop talking if it was mostly pointless, her husband had already noticed her disappearance, because he looked down and noticed that his wife was not next to her, which surprised him. It was worth Ilek to look around a little as he realized that his Rose had not gone anywhere, but had simply moved to a safe distance, talking to a lady unknown to him in the distance. However, he still kept his gaze on the lady his wife was talking to, because in his head he still couldn't remember her name because he knew it before, but now he had only forgotten what her name was. Looking at the sweet face of a simple-looking girl in a blue dress who was smiling, Ilek remembered that it seemed her name was Mari, or Mori, but she still remembered vaguely, but he knew that this lady was still not dangerous. At the same time, when Ilek was recalling the name of the lady, the girl told Rose with a smile that her name was Mary Lariat, to which the princess replied that she was very pleased to meet her, but when she wanted to say her name, she fell silent. The thing is that in her head the girl imagined Dora with books who taught her to be strong, but she did not teach her how to introduce herself correctly, which is why she is experiencing difficulties at this very moment. Rose's silence caused Mary to smile sweetly puzzledly, and she looked at her interlocutor not understanding why she was in no hurry to tell her her name. Putting her hand on her cleavage, the girl told her her name with a smile and sincerity, thinking further about whether she did everything right and whether she should leave because she felt awkward. She decided to do so, which is why Mary watched in surprise as Rose walked away from her almost immediately after she said her name, saying that it was time for her to go and that unfortunately was the end of their conversation. However, this did not bother the sweetly smiling Mary in the least, who continued to eat her canapes when her friend Valet approached her from behind, asking how she had been doing all this time as if starting a conversation. But Mary turned her SS to the girl without a smile when she told her that there was something she really wanted to discuss with her, and that's why she wanted her to pay attention to her for a couple of minutes. The girl asked Mary about the very lady with whom she had just spoken, who seemed to be illuminated among other people by an imaginary light who stood out among others with her tenderness and kindness. Gladys and the knave continued to drink champagne calmly when the aristocrat and Mary were talking nearby about whether the mysterious blonde had told her status, which all the girls were very interested to know. And after a while, the waiters were already calmly walking around and serving food to the guests, when other aristocrats looked at them and they couldn't stop talking about whether the Caffrin family had once been among the aristocrats, since that was the last name Rose introduced herself to one llama under. Gladys shook her head, saying with displeasure that she had never heard of such a name, and therefore assumed that she had come from another country, since she had never heard her name among the aristocrats. However, the knave only raised her hand to her lips thoughtfully, saying that if she had never heard this name anywhere, then she seemed to have heard it once, and even remembered it, although it was quite a long time ago. Curious about this, Gladys looked at the knave as if asking her with her eyes to tell them what she knew, because now any information about the new girl would be useful to them, especially since she was always near the prince. But Valet, when everything around her seemed to become very dark, and she herself smiled slyly, only said that she just remembered one single instance when she heard the main character's last name. Gladys was very surprised by this. She looked at her friend with amazement and interest, asking her if she knew anything about the family of the prince's bride, and she was also impatient to find out what kind of noble family it was. Valet continued to smile as she told her friend that she clearly remembered her home tutor's last name Caffrin when she was very little and lived in a private house. Gladys just turned to the aristocrats, checking if they were being overheard telling the knave that it was somehow boring, but the brunette just smiled, saying that she even had a story connected with this tutor. Valet also looked at her interlocutor, starting the story with a smile and a question, like everyone knows perfectly well that usually a tutor is a role model because he teaches etiquette and manners perfectly. Having spoken her sentence, she looked with her emerald eyes at Rose herself, continuing to tell Gladys that her tutor was very unusual in this regard, because he stole a beautiful slave girl. It was with these words that Valet made her interlocutor look at Rose, who at that time did not even suspect that they were talking not only about her, but also about her loved ones, the past that was about to be revealed. Valet remembered those memories very clearly, and that's why she remembered how, wearing slippers and a nightgown, she walked down a dark corridor overhearing from adults that one slave girl had disappeared. When Valet was very little, she looked towards the voices in the room that were discussing the fact that the girl had definitely been kidnapped by Tutor Coughlin because he was very close to the slave, almost to the point of family relations. And when the little girl with black hair became interested in the conversation, she saw two maids from behind the half-open door who were gossiping about the fact that perhaps the slave herself wanted to be adopted out of loneliness. The moment Valet heard this, she only lowered her eyes with an indifferent face, saying in her head that taking a slave as her child was very low and ridiculous for her. At that moment, the girl, being little, heard the name Coughlin continuing to walk down the hallway in her nightgown, and thinking that her tutor was very stupid if he wanted to adopt a slave. All this, the adult Jack told Gladys at the banquet, continued to look at Rose with calm, aristocratic arrogance, also saying that she only wanted to understand the Dawn thing. The girl in the dark dress looked askance at Rose, telling her friend that if she really was the slave she had just told her about, she would not only be surprised, but also disappointed in Ilek, but would continue to pursue her goal. However, the girl with green eyes did not say anything further, but only looked at Ilek's bride, thinking that that slave also had a pretty face, but she still does not think that it is her. She has doubts. She chose to fold her arms and think that perhaps she was wrong, since she did not even believe that Prince Ilek would want to take as his wife a real slave who should serve and not be a princess. But Gladys only folded her hands seriously, telling her friend that this story did not seem to her as funny as the knave saw it, because some simpleton could easily win the heart of the prince and the main handsome man. Gladys still had hope and self-confidence, so she looked at Ilek's side with her own eyes, told Valet that all the Arvin should come to him because she came to this banquet only for him. She even opened her red fan and told her friend with a smile that he would definitely fall in love with her unusual, beautiful appearance, which is why she is so confident in herself that she is ready to approach the man herself. But the knave only looked at her calmly, while Gladys was already approaching Ilek, moving away from the lady in the dark dress and telling her that she would convey greetings supposedly from her to the prince so that he would think about her too. However, just a moment later, Gladys was no longer so cheerful and confident because she tapped her heels back towards the knave and then stopped, making it visible how her legs were shaking with stress and anger. But the knave continued to look at her with the same expression, indifference and calmness, only saying that she had returned much earlier than she thought. The girl even asked whether Gladys had conveyed her greetings to the prince she had bragged about so much, but the blonde herself only remained silent, bowing her head forward with such shame that everything around her became dark. Gladys was so shocked that her big eyes stared ahead and did not move, while she herself shook with shame, only saying that she had failed to accomplish what she had planned because she had failed the task miserably. The thing is, a couple of minutes ago she tried to attract the prince's attention by standing behind him, saying that her fan had fallen and needed to be picked up, but no matter how demonstratively she said it, Ilek still didn't even hear her. Only at some point did the Prince of the Empire glance at Gladys, but he continued to remain indifferent to her, not understanding what this lady wanted from him. And while the blonde with the fallen fan did not understand why the prince remained so indifferent to her, he only looked at his interlocutors and said that it had become very noisy here, and he was uncomfortable. Ilek even told everyone that they would now find a better place to talk, which left the humiliated Gladys all alone, smiling crookedly and holding her hand raised because she wanted to do something to her. She was standing next to Valet and was expressing her dissatisfaction to her, saying that Ilek was not even blinded by her beauty, for which she was incredibly offended, but the lady with emerald eyes seemed to be indifferent to this. Valet began to say that Ilek's attitude towards her was unfair, but in her head, she wondered why exactly the prince ignored her. At this time, her friend was angry, frowning at Alec, asking Valet how he could treat her so disrespectfully because she was a girl from a noble family, and on the contrary, they always wanted to get to know her. Valet also looked at the girl and could not understand why Ilek the prince showed disrespect to her if this annoying lady did not even touch him, but only came closer to get acquainted. She also glanced at the couple Rose and Ilek, thinking that the prince of the empire would definitely not be matched with an unworthy princess, but she still does not understand who this girl next to him is, so she makes new guesses. She looked at Ilek and Rose, who were receiving people when the prince was very serious with everyone, and therefore did not smile, but his wife, on the contrary, gave everyone a smile and looked at the guests as if everyone was very interesting and curious to her. In the brunette's eyes, there was only composure and calmness with which he looked at every person near him, but in his head, thoughts did not revolve around only them, because he had deep, terrible memories. The thing is that at these moments he was remembering his past life, which was reflected to him in a dream, or rather he was imagining in his head that moment when he was sitting at his desk, listening to the servant who was telling him to take Lady Belganor as the third empress. Ilek then raised his head to him and looked at him with a very sad look, asking why he was ordering him to put up with another terrible thing, meaning that he had taken a second wife. But the man in front of Ilek was calm while the prince himself hung his head in shame and listened to the servant's words about how he simply had to take a third wife who would compete with the Offreys family. The boy imagined in his head the knave and Gladys looking at each other as competitors and telling the emperor that if he already had a second wife in the form of the knave, he was free to take the blonde as his wife because then they would compete. Having imagined in his mind the poor and sad Rose standing in the darkness, the man explained that if he had these two wives, they would compete, thereby not trading off the first wife whom he wanted to protect. Then, saddened by the whole situation, Ilek looked at the servant and clenched his teeth in anger, saying that he still would not be able to do it, because he already had a second wife, Valet, which made him very sad. It was for this reason that Ilek's face was very dark and gloomy at the banquet when he recalled the events of his past life. But when he held his wife by the shoulder, he did not even realize that Rose was looking at him and noticing the change in mood. She decided to pronounce his name, which caused the prince to instantly come to his senses, looked at her with shock, as if he had been in another world a minute ago and now came out of a trance, although he was only remembering a terrible past life. Poosh cutely pointed her finger at her face, telling him that he looked very tense right now, referring to his face, which was almost darkening due to the fact that the man was remembering the past with his second and third wives. He decided to smile at the girl and ask if he really looked very strange now, to which Rose only laughed, telling him that it was so, because of which Ilek himself lifted his mood and was no longer gloomy. But as soon as the blonde looked away, she said with a smile that they needed to meet other aristocrats, after which she asked who the lady was, who seemed very familiar to her. Ilek instantly stopped smiling because he heard the girl's words, from which the tension in his body began to grow very quickly, and he himself could not say a word because his wife was talking about the one she did not want to see. But that was not all, because Rose continued to smile, but there was no longer joy and sincerity in her head, because the lady only looked at the floor asking her husband how it all happened. The girl's strange question was followed by her stopping, smiling, and sighing, as if something had clicked in her head, and she had remembered something very important and forgotten from an early memory. But she did not want to embarrass her husband or seem strange herself, so she smiled sharply and clapped her hands, looking at a certain lady and asking if she thought so because the beauty seemed to have stepped out of a portrait. At first, Ilek remained silent because he did not understand whether his wife was fooling around or telling the truth, since her initial words seemed very strange and wary to him, which is why his face seemed to darken again. And while he was thinking about why such thoughts came into the girl's head, he smiled sweetly and looked at Rose, asking her if she had seen such beautiful ladies before, which is why her beauty surprised her. Putting his hands on her shoulders, the guy said that she was much more beautiful, which caused the bare-eyed blonde to shyly lower her head, holding hands and taking the compliment so close to her heart that her eyes sparkled. But while Adek was telling his wife that he also supposedly didn't know who that mysterious woman was, two gossips were looking at them who didn't understand why Adek was always with one lady giving her all his attention, because emperors usually have several wives. Gladys didn't even look at the couple deciding to drink wine from a glass with a very displeased face, but the gossips were talking about her too, saying that the emperor didn't even turn to her, but he was ignoring the knave even more. The modest friend stood next to the knave and looked at her, but the lady herself preferred to drink wine and continue to be calm while the gossips asked each other why the emperor did not even greet her because she was from a noble family and very influential. The lady with emerald eyes and her own intentions looked at the imperial couple and understood that she could no longer wait for the moment when the prince himself would approach her, so she had to take everything into her own hands. The knave looked with displeasure at how the prince continued to talk about something with Marquis Geslow, as if he was the only one at the banquet, and this was precisely what made the indignant lady very angry. Then she put her unfinished glass of wine on the table, repeating to her head that nothing could be done about it, so she had to go to the emperor herself and announce her presence. The valet was already looking at the couple smiling and asking her friend if this banquet was wonderful, to which the uncertain lady behind her responded that she agreed with her because the holiday was truly interesting. Having glanced at her friend with the sweetest but in fact sly smile, Valet told her that she should now come and greet the emperor personally. The Jack's friend just remained silent, listening to her words about how she should also talk to the Marquis because he was the host of the wonderful holiday that had successfully united everyone. At this time, Ilek, together with his wife, stood nearby Valet talking with the Marquis and did not even suspect that the same second wife from his past life would approach him, thereby destroying everything. She decided not to hesitate and quickly made the decision to walk towards the couple, tapping her heels on the floor and slightly lifting the fabric of her dress, approaching the Emperor, Marquis, and Empress closer and closer. The first to notice the grandfather's arrival was Geslow, who looked at her and was slightly surprised, realizing that Valet was not just a guest at his celebration and not even a simple aristocrat, but the daughter of a very influential Offray's family. The Marquis could only smile sweetly and look at another very important guest at his party, who was already saying his name to say something while seeming to radiate a light that attracted everyone's attention. While primping her hair with her palm, the girl looked at the Marquis with her green eyes and told him with a smile that this holiday was simply incredible, because here she felt comfort and joy. But as soon as Ilek saw Valet next to him, his face once again dimmed and darkened, because he perfectly understands that now this lady will greet him too, but he doesn't even want to see her nearby. He knows who Valet was to him in his past life. Ilek didn't even look at her as the Marquis smiled at the knave and said that he was very pleased with her words, also thanking her for coming up to him and saying such nice compliments that seemed to reward his work on the banquet. However, when the Marquis decided to introduce Valeria of the Offray's family to the imperial couple, the emerald-eyed lady only smirked slightly, expecting to meet the emperor and impress him since he would no longer be able to ignore her. There was no kindness or sincerity in her sweet smile, because in reality the girl was doing it only to get attention from the emperor to be closer to him, so that in the end she could gain his trust and become his wife. But when Ilek was just looking at her, Rose was already remembering who Valet really was for Ilek in his past life, namely, the second empress, which is why she imagined her in a wedding dress. Rose thought back to her entire past life as an empress, imagining the bride of Valet next to Ilek, while people around them were already whispering with smiles that they looked good together. Pictured in her mind the knave with a child in her arms, Rose remembered that people had whispered that it was she who had given birth to the emperor's healthy son, and not the first empress whose son had died. The people in Rose's past life looked at each other and gossiped with each other about how it was Knave who should become the emperor's first wife, because she fulfilled all his demands and not Rose a simpleton. Ilek already knew all this because Valet had appeared in his dreams long ago, and he had lived a past life in the dream, which is why he looked at the aristocrat with mistrust and anger while the space around him was already darkening. However, when his wife only said 2 words that the knave is the second empress, the brunette's soul felt like a kick in the heels. He opened his eyes in shock because he realized with horror that his Rose had somehow remembered the past. It was as if all life had left him. He turned pale and became death in the void from fear and shock, opening his lips only to ask his wife what she had just said, as if he had misheard her words. The air around Rose also became blacker than the night, as she explained in her monotonous, empty voice to her frightened and shocked husband that she was talking about the very girl who had just approached them. Rose's eyes also lost all life and bright emotions because she looked at Eilek with great shock, amazement, and fear, only saying the name Valet Offries because she realized that she was the second empress. As soon as she told Eilek that she knew that Valet was his second wife, the whole world around the brunette turned into nothing but dark red horror, in which he himself opened his lips, not knowing what to answer Rose. Their usual calm world split into large cracks right between them, as if a huge chasm had appeared when they looked at each other and realized that their past life was not forgotten. And what's more, Rose remembered it too. The guy looked at his wife with his shocked gray eyes and wanted to ask her the only question, like, why did she remember everything so suddenly? But he couldn't even move his lips from shock. But Rose looked at him as if she finally understood why he had been acting strangely lately, nervous and acting suspicious, but the very fact that Knave had been his second wife in the past made her very sad. Rose felt sick from this shocking news so suddenly that she lowered her tear-stained eyes down and was already preparing to collapse on the floor because the strength was leaving her body very quickly. Eilek was still in incredible shock, and that's why he watched his wife fall just a moment before he caught her continuing to be in such a silent shock that he had never even dreamed of it. He immediately caught her and sat down himself, looking at Rose while consciousness was already leaving her body when everything was turning black from the dark aura that reigned in the hall, and while everyone around was shocked to notice that the Empress had become ill. In the hall, where a beautiful chandelier with numerous ornaments and candles hung, the aristocrats shouted at each other saying that everyone needed to call a doctor immediately because the Empress was losing consciousness. Eilek was afraid to move, so he looked at his wife with amazement on his face, saying only her name as if hoping that she would wake up any minute, also realizing with horror that Rose herself knew who Valet had been to him in the past. And while he was thinking whether it was true, whether it seemed to him, and what had happened to Rose, the lady herself, was very quickly losing consciousness as if she had eaten something wrong. But the brunette was very scared of this because he knew that she was also pregnant. But despite the fact that the lady's eyes were already closed and she herself showed no signs of life, she briefly heard her husband's voice asking her if she remembered her past life, which is why the girl was immersed in memories. The first thing she remembered was how, in her past life, right after she woke up, they found the culprit a maid who was thrown to the floor in front of the aristocrats because it was she who poisoned Rose, causing her to lose consciousness. The ordinary peasant woman did not even raise her head to the noble people who sat in front of her on the throne because she had nothing to say, because everyone already knew that it was she who put something in Rose's tea, which is why she felt ill. And while the culprit of the tragic event was kneeling, the emperor and empress in mourning clothes sat in their places, and Eilek told the girl that she could not have done this alone. With his lips slightly parted, Eilek, stern to everyone, said that poisoning the pregnant empress was an incredibly grave crime that he would never forgive her for, because for it, she would lose her life. And Rose herself looked at the guilty one, while her husband said that the attempt to kill a member of the imperial family was not a simple crime, but a well-planned plan that could not be carried out alone. Eilek's eyes were cruel to the point of madness, but he did not even take his eyes off the maid, saying that she was a simple maid, and that was why he did not believe that she acted alone, because someone clearly helped her. But when the man shouted this, the maid did not even look at him, preferring only to listen silently because others had already proven her guilt, and she could only wait with sadness and emptiness for the emperor's verdict. However, no matter how bad she felt, she still decided to raise her head to His Majesty because she needed to tell everyone once again that she had acted on her own and there was no need to look for more culprits. This is exactly what she shouted to everyone present. But the elders, like the rulers themselves, continued to be in their places because the answer did not satisfy them, and Eilek knew for sure that the servant was time and someone influential was helping her. Eilek could no longer bear to see in front of him the man who had harmed his wife, so he looked at her with madness, ordering the guards to take the maid to the torture chamber, but Rose interrupted him in time. Rose, who was so dark around her as if there was anger and blackness in her heart, looked down and told the emperor that it had been 10 days since the maid had been interrogated. The maid seemed to have no life or strength, which is why she could not even raise her pale head, while Rose asked Eilek if it was necessary to make a decision about this lady's life now and not postpone it. After a while, when everything became clear with the maid, the knave also appeared in front of Rose, smiling and curtsying, as if nothing had happened while the maid was visible behind her. Rose looked at her with calm and indifference, hiding her anger and her disdain for the knave, because now remembering all this, she understands perfectly well that it was she who poisoned her using the servant for this. But now, Valet acted as if she didn't know anything, putting her hand to her chest, and telling the girl with fake sincerity that she was very far away, that she had to endure poisoning and loss of consciousness. Valet leaned forward a little, admitting that she was very glad that everything was fine now, and also asking Rose, who was sitting on a chair, if the criminal would be executed tomorrow. Feigning sadness and grief, the black-haired girl placed her hands on her chest, saying that everyone was desperately waiting for the firstborn who was about to be born, but she felt incredibly sad. When Valet told Rose that her baby would probably be very healthy, beautiful, and cute, the blonde with blue eyes twitched her palms a little as if her interlocutor's words made her embarrassed. Jack continued to speak to the Empress with a sad voice, saying that this was a very terrible situation with tragic consequences. Rose sharply told the girl her name as if with a dark aura, ordering her to shut up. Rose sat quietly on the chair, looking at the girl so sweetly and kindly, as if she didn't suspect anything, telling her that she was very grateful to her for her kind words, also adding that she wasn't feeling very well right now. Hearing this, Valet continued to look at Rose and put her hand to her cleavage, confessing that she was very sorry to hear this, and she really hoped that she would soon recover. Also, Valet told Rose that she acted very incompetently and stupidly if she came to her during the recovery period, and therefore she wants to give her a gift. And when she started talking about it, the maid brought a certain box on a tray. The blonde smiled at the Jack and said that there was no need for a gift, but the Jack still looked at the maid, who obediently placed the tray in a tucked-up shape on the table, carrying out her instructions in silence. The Jack herself reached out to the gift for Rose with her hand, as if she wanted to pick it up, telling the lady that she wasn't sure she would like it, but that this thing was very difficult to deliver to them in the Empire. Carefully placing the box on the table, the Yavale told the Empress that these were tea leaves that she had bought especially for her because they were very rare and tasty and were considered royal. But Rose was not even close to being happy about the gift, because she looked at the tea box with indifference and even half-ripeness emptiness in her eyes, realizing that she would not even try this tea. Taking the box of tea in her hands, the brunette, with cunning intentions, examined Rose's gift and said that she was very sorry that she could not try the tea at the banquet, but therefore she decided to make amends by presenting this to her. She looked closely at the picture on the box, and Rose listened to Valet's words about how she tried incredibly hard to give her this gift, and allegedly gave it to her only because she was worried about her. The valet spoke her words with the sweetest smile on her face, holding her gift in her hands and presenting it as if it was a very good thing that would definitely cheer her up. Rose was in no hurry to say anything to the girl because she knew her evil intentions from the very beginning, which is why her face was absolutely devoid of any emotion, only indifference and restraint. In her head, she understood perfectly well that it was the knave who killed her child, who had not even had time to be born, and she told her that she thanked her for such generosity, also placing her palm on the box of tea. However, at that moment when she sharply squeezed the box in her hands and everything around seemed to turn red like blood, she realized that she wanted to quickly throw this gift in her face, which showed her a false smile. But when she imagined in her head how the knave was holding her shoulder when worried maids were already circling around her, she realized that if she did this, everyone around would be shocked by her behavior. The girl also imagined that two gossips would instantly spread rumors about her saying that the Empress had gone crazy, since Lady Valeria had allegedly done nothing wrong, and that was why she had thrown the box at her in vain. Rose imagined herself in a hall full of ladies and people, but they were all gray and worthless because the girl stood all alone, and understood that if she behaved so ill-mannered, then everyone would turn away from her and understand that she was a simple savage, a commoner. That's why the lady looked at the tea box and simply told the knave that she thanked her, not intending to even touch the item, yet which slightly betrayed her disdain. Taking the gift from Valet in her hands, the blonde with blue eyes looked at it and said with a restrained smile that she would definitely like this tea, although in fact she had no intention of using the gift of the one who killed her child. After a while, it became dark. The night swallowed everything around, but Rose was still unable to sleep from stress because the window in her room was open, causing the dark blue curtain to slowly sway. On the table in her chambers were small shoes for the child that was supposed to be born to the imperial family, but died tragically because the knave decided to get rid of it by the hands of a maid, which Rose knew, and the mother, who was left without a child, only looked sadly out the window without saying a word, as if she wanted not only to be alone, but also to be left with her thoughts, because she did not understand what would happen next if she had just experienced a nightmare. But she heard her husband's voice behind her calling her by name, which caused the blonde to turn her head slightly to the side, speaking to something that had been going on for a very long time, also mentioning some name in the words. Behind her, Ilek continued to stand sad and just as saddened when the children said that they were just talking about his name, like it didn't mean much to her anymore, which made the brunette even sadder. Ilek simply tilted his head forward, continuing to talk to the girl as if begging her not to get upset yet, because not all was lost, and they could change a lot if they pulled themselves together. Coming closer to her, the man told his wife not to behave like that, but the blonde did not even turn to him, persistently and displeasedly asking what he meant by ordering her to do this. There was no emotion on Rose's face, only sadness and devastation from the loss of her child, with which she looked at the Kravid, while Ilek begged her not to be so sad because it hurt him right in the heart. But Rose only doubted the man's words, only asking what she should be for him, if he was already telling her not to be what she showed herself to be, real and heartbroken. The girl asked Ilek if she should smile all the time because she was an empress, whom everyone should see healthy and good, but the brunette only showed sadness on his face, saying that he was not talking about that. The devastated girl with lifeless emotions on her face slowly turned to the man and asked what he meant then, because she really didn't know, but the guy behind her just remained silent. The blonde said once again that she knows nothing, thinks nothing, assumes nothing, and does not build anything, because the loss of another important person in her life, that is her child, shocked her greatly. In her head, she remembered how she had smiled in the chair when she thanked the knave for the gift, because now she did not understand why she had been so naive, bad, and stupid, that she had allowed the killer of her child to behave like that in front of her. The couple found themselves alone with themselves in a seemingly empty space when Rose lowered her head and told her husband that she could not live like this any longer, because things were only getting worse every day, and she was tired of it. She even covered her face with her hands, continued to lower her head down as if from shame and helplessness, telling Ilek that she wanted to disappear from this life forever, to no longer experience such difficulties and sadness. But Ilek does not want to despair, and especially sees a sad, empty wife in his eyes. So he reaches out to her as if he wants to lift the heroine's face to himself and say that not all is lost and they need to fight. There was sadness in the guy's eyes too, but he continued to look at the girl and say that he didn't even want to see her so devastated, because he was so afraid of losing her that he would go completely crazy if that happened. Rose started crying very quickly. Tears flowed from her eyes like a river because she admitted to the guy that she did not protect their child, and this is her biggest mistake for which she is hurt. And also she does not want him to blame himself for this. After this, the guy wanted to hug the crying empress to at least support her a little, saying that she may hate and love, but he really wants her to always stay with him. Ilek was very upset about the whole situation. He didn't even look at the girl with sad eyes, begging her not to leave him again, as if this was his greatest fear, which he feared like a real nightmare. At that moment, something seemed to switch in Rose's head, and she did not say anything. Although her lips were still open, she herself was thinking that they really should not despair, because the opponents wanted this. The little shoes still stood on the table in the couple's room, illuminated by the moonlight, as the Empress sadly told Eilek that he too had lost a child, and therefore she could not blame him for anything. Rose reached out to the man and touched his face, saying that they were both suffering from a tragedy that had truly destroyed their confidence, their desire to succeed. They were in a dark space, a room lit by dim light, where Rose told her husband that they needed to try harder, but now that she thinks back, she still loved him. Eilek and Rox sat down on the bed, continuing to console each other, saying that they need to hold on a little longer for their own sake, and they both believe that everything will be fine because they are overcoming difficulties together. Rose even smiled as if she had finally calmed down and found harmony in her soul, looking down and telling Eilek that now she has hope in her soul, and she still loves him, does not want to leave or end the relationship. They sweetly hold hands, symbolizing their connection, their inseparable cooperation, telling each other that they will both wait for the day when they understand that all difficulties have been overcome, and they have lived happily, not even remembering what they had to go through for a peaceful life. Time passed very quickly, and Rose was still with Eilek, was the empress for the empire, because of which spring came very quickly. The trees blossomed, and young green leaves appeared on them. The grass was very bright, full of life, but the husband and wife stood in front of the gravestone on which a cross was forged, and the parents themselves were silent, trying to seem to be alone with the one who had long since left them for heaven. Rose said that this was her baby, continuing to look at the grave and speak as if she was touched by this, and missed the one who left her life very early, the first child that the couple tragically lost. The blue-eyed blonde looked at the grave with a smile, as if talking to the spirit of the baby, telling him that he had a little brother named Lawrence, which they were very happy and glad about because they finally became parents. The girl in the black dress even sat down in front of the grave, looking at it with a smile, and continuing to speak when Eilek looked at her with calm, listening to Rose's words about how they thought that their son was a gift to him, the deceased child. The girl looked at the gravestone with a warm smile, as if she saw a real child in front of her and not a stone on the grass, because of which there were many bright glares from the sun in her eyes, as if now life and happiness had been born in her heart. The lady touched the white slab with her hand, which was warmed by the sun, wanting to run her fingers over it and feel the structure of the stone which lay alone among the green grass and trees, also thanking Klaus for everything. The couple spent time with their deceased child named Klaus, after which they had a baby named Lawrence, about whom Rose talked at the cemetery, looking at her son's blonde hair and chubby cheeks. But while the baby slept in warmth and safety, his mother looked at him not only with shock, but also with tears in her eyes, because she did not believe that she was seeing her own son, the future emperor, in front of her. She wanted to touch the little boy's face with her finger, which made the baby twitch a little, while his mother continued to admire him and say that he was a truly charming boy. Tears quickly appeared in her eyes and were about to roll down her cheeks, but the girl did not care about this, because through them she looked at her son Lawrence with a smile of happiness and said that he was the most beautiful child. The girl looked closely at the boy's large cheeks, his blonde locks, black eyelashes, and small nose, asking someone how such a charming creature could appear from her belly. The maid took the couple's son in her arms, while Eilek looked at his wife with a smile and told her that she was a smart woman for surviving childbirth and giving birth to not just their son, but also his greatest treasure in the world. Eilek also smiled modestly, looking at his wife as if she were a beautiful picture, telling her that it was really hard, and he understood perfectly well what Rose had to go through to give birth to Lawrence. He wanted to touch her hand, squeezing it a little, saying that he was very glad that she had woken up, because this also made him incredibly happy, because earlier he was afraid that after giving birth she would never see her son and would leave him. The memories that hurt his heart made Eilek stop smiling, look at the woman seriously admitting that he was afraid that something would go wrong, and he himself would not be able to do something save her. At first the girl looked at him with surprise, because she didn't think that her husband would be so worried about the birth and her health when she thought that everything would go well, and fortunately it did. However, the very next moment she wanted to kiss Eilik's hand sweetly to quickly calm him down and make him understand that now everything was fine and they had become young parents. At first, Eilik was surprised by the lady's actions because it was always he who kissed her hand, but now the girl decided to give him such a sign of attention which amazed the slightly confused guy. Afterwards, he smiled slightly, lifting the corners of his lips and continuing to look at his beautiful wife, who is now doing well and just needs time to recover from childbirth and normalize her health. The lady continued to smile sweetly, more sincerely and truthfully, closing her eyes and telling the guy that she of course should have woken up because it shouldn't have been any other way, and she would never leave him alone. Rose sometimes looked at her swaddled son in the arms of the maid, causing her to ask Eilik how she could leave him with such a defenseless and adorable child as Lawrence. The blue-eyed blonde didn't even take her beautiful eyes off her son, looking at him with admiration and telling Eilik that now she would live a long life to see how her son grows. Eilik himself preferred to just listen to his wife's words and enjoy the moment without unnecessary words, looking at her with calm gray eyes, in which there was no longer any madness, disappointment, or anger. After some time, Rose began to devote a lot of time to the child because she took him in her arms through the maid, but the servants already knew that not everything was so simple because the Empress's uterus suffered after childbirth. The fact is that the woman's reproductive organ was severely damaged, but the Empress still remained smiling and happy, as if nothing had happened when Eilik looked at her with a smile. Everyone who knew about the Empress's damaged womb knew that this meant that there might not be a second heir because of this reason, but the girl did not think about this, holding Lawrence in her arms with a laugh. Rose laughed and smiled because she was looking at the very cute little prince who was still sleeping in his mother's arms, but she already knew that this little miracle was a prince named Lawrence. The years passed, and the little boy with white hair gradually grew, becoming bigger and taller, more mature, but he often loved to sleep, which is why this time he lay on the grass with his eyes closed, immersed in sleep. The blonde with blue eyes looked at her son with affection and admiration, calling him her prince with a smile, continuing to look at him as a creation that was born from Eilik's love with her. A maid appeared near the Empress and apologized to her, saying that she had not made sure that the prince did not fall asleep, but Rose was not upset, continuing to look at the cute child on the grass. The maid's words only made the girl smile, so she continued to stare at him with a smile and bright eyes, saying that there was nothing to worry about because her Lawrence was clearly not like other children. Having said this, Rose wanted to lift the boy up, so she touched his shoulder gently, lifting him up and saying that their son might be breaking the rules of etiquette, so he should not be scolded. Sweetly embracing her son while leaning him against her body, the Empress bowed her head towards him and said that she would take full responsibility for this, even if the boy violated his manners. Rose continued to love her child, even though she knew full well that he would always have the intelligence of a child. But after a while, when one of the rooms in the palace became dark again, because of the night, a new conversation was brewing between her and her husband. While the moonlight fell on her, the girl stood near the wall and sadly told Eilik that she had heard the news very well, which was gradually spreading like a rumor. Rose looked at the strange letters on the table, telling her husband that she knew perfectly well that the midwife who had been seeing her babies had suddenly died a couple of days ago, and all those who had helped her had gone missing, and that it didn't seem like a coincidence. But Eilik was in no hurry to answer his beloved's questions, but only stood still while he looked at the dark room in which it seemed there were only bare walls and patterns on them. The blonde just looked down and told the guy that wasn't it obvious that something was going on if he already assumed that someone had done something. The girl held a grudge against Eilik and therefore prepared to clench her fist, telling her husband that even despite all these events, he still does something that is ready to literally deprive her of her mind and trust in him. Eilik himself was already on his knees in front of his wife with an expression on his face as if he was truly ashamed when Rose asked him if he was really ready to accept Valet as his second wife, even without paying attention to the events around him. But Rose seemed to have no soul at this news because she looked at her husband with empty eyes and asked why he was willing to do this, because Valet had actually killed the first child. But Eilik interrupted her. Eilik just lowered his head as if he felt real guilt in front of the girl, speaking with confusion and despair that he no longer had any choice in this, But Rose was not going to understand him. He didn't even look at the girl, explaining to her that of course he didn't want this marriage, but it had to be included because there was no other way, and it would be even worse for them if he didn't do it. Rose didn't even intend to understand him because she stood before him with devastation and anger in her soul, while a dark aura was already emanating from her, with which she told Ilek that he should have chosen Alet as his first wife from the very beginning. The man's fingers only tightened as they continued to rest on his lap, as Rose told him that he couldn't move forward without the support of the Offreys family. But now she didn't understand why he made her empress. After saying her words, the girl looked at her husband with madness and rage, causing everything around her to turn black, as she continued to tell Ilek that not only did he let their child die, he was also making her suffer. Ilek didn't know what to say, so he simply looked at the girl and remained silent with a sad face, feeling enormous guilt for everything he had done, especially when he was driven into a dead end and demanded more. Only his hand reached out to the girl, trembling and uncertain, because he wants to feel her warmth at least for 1 second, also telling Rose that he is very distant, but he can't do anything in that situation. He clutched the fabric of his wife's red dress with his hand, crawling towards her on his knees, looking into her eyes and apologizing for everything, explaining his actions by saying that he only wanted to protect her. But Rose still remained mad beyond recognition, not feeling any pity for Ilek, because she looked at him with a smile and even mockery, asking why he wanted to protect her. It was clear from Ilek that he himself suffered greatly felt mental pain, telling his wife that at least now she was alive and was next to him, which partly confirmed his words. But the girl was not satisfied with this. Even though the man in front of her was telling the truth, she was not going to forgive him because she saw in him not a beloved, but a terrible emperor, which made her face darken even when the moonlight fell from the window. Remembering all this, the girl realized that she realized everything from that moment, and that is why she looked at him with madness, saying with a smile that she was grateful that now she would be watching their wedding from afar. Rose even said that she seemed to be crying from happiness because she would be happy to see him with another woman, but Ilek continued to sit on his knees in front of her and pronounce her name as if trying to do everything so that the girl would hear him. Lon lowered his head in front of Rose once again, but the girl herself no longer cared because she looked at him with indifference, while in her eyes a saddened Ilek was reflected, repeating again that they needed to be together. In her head, the lady imagined her childhood with Ilek when they were still very young and sat next to each other, but now the girl understands that it was from that moment that she needed to understand that they were not meant for each other. Having imagined them kissing together as teenagers, Rose repeated in her head that they shouldn't have even dated, let alone fallen in love and started a family together. After that, she imagined her hand in handcuffs holding the Emperor's hand with a white glove, realizing that they were not destined to be together, and it was quite expected that their lives would be destroyed. And then the girl realized that they were both suffering for only one reason, that they could not get out of the rules they were accustomed to. She realized that her eyes were slightly opening, and she noticed someone in front of her. When she opened her eyes even more, she realized that she saw before her a living and slightly worried Ilek, who was calling her by name, obviously because she had suddenly lost consciousness. There were light bruises under the girl's eyes, but she still looked at her husband with relaxed eyes, incomprehensible and seemingly empty when Ilek told her that she suddenly lost consciousness at the banquet. The woman's hand, which lay on the snow-white sheet, twitched slightly when Ilek continued to look at her, and Rose spoke the first words after waking up, or rather pronouncing his name. In front of her, the girl noticed her beloved husband, who was looking at her with excitement and love, asking what she wanted to ask him, not even suspecting that when the girl was unconscious, she remembered her entire past life. The first thing Rose vaguely remembered was how Ilek sat in front of her on her bed in her home, confessing to her that he was a prince. But now the girl only understands that from that moment on, her husband knew about everything. However, the girl also remembered how the guy put his hands on her shoulders, leaning towards her and saying with delight that Valet was his second wife, whom she had to meet now. And as soon as Rose imagined all this in her head, she looked at Ilek with shock and numbness. She would now understand everything, no longer living in ignorance and fog, but understanding everything from beginning to end. She realized that in front of her she saw the man who would make her child die in any case, and make her suffer, and again because in a past life he had experienced the same thing, and therefore the lady's eyes quickly darkened. Then she just couldn't hold herself back because her hand suddenly reached out to Ilek's collar in order to grab it with all her strength, and then pulled it towards herself, shocking the man because of this. Bringing the astonished guy's face as close to her as possible, the girl continued to hold him by the collar as tightly as if she had not slept at all, asking the worried Ilek what he was saying, what he was telling her. Ilek was so surprised by this that his face turned blue from shock, but he continued to look at his wife and not understand what came over her, only saying her name, looking into her eyes with bewilderment. But when the girl's hand even turned red from the force with which she held her husband's collar, she asked him, gritting her teeth, why he allowed her to live as his wife and then die sadly. Tears immediately came from the blonde's eyes, with blue eyes maddened by grief, but she was not afraid to look at her husband and admit to him that she no longer wanted to live through the same thing a second time. The girl said once again that it was enough for her to live in eternal grief, once to be an empress looking at her husband with despair. But Ilek was very restrained in his emotions because he did not say anything, but only marveled at the girl. When his face turned blue again, he said that it was not like that at all, as if trying to calm his wife down, but when he went to touch her, Rose screamed at him not to touch her at all. After shouting out her warning, the woman, who seemed to be emitting red smoke of anger, suddenly jumped up from the bed out of anger, causing Ilek to also stand up, looking into his wife's eyes and not understanding what was wrong with her. Rose blushed with anger, looking at her husband with malice, resentment, and despair, shouting that he knew perfectly well about her death in her past life, and therefore she asks how he could allow her to die again. The girl wanted to clench her hand into a fist, saying that she didn't even want to see him anymore, and wasn't going to trust him either. And besides, she wouldn't even be able to do that to her wife after she was able to remember her past life. The girl lowered her head in sadness and sorrow, touching her face, and asking her husband how she could pretend to be a noblewoman and act like a married couple, behaving like a real fool. Ilek just sat on the bed in the room and looked at Rose as she said that she wanted to end it as soon as possible so that she would not have to go through the same thing that she had gone through in her past life. As soon as the girl said this, Ilek's face instantly twisted in horror and surprise because he continued to look at her, and with bewilderment, with his large gray eyes, asked what she meant. Immediately after this, the guy instantly took the girl by the hand and said that they should never be separated because then they would die together and would not be able to do anything, but Rose insisted on her own. Rose was very surprised by the guy's actions, looking at him with restrained anger and incomprehension, asking what he meant with such an expression on his face, as if Ilek already disgusted her. To the lady's surprise, Ilek became very calm, causing his face to no longer express emotions of anger or shock, because he looked at the lady and said that even if he died, he would still look for her. He even brought the girl's hand closer to his face, parting his lips to say that he would not only find her everywhere, but would do it even despite the cost to him. Ilek, as if Rose was seeing him for the first time in her life, leaned towards her so menacingly that the girl looked into his eyes with fear while everything around them turned blue, and the guy calmly told the girl just not to rave and not to talk nonsense. Rose fell silent because she could not say anything more to him, and so she looked at him with disgusting feelings that were clearly visible in her tired, angry eyes, full of hatred for her husband. The couple looked at each other when the space around them seemed to darken from the negativity, but they did not dare to say anything yet, because now it was unclear what to do next if everything between them became reality. But they would not have been able to talk further alone, because right behind the snow-white door they both heard someone's voice calling the emperor on some matter. Meanwhile, Dora, wearing a blue dress, was standing outside the door, having arrived at the banquet because Rose had fainted, which was why she was standing in front of the door, asking the emperor if she could enter the room. Ilek silently turned to the door because he was slightly surprised by Dora's appearance, which was slightly unexpected for the Ara, but did not bother them because the couple's conversation had already come to an end. He gently let go of his wife's hand, which he had been holding with his palm, until that moment, telling the girl that he would go and open the door for Dora. but the woman didn't even say anything to him because she already held a grudge against him. She was still angry at him, which only made her face frown as she looked at her husband, while Tom asked her to talk to Dora to calm down. But Rose answered him that she didn't have any problems right now, but Alec turned to her with suspicious calm and even indifference, saying as if he were a doctor that she was now confused and needed to calm down so as not to talk nonsense. And after Alec said that he would talk to her later, the door to Rose's room opened slightly because Dora was already preparing to enter the princess's chambers and talk to her. But before entering Rose, the girl with a cute appearance, brown hair and big eyes, saw Alec in front of her who was leaving the room, so she wants to address him, but he interrupted her. The tall, dark-haired man with gray eyes looked calmly at Dora and told her that the Empress was not feeling well at the moment, so she should be prepared for her to talk nonsense and behave strangely. Dora looked at Alea with admiration because she suspected him of something. She noticed that he also behaved strangely when he said that his wife was supposedly emotionally unstable, and she should be prepared for this. Also, before leaving, the brunette cast his empty gaze at Dora, serious and insightful, ordering her to show special care to Rose and not leave her side for a single step. Dora just bowed to the guy, not understanding anything yet, telling him that she would do everything as he ordered her, so he shouldn't even worry about it. However, when Dora was already sitting in front of Rose and talking to her, she saw in front of her only a calm girl who was glad that everything was fine with Dora's father. The modest girl just sat there and looked at Rose with surprise because she did not see an emotional lady in front of her, but an adequate and balanced one, familiar, because of which she did not understand whether Rose was really okay. Dora watched the lady who gave her the beauty of her snow-white hair, looked at her with a smile with her blue eyes, asking if it was difficult for her to look after her. The brunette with green eyes smiled sweetly at the Empress, admitting that she did not cause her any difficulties at all, because carrying out these tasks was her duty, which was why she ended up here. However, when Dora directly told the main character that she was not at all like usual today, it was as if darkness appeared around Rose, and she herself became worried because she assumed that her interlocutor guessed something. But Dora continued her conversation, saying with a smile and a blush that she looked more elegant today because the Emperor had previously warned her that she was not feeling well. And while Rose looked at her quite seriously without any smile, Dora was conscious that if the banquet of Marquis Jeslow was some kind of training for her, then she was very glad that the lady went to it and showed herself in the role of Empress. Then, embarrassed and slightly confused, Rose decided to smile, looking at something and saying that it was all only thanks to her, and she was sure that if it weren't for Dora, she would have disgraced herself there among the aristocrats long ago. But Dora only raised her hand to her cleavage, out of embarrassment, continuing to smile and say that it was an honor for her to help a lady like her, and she was also grateful to her, advising her not to worry about it anymore because everything was fine. The interlocutor told the main character that now she would always be by her side, but the blonde took these words seriously because she looked at her without a smile, as if she was doing this to hear from someone. The girl looked at Dora with her blue eyes as if she had some thoughts in her mind that she was about to express, and soon the girl uttered Dora's name, intending to confess something. Rose asked the brown-haired woman if Ileku had told her anything else, but when Dora heard this, she immediately became more serious because I realized that Rose still had some thoughts or questions, something strange. But she did not look at the Empress with a stony face, because immediately after this, she smiled sweetly and slightly, telling the girl that he had not told her anything else, as if in her heart she very much wanted to know the reason for her interest in this. The blonde said with a smile that she had merely understood her, but in reality she was thinking that for obvious reasons she would not be able to discuss her problems with Dora, because not only would she not understand her, but she would not believe her either. She looked at the submissive girl who sat on the chair with her hands folded, looked at her and smiled, while Rose realized that Dora was probably also Ilec's person who would tell him everything about her as an agent. Looking carefully at the closed snow-white door with dark handles, the girl with the blue eyes thought that if she suddenly wanted to run away from here, Dora would tell Eilik everything, or somehow convince her otherwise. The girl, out of uncertainty, clenched her hand into a fist, also crumpling the white blanket because deep in her soul, she did not understand what to do, and therefore abruptly fell silent, delving into her thoughts. But Dora called the girl by name, which made the blonde look in her direction with interest, preparing to hear something from the brunette, who understood something. They were both in a luxurious apartment with Rose lying on the bed and Dora sitting on a chair in front of her, asking what happened to Eilik as if she had noticed something strange about him. The embarrassed girl tilted her head to the side, admitting that it seemed like she was butting in where it wasn't her business, but she was just curious to know what exactly had happened. At first, the main character in the story looked at Dora with surprise, silent as if her words caught her by surprise, which is why she stared at her as if Dora said something unusual, although this is true. Then she smiled modestly, still looking at her friend and telling her that she was just worrying too much because in reality, nothing terrible had happened and she was worrying about it for nothing. And while the girl assured Dora that everything was fine with Eilik, and that if he didn't say something, it meant that everything was fine with him, the man himself stood in the corridor as if he was devastated. Although he was thinking about something deep, he tilted his head forward slightly, thinking about what had just happened, because his wife's actions and words had clearly made it clear to him that she remembered their past life very well, which he had previously taken for an ordinary nightmare. Eilik doesn't understand why Rose was eventually able to remember the past, which is why she looked at him with empty eyes before fainting and said that Valet was his second wife in the past. This scene still haunts the guy. Now he remembered very well how a couple of minutes ago, immediately after waking up, his wife looked at him with crying, crazy eyes, which is why he had to look at her in shock when she held him by the collar and blamed him for the troubles in life. Unable to bear it, he slammed his fist against the wall, realizing that it was only because of his past life, which had ended long ago, that his life and that of his wife were gradually collapsing, and he could not make a radical decision. Eilik was very disappointed in himself, understanding perfectly well that he did not want to lose Rose again, because only the thought of it made him worry, standing in the corridor near the wall with uncertainty in his own strength. But the thoughts of the confused man who was not doing so well were interrupted by another man who called him as an emperor, which caused the serious Eilik to raise his head and look at his interlocutor with frowning, menacing eyes. He saw in front of him the faithful secretary of Marquis Geslow named Lawrence, who was standing not far from the emperor and looking at him, wondering if everything was okay with him, with a face as if Eilik himself did not inspire confidence in him. Sighing, Eilik stood up and straightened his back, looking away and telling Lieutenant Colonel Lawrence that it was none of his business, while the blond man himself continued to look at him as if the conversation was not over yet. Bowing his head forward, the blonde told Eilik that he understood him, also adding to his words that the Marquis had ordered him to find out about the Empress's condition, and that was why he was now asking him about her health. The blonde had no intention of raising his head in front of the Emperor when the latter was already passing by him, telling him that his wife fortunately had already woken up and was now in the company of Count Rosabetta's wife, that is Dora. After that, Lawrence said that he understood his words perfectly, but when the conversation between them seemed to come to an end, because Eilik walked down the corridor, the blonde turned around looking at the Emperor. That was not all, for Eilik soon felt footsteps behind him, for Lawrence was slowly following him, drawing closer and closer behind him. Eilik immediately asked Lawrence if he was following him, but Lawrence, continuing to walk behind him, replied that of course he wasn't doing that because he was now heading to the doctors to also notify them about Rose's health. The brunette with gray eyes said that it was very good, to which the blonde replied that it was so, continuing to follow the Emperor with an ordinary face that expressed nothing but tension and hostility. They both fell silent as Eilik realized that Lieutenant Colonel Lawrence continued to follow him step by step at a short distance, which the Emperor could clearly hear since he could hear his steps. As it turned out, Lawrence needed something from the Emperor because while he was following him, he was looking at him intently, like a predator at its prey, turning to him to say something at any moment. As soon as the dark-skinned blonde asked the Emperor if he had quarreled with his wife, the leg that the man wanted to stretch forward for the next step stopped as if Ilek really didn't like the servant's question. The gray-eyed boy slowly turned his head towards him, stared intently into his eyes, and told Lawrence that it was very impolite without even trying to answer the question, but he understood that the quick-witted lieutenant colonel had figured it all out himself. Lawrence bowed to the Emperor for the umpteenth time, apologizing for such manners and saying that he had not wanted to interfere in his life from the very beginning, but now Ilek did not understand why he was interested in his relationship with his wife. Blonelin only remembered in his head Ilek, who looked up and dreamed that he wanted to live in a world where Rose could remain his wife. He really told them this, which is why Lawrence now asks the Emperor if he is cooperating with them only because of Rose. The guy with blue eyes said that he realizes that he is only acting out of love for the woman, but it seems to him that now he is worried about something. But Ilek was not so keen on listening to the lieutenant colonel, so he opened his lips and irritably said his name to him in order to make another remark. Turning to Lawrence, the brunette stuck one hand in his trouser pocket, looking at his interlocutor and telling him that he was not going to explain himself to him because he did not trust him, and now he was showing complete disrespect to him. Lawrence looked at the Emperor with calm and soldierly confidence, while Ilek himself said that if he said something like that again, he would make him apologize and regret everything. Then the lieutenant colonel bowed before the Emperor once again and said that he offered him his deepest apologies for the inconvenience, also saying that from now on he would not interfere in his affairs or talk about it. Ilek didn't say anything, turning his body back, but still looking at the blonde with suspicion, as if he was now not just the Marquise's ward, but someone who definitely needed to be closely watched in order to notice any oddities. He went on without saying anything, leaving Lawrence alone while he stood and watched him, which Ilek felt with his back. It seemed that Lawrence did not need to urgently go to the doctors and tell them about Rose, because he continued to look at the Emperor, his gait as if he was thinking about something special in his head. The Emperor had already moved a decent distance away from the blond man, where warm, sunny light from the windows on the left fell on him, but the lieutenant colonel was still looking at him, telling himself that what he was thinking turned out to be true. Lawrence was not afraid to look at the Emperor and say that it was true that he was a royal person to the core, but he did not understand why he took a real slave as his wife, also saying that Ilek was a real liar. However, the next day, things did not go any better in the other family, because one of the maids looked at the tray of food she had brought to the knave earlier and realized that she had hardly eaten anything. The girl with a bun and red eyes looked at the aristocrat with concern on her face and asked her if something had happened at the banquet, which was why she was now eating so little that she practically didn't touch her food. However, when she was behind the doors, white and elegant with golden ornaments, she did not even suspect that in fact the knave did not worry if she entered her room. The thing is that the black-haired beauty was sitting quietly at the table alone and was clearly thinking about something, looking away because her deep thoughts were precisely about what happened at the banquet she attended. Like a Greek goddess, she looked gracefully at something as new thoughts about Ilek and his woman were born in her head, as she remembered the past and as the warm rays of the sun fell on her body. The girl remembered in her head that very expression on Ilek's face when he had just noticed his girlfriend fainting, and that was why he had watched with horror as she lost consciousness. But Valet just couldn't understand why he had made such a stupid expression on his face for her. Valet loved to talk and think, and so while sitting at the table, she preferred to voice her thoughts out loud, saying that it was all very funny and asking herself, what if that lady really was a slave? In her head, she clearly imagined that same little slave girl she had seen in childhood, imagining the adult woman Ilek next to her, realizing that they really were similar, and it was hard to even doubt it. There was only complete calm and composure in the lady's emerald eyes when she asked if it was for this reason that Ilek wanted to strengthen ties with Marquis Geslow, because he had a wife who needed to be protected. She smiled sweetly as she talked and laughed that her treatment of Miss Gladys at the banquet had been very rude and strange, but she had already put all the pieces together herself, and so was approaching the truth with only a grin. And while Valet was thinking that Ilek was now completely disgusting to her, Dora was still next to Rose because with a smile on her face, she was preparing her for the upcoming holiday because Gelso's banquet was not over yet. Dora told the main character that she was glad that she had time to come to her senses and dress up, also looking at her usual earring with a blue stone, decorating the lady's hair and also accentuating her unique heavenly eyes. And Rose's image itself was incredibly gentle and excellent, because in it she was a real queen who was only decorated with blue, but the blonde was smiling because she thanked Dora for helping with the outfit. It was the third day of Marquis Jeslo's banquet, so only a few guests remained in the mansion, who now spent their time outside in the garden talking to each other with glasses of wine. Remembering in her mind the dark bed in which the girl had been lying unconscious, Rose remembered that she had been sleeping all day, which could have caused many to worry about her. The girl with her head down was also aware that today was the last banquet, and therefore she had to be present at least for it. But something made her sad, because of which her face did not express emotions of joy and anticipation. Rose even imagined Marquis Jeslo turning completely red in worry, realizing that it seemed like he was the one worrying about her the most after she passed out, since it was his holiday. Remembering it freshly, the girl with golden hair wanted to close her eyes mentally, ordering herself not to be angry today to take it out on Ilek, but to behave as usual so as not to arouse suspicion among the aristocrats. Remembering the dark aura ladies such as Gladys and Valet, the girl realized that they had probably already left because she didn't want to stay at the party as long as some did. Just the thought of the knave made Rose press her lip in anger, saying the name of the black-haired cunning lady with clenched teeth, as if she was now her next sworn enemy. Imagining the girl with emerald eyes holding a fan, Rose wondered only one question. Would she spread rumors this time that she was a servant just like she did in her past life? Because of the sad memories of her tragic, sad past life, the lady even imagined herself who was confused and therefore sitting alone from everyone somewhere on the road when she was wearing a magnificent red dress. Rose felt sad, realizing that she had fallen into the same trap again, from which it would now be difficult to get out if she did not want to make her children suffer, and especially feel pain again. Rose realized that she wanted to leave this place as quietly as possible, but while the lady was thinking about this, she did not even notice how the one with the dark, shiny shoes, who said that he did not think that it would take them long, hurried into the room. The two girls turned around instantly because the voice had attracted their attention, but while Dora looked at him with admiration and a smile, Rose seemed to meet him with indifference because this was the man she now hated. The girls were looked at by a calm Ilek, who had previously said that they both took a little while to get dressed, while Dora was asking the gentleman what exactly brought him here. Gesturing with his hand, the brunette replied that I just wanted to see Rose, and if he understood correctly, then her preparations for the banquet were already completed, and he could take her. Dora laughed sweetly when the emperor said that he would now accompany the empress, so she could go too, which the brunette replied that she would do so, also slightly embarrassed. After that, the tall brunette approached the main character and asked her with a smile if they could go, offering to hold her hand, but Rose continued to be cold. She seemed to only look at him with indifference and confidence, as if now for her he was not a loving husband at all, but a person with whom staying further is the most difficult task, which is now necessary for a while. Ilek's hand was still in front of the girl, but she was in no hurry to place her hand on her husband's palm because she clearly no longer trusted him. Closing her eyes and raising her hand, Rose realized that gossip spread very quickly among aristocrats, and therefore she cannot be strange in public, show her real attitude towards Ilek, because everything will go wrong. That is why she placed her hand on her husband's hand, saying that she was now ready to go, and also thanking him for waiting and patience. The man allowed himself to only slightly grasp the hand of his beloved wife, saying that she should not thank him for this, because his duty was always not to rush her and to wait faithfully. The guy said this with a smile and sincerity, looking the girl in the eyes, but it could not touch Rose's heart, because Rose still looked at her husband in the eye with indifference to his caresses and words, because now she didn't even feel love for him, but only hatred and a desire to quickly leave not only him, but also this place. But when the couple was already silently walking towards the banquet venue, walking in sync with each other, Ilek suddenly said Rose's name, which is why she asked what he wanted from her. Rose's face darkened with negative emotions when the guy told her to relax just a little, as if he only saw her tense, which was very inconvenient, because now they both needed to show themselves to people. In response, continuing to hold his hand, the girl said that for now this was the best he could do, because now she even hated touching him, so disgusted was she with Ilek. But as soon as the girl confessed her new feelings, the tall guy sadly said his wife's name, as if it was very painful for him to see this, as if now he wanted to return everything to the way it was. Rose doesn't even look at Ilek, ordering him not to even call her name anymore, because she doesn't want to hear anything from him anymore, not even words about boundless love or the conviction that he is protecting her. Ilek looked at her with sadness, saying that he understood perfectly well that she was confused now, but as he said, she just needed to continue to fight because nothing good would come out of her behavior. And when Ilek said that if she remembered her past life, this was just a second chance for them to live happily together. However, the lady was not happy about it, continuing to remain silent, walking with her mouth closed. The brunette was also serious, confessing to Rose that he would no longer make naive choices, and therefore she needed to stop worrying because now they could definitely live happily together as an emperor and empress. But the girl's hand only jerked away from the guy, as if now she hated him even more, and Rose also said that if he did not understand, she would tell him her words again. Her eyes became very dark, scary, and unpleasant when she was angry at Ilek looking at him and repeating in a stern voice that now she did not even want to hear anything from him. Rose behaved this way because she clearly remembered in her memory how in a past life, this same man stood before her on his knees and pathetically apologized for marrying a second woman, justifying himself by saying that it was necessary and he could not do otherwise. The entire space, especially around Rose, turned red from the aura of tension as the girl realized that her life was being destroyed just because she had to watch with her own eyes how her husband's wives raised their sons. Imagine the head of the knave in bed with a child, and also Gladys with a barrel, and a son from Ilek. Rose realized that she was only watching someone else's happiness, when aristocrats gave birth to children from her husband, and everyone despised her and called her a slave. The girl also clearly imagined herself in the darkness, who with her head down sadly stands not far from those who spread gossip about her being a real commoner who cannot even give birth to an heir for the emperor. Remembering all this from her past life, Rose's face became not just sad or devastated, but silent to the point of quiet horror, because the fear of living it all over again was very great, and she did not want to stay with Ilek. She was also sad because Ilek never told her the truth, taking her for a lamb who was ready to do anything for him. But by this time the lady's feet had already brought her to the street where the sun was falling on the road and on her blue dress. The couple found themselves in front of Marquis Geslow, who was very happy to see them. So he turned to them and asked first of all how the Empress was feeling when Ilek next to her seemed empty and very serious. Rose smiled at the Marquis as if nothing had happened to her, saying that she was already fine and much better, so he didn't need to worry about her anymore. The man with the mustache also smiled at the llama, admitting that he was incredibly happy about the news, also saying that in truth she had scared him a lot, and he was afraid that her condition was getting worse. Turning his back to the couple to move on, Geslow said with a smile that he was pleased to see that she had now recovered and could attend the banquet, which the lady smiled at, thanking her for her worries. But it seems that Ilek wanted to introduce clarity into the conversation, saying with displeasure that in fact his wife refused to return to the banquet given her condition because she did not want to cause difficulties for everyone. The Marquis only turned around and said that they were both very considerate, but Rose also continued to smile, looking at her husband and ordering him not to mention it if he did not want to put everyone in an awkward situation. Continuing to behave very sweetly, and as if the most terrible, life-changing things had not happened to her, putting her hand to her cleavage and telling the Marquis with big eyes that she really did not want to cause them trouble. The girl's words made the Marquis turn around and look at the couple as if he wanted to hear something else, some explanation of the proposal. Then the main character felt awkward. She looked at the floor and apologized to the Marquis for her words because she felt that the atmosphere had changed, but in fact she felt it not for the first time because of Ilek. Ilek calmly responded to his wife's words, saying that he himself does not feel that the atmosphere has begun to change, because for him everything is as usual, which he allegedly said about his relationship with his wife. To this, the Marquis only smiled, saying a strange phrase, saying that they could be sure that for someone who was constantly near them, it was difficult for him to notice changes, and therefore he did not feel anything. Ilek was calm to the tips of his fingers, looking at the Marquis with seriousness and saying that a married couple like her should always stay together, but Geslo only laughed at this, asking if it was true. Rose just silently listened to her husband's words and understood that he was increasingly disgusting to her because he was a consistent and correct person to the point of unbearable, because of whom she even looked away. The couple still held hands, but this was what made the girl feel disgusted, because she could not show her true emotions in public, angry and so strong that she was ready to come up with a plan to escape from her husband. When everything around her darkened due to gloomy thoughts, and she lowered her head and began to think, she realized that she would not be able to leave such a sensitive and attentive person as Ilek on her own, and when the lady began to think about who could help her greatly in carrying out her plan to escape from her husband, the girl stood in the sun in front of the Marquis, who was already about to say something important to the girl. Marquis Geslo looked at the lady and said with a grin that he had not even introduced his faithful secretary to her yet, and now he was going to fix that because his lieutenant colonel was already on his way to them. Rose just smiled sweetly like a roller, saying that it was very cool and asking the man who it could be, and at that moment the white-haired handsome man had already appeared in the company's field of vision, which is why the Marquis pointed at him with his hand, while Rose and Ilek looked at him, and the lieutenant colonel intended to come closer to everyone and get acquainted. And as soon as the main character noticed the blonde, her blue eyes not only could not tear themselves away from him, she was also very surprised by him opening her eyes wider, as if she saw in front of her not just a man. The blonde man with black shoes himself stopped, saying in a loud and piercing voice that he solemnly greeted Rose as the future Empress ruler and respected by all. The boy with snow-white hair and dark skin looked at the lady with kind eyes and a smile, saying that his name was Lawrence, and it was an honor for him to do business with her to connect his family with the Emperor's family. The blonde with blue eyes was so surprised by his appearance that she couldn't even hide her shock, which is why she looked at the guy as if she saw a very old acquaintance or a unique, handsome man in front of her. It seemed that even her heart began to beat much faster, which is why everyone around could hear it. But the lady continued to look at him with her mouth slightly open, pronouncing the name as if a numbness had come over her. But Lawrence still looked at the Emperor's wife with politeness and calmness, asking Rose why she had called him, although in fact the girl had whispered his name only out of incredible shock. Noticing that she was acting very strangely, the blonde became embarrassed, looking down and only telling Lawrence that she was very glad to meet him, giving him her sincere, shy smile. Lawrence also looked at the lady sweetly and responded with a grin, saying that he was also very pleased to meet her. All his feelings for her were mutual. He was incredibly glad to see her in full health, smiling. He also bowed to the Empress until the charming smile slipped from his face, through which he wished Rose to spend her time at the banquet with pleasure, resting from all the problems. He did not say anything else, but simply placed his hand on his chest to bow to the Emperor, Empress, and Marquis, paying them respect before leaving once again on his business. However, when Lawrence was already turning his back on everyone and leaving the garden heading in an unknown direction, Rose was still thinking with shock about the fact that she was sure that this was the same Lawrence that she knew before. Even when the guy was leaving, the Empress did not stop looking at him and following him with her gaze, which is why life even sparkled in her eyes, because she realized that this was not just the Marquis's secretary, but her old friend. But she should have looked at Ilek, whose face even in the light of day had become as dark as at night, when he ordered his wife in a monotonous voice to sit down somewhere to talk alone. The blonde understood everything and therefore resigned herself to everything, closing her eyes and telling the guy that she agreed to his request, already preparing for a difficult conversation with a man who was ready to give his life for her. While Rose was checking with the Marquis where exactly they could retire, continuing to follow Geslow, Eilek, like a dark cloud, walked next to his wife with a gloomy face which did not bode well for the subsequent conversation with the Empress. Once again, there was nothing more in Eilek's eyes than a desire to sort everything out as quickly as possible so that nothing would go unnoticed in front of him, especially when it came to the fact that his wife was smiling at the man and not even looking at him. Meanwhile, Lawrence himself was leaving the couple, not even suspecting that because of him, not only disagreements would arise between them, but also real hatred which would increase, because now Rose was not going to give in to people and fate. After some time, the couple was already sitting in their places, snow-white chairs, but Rose still looked only forward, but not at her husband, the most nasty person in her life, who again drove her into the same trap. Not far from them, at the same table, sat a lieutenant colonel who was eating a steak alone and not talking to anyone, preferring to eat without company or conversation. As it turned out, it was him that the main character had been looking at all this time, and she wasn't even embarrassed by it, which made Eilek literally radiate the darkest aura in the world, heartlessly and angrily asking his wife if she could take her eyes off that blonde guy. But Rose turned her head towards him, with an expression on her face as if she didn't really understand what he meant, because up until that moment she had been in her own thoughts, unable to follow her husband's words. Then Eilek, with a serious face, clarified that he meant exactly that lieutenant colonel at whom she had smiled earlier, saying this with such a dark and dissatisfied face that it seemed that even sunlight would not make it brighter. Rose felt her husband's satisfaction, but not his twitchiness, so she didn't even look at him, asking what he meant, as if the guy wanted to say that the girl didn't take her eyes off the blonde only because she liked him. Eilek was not satisfied with the heroine's question, so he asked her with an empty look why she was lying so openly, saying that he understood perfectly well why Rose was looking at him, which is why he was angry at her. Eilek continued to be darker than a thundercloud, looking at his wife with a gloomy look, when on the contrary, golden rays of light fell on her, illuminating her like an angel, and at that moment the girl said that if he did not believe her, she did not care. In response, Eilek became even darker and gloomier, as if an enemy was sitting in front of him, but he looked at his wife and asked her if she would continue to talk to him in such a disrespectful tone. Rose also instantly got angry at him, frowning slightly and asking with displeasure how he could say such a thing to her. But when the girl realized that she had raised her voice, she immediately began to speak more quietly. The fact is that the noise at one table attracted the attention of Dora, who was sitting not far from the imperial couple, and seemed to be eavesdropping on their conversation, sitting next to her husband. But when she noticed Rose's gaze, she was surprised. In order not to embarrass the couple and not to appear as the person who was eavesdropping on them, Dora quickly blinked at her husband and began to smile, saying something nice to him, which caused her husband to look at her with a smirk and calmness. Rose suddenly stopped talking because she realized that her behavior and her husband's mannerisms were already strange enough for people to look at them, and if they wanted to express their emotions, they needed to find another place to do it. But Eilek remained dissatisfied with his wife's behavior, even when she asked him to stop behaving like that, because they were already being looked at suspiciously, to which he, with a seemingly inanimate face, replied that they should be alone. But the girl looked at the guy in surprise, as if she didn't understand why he wanted to leave the banquet just to sort things out with her, which had already become complicated between them. Even the food on the plate was left uneaten because the aristocrat only touched it lightly, explaining to the Empress that it would be very impolite if they left right now, but that is exactly what he wanted to do. The brunette was already rising from his seat, looking at his wife with tense eyes, and saying again that they should discuss this, and not here, but where there would definitely be no lovers who could hear them. But when the couple behaved quite sweetly in public, holding hands so as not to be at odds, and while the Marquis was about to say goodbye to them, Dora looked at them from afar and did not understand why they were already leaving. Dora's husband assumed that the imperial couple was just tired, but from the suspicious look of the brunette, it was clear that something was clearly going on between Eilek and Rose, if she had noticed something earlier. They both looked at the supposedly cute couple who were smiling at each other and holding hands, but no one yet knew that between them there was just as much misunderstanding and anger as there was love. When Dora's husband asked his wife if she would go outside to check if everything was okay between them, the girl only answered with a smile, saying that she thought everything would be okay even if she was absent. Dora was confident in the Emperor who had continued to hold Rose's hand up until that moment, because she saw him as a strong man who would do everything for Rose. But the problem was that the girl herself now did not want to see him. And when everyone was celebrating the banquet and enjoying the food, the imperial couple silently walked along the building, where there were not even birds. There was perfect silence in which only their steps on the stone road could be heard. Eilek was silent, not intending to say anything to Rose first, as if he held a grudge against her or was waiting for the right moment to express all his emotions correctly without turning the conversation with his unbalanced wife into a scandal. And the blonde herself did not want to say anything to Eilek, because now he is not her beloved husband, but a man who again drove her into the same fate from which she does not even know how to get out, if she just wants to live peacefully. The couple did not even turn their heads towards each other, and when Rose got tired of the silence, she asked her husband, but he wanted to tell her so much that they had to leave the banquet in front of everyone. Sighing, the lady, angry with her husband, looked at Eilek and asked him with displeasure if he was already sure that she had allegedly fallen in love with Lawrence at first sight. And the girl said to the window, like, even if it was so, what difference does it make if now she doesn't even love him but hates him with all her soul? But Eilek continued to remain silent with an angry face, becoming even more dissatisfied because of his wife's words. Looking forward, the girl said angrily that she remembered perfectly well that he had other wives and children in his past life, and therefore she did not even have the right to tell her anything concerning Lawrence. But the only thing Eilek said was an argument like it hadn't even happened yet, and Rose was wrong to be angry with him and worried because he had told her many times that he would now make different decisions. Rose lowered her head in surprise when her husband once again said angrily that they had returned exactly at that moment in life when nothing had happened yet, which meant that this was a chance to live well as emperor and empress. And also looking forward with the same irritation, the man said that only he and she remembered that illusion, and therefore they did not need to worry that everyone around had been in a past life and remembered it. Just because of that word, because of which Eilek greatly devalued all the girl's suffering in her past life, Rose stopped without saying a word, because of which Eilek looked at her and also stopped walking. The girl's face became so dark as if night had fallen around her when she angrily asked her husband if he considered everything that had been before to be just an illusion, like a dream in which he lived as an emperor and she suffered like a slave. Clenching her hand into a fist which was shaking from the rage that the girl was holding back, she muttered that he was right, that no one except them knew about the second life, but according to the lady, he did not take one thing into account. Suddenly, the girl let out all her negative emotions, screamed that he remembered everything perfectly, because of which she grabbed her face and bent down when the darkness around her only thickened. She began to cry. When tears began to flow from the girl's mad eyes, she looked at her husband with despair and horror on her face, screaming that she remembered very well how all their children died and also remembered her life, where she was compared to an animal and not to an empress. But when the girl asked her supposedly beloved husband why they were living as if nothing had happened and they didn't know what would happen next, Eilek was just about to turn to her to answer. It was as if all life and hope for being happy with Rose had disappeared from Eilek's eyes. They became truly gray and lifeless when he said the girl's name, intending to convince her once again. Turning to Rose, the guy stood in front of her and asked if she ever wanted to live her life again, but without the death of their children and without all the bad things that happened to him in the past life that they remember. The sad man told his wife that fortunately they met again, and it was definitely not in vain because they were destined to overcome the difficulties that lay ahead together again. The boy said the name of their first child who was never able to be born in their past life, a boy named Klaus, because Eilek wanted to touch his wife's waist and say that he was very sad about the death of his children. But as soon as the girl noticed the guy's hands near her, she was not afraid to hit her so hard that her husband's palm bounced off her a meter, because Rose had previously told her husband that she no longer wanted to even feel his touch on herself. The girl covered her stomach with her hands, as if protecting her current child from his father, looking at her husband with anger and disappointment, saying that it was terrible that they met again, and terrible that he would never be able to understand her. Rose kept her hands on her stomach because she wanted to at least protect her unborn son from the terrible horror ahead, telling Ilek that the same events would happen again if they didn't separate. The Empress no longer trusts her child even to her husband, since she remembered her past life mistaking Ilek for an enemy, which she now looks at with anger and irritation. Alec could only look sadly at his wife, who was moving further and further away from him, although only yesterday she had said that she would never leave him, considered him the center of her life. So there was complete silence between the couple because the Emperor was unable to speak out to the girl, who did not accept his surrender and even forbade her to touch her. But Rose suddenly lowered her head and visibly tensed when she heard a loud male voice behind her belonging to Lawrence. There was indeed a blond man standing behind the lady who walked up to the couple and stopped saying that they were here again, while Ilek looked at him sternly, as if he was about to attack him like an angry predator. There was not only tension in Ilek's eyes, but also anger at the man when he told the lieutenant colonel that it seemed he had previously informed his marquise of what he needed to do while on vacation, exactly what tasks he should perform. Lawrence just closed his eyes and sighed, saying that the Marquis had told him about it, and he also said that he was here because there was some special urgent proposal for him. Lawrence opened his eyes and first looked down at the Empress, looking at her blue eyes, and saying that he had left the banquet earlier because he had to patrol all the areas. But Rose was afraid to even look at Lawrence once more when he said that he came here only because he heard loud sounds that seemed very suspicious to him. But Ilek continued to look at the extra in his conversation with his wife with displeasure, ordering him not to worry about anything anymore and to continue patrolling and not to linger in one place when they wanted to be alone. Lieutenant Colonel Marquis Jeslow did not say a word because he understood that something was wrong between the couple, but according to manners and hierarchy, he no longer had the right to ask anything of the Emperor who had given him the order to leave here. Taking the first step to pass by the couple, Lawrence told the Emperor that he would do so, already preparing to walk away because he was nothing compared to the imperial couple who possessed great grandeur. The big man with blonde hair was about to approach Rose, but this only made her even more worried. She was afraid to even look at the man, considering her relationship with her husband, but she was still completely indifferent to Lawrence. And it was precisely because the girl was very curious about Lawrence that she wanted to raise her head to him, looking at the lieutenant colonel with her large blue eyes, which the sunlight only adorned and made more beautiful. Lawrence also looked at the girl as if he was also interested in the Empress, and therefore took advantage of the moment to look at her for at least a couple of seconds, as if they were at least slightly familiar. At the same moment when their eyes met, the main character turned away and looked down in embarrassment, when Lawrence was already passing by her, and when she wondered whether the lieutenant colonel remembered her at all. And while the girl was remembering that their first meeting was a long time ago because it happened in a past life, Lawrence walked away from the couple to return to patrolling on the orders of the embittered Ilek. But when it seemed that he would pass by the couple without saying a word, his steps slowed. Stopping, he sighed and laughed, and wanted to turn to the woman as if he remembered something and wanted to tell her something about it. Lawrence turned to the main character, looked at her again, and in a questioning tone called her Lala, as if that was her name, although in fact, Rose's name is not that, which looks very strange. Ilek didn't even turn to the lieutenant colonel, but he heard the word perfectly well, very suspicious and incomprehensible, continuing to look at his wife, who in turn looked at Lawrence, and could not take her eyes off him. Just one word surprised Rose so much that she continued to look at the guy with round, shocked eyes, as if her expectations had come true, and Lawrence had remembered her after all, letting her know this only thanks to Lal's word. It seemed that Ilek had noticed his wife's strange reaction to the word, and therefore turned to Lawrence, asking with displeasure what exactly he had just said, since he was the only one who did not understand what the word lala meant. And as expected, the lieutenant colonel told Alec that he hadn't said anything special, leaning down and seeming to bow, while a drop of sweat ran down his cheek as if the man himself was slightly agitated. Bowing to the emperor once more, Lawrence explained that he seemed to be talking to himself, but as Alec stood before Rose, he knew perfectly well that the lieutenant colonel was lying, justifying himself with some meaningless sentences. It was with such thoughts that Alec's gaze was very cold, lifeless, because he was even more jealous of his wife, understanding that there was clearly something between her and Lawrence. And Rose herself said nothing more when Alec pierced her with an icy gaze, preferring to look anywhere but at her husband, who already clearly knew that he did not know something about Lawrence and Rose. When the banquet came to an end, the couple was already in their dark carriage, intending to return home. But even after some time, there was still something unspoken between them, and they remained silent when they were alone and waiting for the journey to begin. Leaning back in his seat as if he was very tired or thinking about something, Alec, still with lifeless eyes, said that he was sure that at that moment he called out to Rose using the word Lala. Rose's eyes widened in mild shock when her husband said the word Lala, as if he had been able to figure it out himself and tell the girl the truth. But whatever he said, the lady still didn't plan on explaining herself to him. Recalling his past life, Alec indifferently told his wife that last time the Marquise's men and himself were very quickly eliminated, which is probably what happened to the lieutenant colonel, which he said as if he wanted it. Alec did not prefer to look at the girl but only peered at something ahead, telling Rose in a stern voice that he had no idea that they knew each other. Even in the couple's carriage, it became very dark from the tension, but the girl was in no hurry to prove to the guy that she loved him, or vice versa, since she preferred to look out the window and remain silent, because Alec himself understood everything perfectly well. When it was time to answer, the girl just turned away from the guy so that through her light hair, her eyes were not visible when she asked Alec, like, even if so, why should she explain herself to someone who would cheat on her with several women? Alec had to just look at the woman who even turned her head away from him, looking out the window and repeating that she was not going to say anything, because now she hated him with all her soul. The girl looked at the carriage window from which the golden sun was visible when her husband said that he had resigned himself to her statements because he had expected that she would not want to tell him anything. But Alec still wasn't going to leave it all just like that, because while he was calmly looking at his wife and thinking about something, he understood that he personally needed to learn as much as possible about the mysterious lieutenant colonel. The couple arrived at their residence, a snow-white palace with beautiful lanterns and columns, many windows under which were rose bushes, and above which was a beautiful sunset with red clouds. Alec was already sitting at his desk and working, looking at the servant who bowed to him and said that he had come to him with a report which he had previously asked to conduct. The man took the stack of papers with the text in his hands when the servant told him that it was the information about the Ofrace family that he asked for, to which Alec replied that it was good work, already looking at the text and reading it carefully. One piece of text caught Alec's attention, more causing him to look at it more closely, reading from it that Killian had supposedly risen to the rank of lieutenant colonel. To this the servant replied that much had been said there about Ofrace's eldest son, but he was still delving into the gossip, not understanding what was true and what was a lie, which was usually spread by other aristocrats. But Alec was not satisfied with this, so he looked at the result of the service with calmness, saying that these rumors could not be a lie, and also ordering to find out everything since Killian was a weak spot in the Ofrace family. After bowing, the servant said that he understood the emperor's words perfectly, after which he was about to leave, but Alec stopped him, saying that he had just forgotten to tell him something else. The emperor looked at his servant with a serious look, saying that there was one more matter that they had to clear up because it was of such special importance to him, because it concerned Rose and Lawrence. While Alec was ordering every person serving him to investigate all the people who were around him, his wife was sitting quietly in another room, also at a desk, with a piece of paper and items for creating letters on it. But at the time when she needed to do something clearly important, the girl preferred not to even put her hands on the table because she could not come to terms with what had happened to her earlier with a calm face. She still remembered perfectly well in her head how Lawrence turned to her and said the word Lala, which made her instantly so surprised that her power of speech was lost for some time. Only this moment made the girl look at the table with sad eyes because she could not believe that Lawrence eventually remembered her and even said the name that he called her a long time ago when Rose was still very small and defenseless. Thinking about Lawrence made the girl remember her very first meeting with him when she, being in complete darkness, sat among the angry and was afraid to move, shaking with fear as if she was afraid that adults would find her at any moment and deal with her. But when she heard the word Lala, she raised her head and looked in the direction of the voice with tear-stained eyes because a young boy like her was already running up to her, clearly worried about her fate, health, and happiness. In front of her, she saw a teenager with blonde hair, dark skin, and blue eyes, so she said his name as if she already knew who he was. But Lawrence only asked her to leave. And when an unknown person in a cloak stood nearby, making it impossible to tell who it was, Lawrence began to worry very much about Lala, ordering her to get up and leave immediately. The guy grabbed the girl by the hands and tried to lift her to her feet so that she would quickly run away from here and escape death, but it seemed that the blonde resisted him, telling him to wait for something. Lawrence tried to lift the girl, even when she resisted him, and was afraid, shouting that she wouldn't go in anywhere, because she didn't want to leave because something was holding her here. The blonde, in spite of everything, tried to help the girl and make her run away from here, also looking at her with a sad look and ordering her not to talk nonsense because if she sits here, she will definitely die. They will find her. But he stopped when the lady in the dark hood covered her face with her hands and began to cry, causing her tears to fall one after another from her face to the ground, and she confessed to Lawrence that she was terribly afraid. With her head down, the girl, terrified to the point of trembling, explained to the boy that she could die if she ran away because it was against the orders of her master, for whom she was a slave for life. Out of fear, the girl even imagined in her head the terrible memories of her father's death, imagining a cut-down tree with a large splash of blood on it, and Rose told Lawrence that she was afraid of ending her life the same way. But Lawrence still insisted on his own, and when the moonlight fell slightly on him, he told Rose that she still had to run away from here if she wanted to survive and not be a thing. And when the little girl took the hood off her head, the boy with white hair was next to her and explained that such a fragile, weak girl would not live very long, doing the hard work that her master had taken her for. Bowing his head to the little girl, the tall boy with snow-white hair said that if she was lucky and grew up, then the life of the morning would end for her, and something good and happy would begin for her. Ooze just looked at him with despair and sadness when tears could have come from her eyes at any moment, and Lawrence told her that he was tired of seeing how people took everything for granted and did not even try to change everything for the better for themselves. But Lawrence once again pushed Rose towards the exit on his back and told her to go anyway, because those who were looking for her would not look for a little slave for long. At the end, Lawrence shouted to the girl that if anyone broke in, he would hold them back, and he only told her to run, pushing her forward, while on Rose's face there was only emotion of fear from the unknown. And so the guy let the little girl go, pushing her forward with his hand and letting her go forever for many years, shouting that she should live the life she wants and no longer be afraid of anything in her path. Remembering all this, the adult Rose became sad, still sitting on the table and looking at the objects, as if she had some work to do, but did not start it because of the sadness in her soul. After some time, she began to do something, creating letters with invitations and sealing them for sending, making a wax stamp on them, and gradually the lady was able to make not one but several letters. Tamping the red wax with a seal, the girl sealed each envelope and then placed it on the table to begin writing other letters, thus finishing preparing the invitations to her banquet. But she was distracted from her work by someone who entered the room without knocking, which is why the blonde looked up at him and looked at him in surprise, while the man said that he was surprised that she was here sitting at the table. This man turned out to be Ilek, whose face showed no emotion of joy because he was still sad and angry about his relationship with his wife. But looking at her, he admitted that he thought she would be resting in the bedroom. Rose remained calm, telling the man that she was writing invitations to the banquet and also continuing to make stamps from red wax, thereby sealing the envelopes before sending them. The blonde told her husband that they only had a couple of days left to prepare everything, and that was why she decided to make invitations, which is why there were already a lot of letters on the table when Rose's red pen lay next to them. She didn't get distracted from her work explaining to Eilek that she needed to finish something which she was doing now, without giving the guy much of a glance since she wanted to pay special attention to the letters. But Eilek was more interested not in his wife but in what she was doing, because he also looked at the letters she had made as if he was about to want to take a closer look at them, because they were invitations for the guests of the banquet. With his fingers, he moved the letters slightly in different directions, examining each one with special attention, and as if trying to find the one special one that he needed. Soon he took all the letters in Rui while Reluz looked at him because Eilek read out loud the names of those invited, such as Marquis Myers, Count Rosabeth, Count Britain, and also Marquis Geslow, who interested the Emperor most. Holding the letters in his hands, the guy looked at his wife with a smile and told her that this was a good excuse to meet with the secretary of the Marquis of Geslow if she invited him to her banquet, meaning Lawrence. But Rose only felt uncomfortable with her husband's excessive jealousy, so she closed her eyes and sighed, asking what excuse he was talking about and whether she should invite Marquis Geslow at all if he didn't like it. However, looking at the letters, Eilek still said that this was a very good excuse to meet Lawrence, because he already realized that there was a very close relationship between her and him. Rose fell silent with slight confusion when her husband said that he already knew that they had spent their childhood together and were not just acquaintances but close friends, and for that reason, strange glances often arose between them. Looking at Eilek, Rose asked if he had checked the backgrounds of the people she dealt with, already guessing that her husband had ordered the servants to find out everything possible and impossible about the aristocrats. But when Eilek looked at his wife in exactly the same way, he said that he found out about this completely by accident when he was investigating the Offreys family, because Lawrence, as it turned out, was connected to them. Remembering in his mind his young secretary with brown hair and amber eyes, Eilek said that his protégé was smart and therefore did not allow even the slightest mistake, learning more and more necessary information about others. Eilek remembered the secretary feeding him a new report in the form of sheets of information telling him that he was going to report it to him anyway, so he was giving him everything he could find about Lieutenant Colonel Lawrence. Rose just silently listened to her husband's story when he told her that Lawrence was the illegitimate son of Count Offreys, but from the expression on the blonde's face one could understand that she no longer liked the strange conversation with her husband. The gray-eyed boy leaned his head forward and said that it was Lawrence who was called the family's disgrace, and a child born out of wedlock trying to humiliate him, although he was indeed the illegitimate son of Count Offreys. The main character was sadly silent, listening to Eilek's words about how Lawrence did not become an aristocrat because his mother was just his father's mistress, and therefore when he was little he did any dirty work, and soon he became a worker at the Geslow Macrees, which is why he erased his past life. The guy also wasn't afraid to tell his wife that, to tell the truth, Lawrence's job was very bad, which he said with a certain indifference and calm, as if Rose would understand that it would be better not to mess with him. But he was interrupted by Rose, who was angry with him, and would not even look him in the eye, keeping her head down, and asking Eilek what she got out of it, and what he was trying to achieve by telling her this. Looking Eilek straight in the eyes, the lady asked what he wanted to hear from her, whether he wanted to hear the words about how she didn't expect him to be so bad. But no matter what he said, she still wouldn't stop communicating with him. But as the darkness thickened around her, the blonde smiled slyly and maliciously, saying that she would not even sympathize with him because his life was no different from hers, terrible and tragic. But Eilek only looked at her with incomprehension, asking why she was now putting herself on an equal footing with him, since she, like him, were completely different people, at least in that she was the Empress, and he was only a secretary. The blonde's eyes darkened even more, and the girl herself looked down as if she was going crazy with rage in her soul, telling her husband that in fact they were the same, because both were slaves who should not even be near aristocrats. Eilek frowned, looking at the girl, and trying to convince her with excitement, Govyar, that she was not at all such a slave as the Dumont, therefore she should not even compare herself to someone else. But Rose still didn't want to listen to him, only looking away when the evil darkness thickened above her, and she herself asked Elec what he would say then about Lawrence, on whom she had made a dossier. The Emperor fell silent, looking at the girl who was sitting at her desk, and saying that he himself had said that Lawrence had lived a bad life, but it was very similar to her when she did not become his wife. Slowly lowering her head down with a wide smile, the blonde said that Lawrence definitely didn't choose this job because for him it might be the best choice possible. But everything around Alec was starting to get dark because his mood was gradually falling. He looked at his wife with disappointment and tension, asking why she was protecting Lawrence. The words of her husband quickly made the main character release all her negative emotions, because of which she glared at her husband with rage and madness, shouting how he could not understand her. Ilek could only look in amazement at the woman who, after the screams, only spoke sadly, saying that he, as an aristocrat, would never be able to understand not only her, but also all the slaves who had experienced something terrible. At this point, the conversation between Rose and Ilek ended, which is why the man decided to continue working, even though the moon was visible outside the window and it was getting close to night. But he still sat at the table and wrote a letter. His face showed very unpleasant emotions, because in his head he still remembered his wife's words about how he, the Emperor, would never be able to understand slaves and their feelings, to feel the pain in their souls and their despair. He even imagined Rose in his head, who said her words with incredible madness, a smile and evil, adding that a person from the noble nobility would not understand slaves even after death. The terrible memories in his head made his body jerk, causing the boy's hand to slip the pen to slide across the paper, leaving a large ink mark on it. Holding a pen in his hands, which was completely covered in ink due to the sudden movement, the guy grabbed his head and looked sadly at what he had done because he was already tired, but the work needed to be redone as soon as possible. But he didn't even suspect that the same thing happened to Rose when she was writing something with a pen on paper, but because of a sharp jerk of her hand, a black inky line appeared on it, which spoiled the entire document. Rose could only look at Yatno sadly, also thinking that she regretted what she had said, that it was very stupid of her to blame Ilek when he had done nothing wrong. The girl raised her hand with the pen in her hand again, realizing that talking would definitely not change anything, and she needed to act in order to quickly escape from here and not meet a sad fate a second time. She was left to finish her work in complete darkness, feeling total loneliness, because now she could not speak out to anyone or tell the truth, because surrounded by aristocrats she was not allowed to be herself. And the next day she was already with a smile on her face because she couldn't seem strange, and she was also holding pieces of paper in her hand, telling someone that wearing fur had now become fashionable among the nobility. The girl in the yellow dress sat opposite Dora and showed her his work on the table, telling her that she wanted to organize her banquet outside because it would be very hot inside if everyone was wearing furs. The girl also looked at Dora and said that she wanted to invite a landscape designer from abroad as soon as possible because the garden needed to be trimmed beautifully. Dora looked at the lady and listened silently, while Rose asked her if she could find out what paperwork she needed to do in order to contact the designer. But when Rose noticed that Dora seemed to be silent and only looked at her, not saying a word, the blonde was surprised, pronouncing the name of her interlocutor and not understanding what had happened to her. Only then did Dora smile, apologizing for her behavior and saying that she was lost in thought for a moment, but Rose asked her what had made her think so much. Dora imagined in her head the very same Rose that she saw in front of her for the first time, and said that she simply remembered her at that moment, remembering in general the time when she was shy and insecure. Looking confidently at the Empress, Dora said that she had never even thought before that she would be so angry that it would make her surprised, remembering their very first meeting. But Rose was more surprised when Dora told her directly that she noticed that right after the banquet, it seemed to her that she was behaving very strangely, but now, according to the girl, she understands that this is not so. The girls continued to sit on the sofas and look at each other when Dora told them that, looking at her, she understood that her insight and judgment were simply impeccable because she was trying very hard. Dora even asked if it was too much for Rose, but when the girl heard these words, life seemed to appear in the lady's eyes because they sparkled, became brighter and more pleasant. There were blue cups of tea on the table near the aristocrats, but neither of them had touched them yet when Rose told Dora that she essentially had no choice, which was why she was changing. Rose folded her arms and looked at her friend with a smile and said that being the Empress was her duty, and she didn't even mean Ilek's involvement in this, because if she was here she had to do what was expected of her. Then Dora looked down, and with a slight smile said that she had just wanted to say about the Emperor, that she was sure that he had not wanted to burden her to put pressure on her, and that was why Dora did not want her to hold a grudge against him. At that moment, Rose took the cup in her hands, intending to lift it, but as soon as Dora said something about Ilek, Rose doubted because she has a completely different opinion regarding her husband. Raising the cup in her hands, the lady looked at Dora with a smile, saying that she understood Ilek's intentions, but she still had to do what she had to do because that was what the aristocracy wanted. The girls looked at each other when the main character said that she remembered Dora's words about how she needed to become strong, not to let anyone look down on her. Rose said that she remembered them perfectly. Rose told Dora with a smile that from now on she had become an integral part of this world, the world of aristocracy, and therefore she was obliged to be a noblewoman because she had no and could not have any. But when the blonde said that she as a woman from a lower society needed to be impeccable in order to stay with Ilek, Dora noticeably became angry as if telling the girl not to talk like that about herself. But Rose fell silent, looking at Dora with surprise when she said that now she had unsurpassed diction, posture, and manners, so she could not even compare with real arithmeticians. Dora put the blue cup of tea on the saucer, saying that the way she had learned everything in such a short time amazed her, so she should not say such offensive things about herself. But Rose just folded her arms across her legs, not understanding whether Dora was truly worried about her, but when she thought about it, she said once again that she herself knew perfectly well that she had no other choice. Having imagined in her mind the darkest castle under which rose bushes grow, the girl said that she would never become even a little bit like the nobles, because even manners and etiquette could not make her an aristocrat. No one would accept her into high society ever in her life. She hung her head sadly and said that it would be foolish of her to even try to be a real noblewoman, and so she would simply accept what she could not do and complete the tasks that needed to be done. But when Dora heard this, she suddenly fell silent, as if thoughts had appeared in her head that she had not intended to voice right away, and so she looked at Rose thinking about something interesting. Dora asked Rose what if she could break down this wall that makes her feel like an inferior noblewoman, because of which she thinks that she will never become part of the nobility, and hearing this the blonde was very surprised. Rose immediately asked Dora what she meant, which Dora never answered, smiling and making Rose not understand what her interlocutor meant and whether she really wanted to help her be a true aristocrat. The girls continued to sit in the room and drink tea when Dora told the main character that she had only said her thoughts out loud and she did not need to think deeply about it, but in fact Rose realized that something was wrong. After a strange pause in the conversation, Dora picked up her mug of tea again and looked at Rose with a smile, saying that their conversation had clearly dragged on too long and they should continue preparing for the banquet. And when Dora asked the blonde if she had finished working on the invitation letters, Rose looked at her quite seriously, realizing that she was not the kind of person who could change the subject just like that. The thing is, Rose was remembering her husband at the moment when they were left alone after the banquet, and then Rose wondered if Dora had meant Ilek when she said that it would be best to break the wall that is to leave him forever. The girl handed Dora her work on paper, saying that it was a list of all the guests at the banquet, for which the aristocrat thanked her, stretching out both hands to the lists, but Rose still thought about Ilek and her life. Looking away, the blonde touched her face with her palm and realized that no matter what choices she made, it should no longer have any meaning to her because she wanted to live for herself. But Rose was distracted from her thoughts about life by the words of Dora, who was reading the list and telling the girl that it was better there were no mistakes on it, to which the lady replied that this was good. However, when Dora said that the daughter of the Offreys family, that is valet, was not on the guest list, Rose was noticeably surprised and tensed, although she tried to hide it because she did not think that others would notice her absence among the guests. Showing her indifference, Rose said that it seemed that she had simply forgotten to add her to the list, and that she should also be listed as a guest since she was an important person at almost all the holidays. Rose only realized that she no longer wanted to be a part of this world because she was not born into aristocracy, but time passed very quickly, which is why things were different in a completely different castle with a green roof. In this same beautiful castle, there was an aristocrat with golden hair and pink prominent lips, who was actively telling someone rumors about other noblemen and noblewomen. Lady Gladys sat opposite Valet and told her that it seemed that Ilex girl really was a slave as they had previously assumed, and while the girls were discussing this, there were already sweets and tea on the table in front of them. Valet calmly looked at her friend and said that it seemed true, because earlier she remembered that same girl who in her childhood was very similar to Ilex's current girlfriend. Gladys even imagined in her head Alec with that very lady with golden hair, remembered how they looked at each other sweetly and smiled like a married couple, which made Gladys furious. Showing the Jack her index finger, Gladys said that she remembered Marquis Offreys very well and therefore understood that Tutor Catherine began to steal and then adopted a slave who is now the prince's girlfriend. But the knave only smiled, closing her eyes from the supposedly pleasant emotions, asking Gladys if it was true and why she suddenly decided to talk about this matter so persistently. Gladys just kept gesturing with her hands, telling that she no longer remembers where she first heard this story, but recently her relative Bolero's daughter mentioned a similar story, which makes it seem like it's true. And when Gladys said that the future empress would be a woman from the lower class, an ordinary slave, the knave calmly put her cup of tea on the saucer and said that this was truly terrible. But Gladys continued to speak as if she had understood it all herself, and from the very beginning looked at the knave with a smile, and said that all the puzzles in her head had come together, and that the girl was a real slave whom Ilek had dragged to himself and made an empress. But the knave only smiled slyly, saying that she had said this back in those moments when she remembered her childhood at the banquet, but she still wanted to ask Gladys if it was possible that this was just a coincidence. Gladys was surprised by Valet's question, looked at her with school and bewilderment, saying that this was real nonsense because she was already sure that the blonde next to Ilek was a slave among the aristocrats. Valet was silent, looking at the items on the table when her friend Gladys said that this was all very scary and surprising because she did not understand how the prince of the empire, Ilek, could choose an ordinary simpleton for himself. However, when Valet said that it seemed that Ilek had chosen the slave because the girl was better than both of them together, Gladys noticeably fell silent and looked at her friend with growing indignation and rage. The anger, like a dark aura around her, gradually grew and boiled within her, so Gladys asked Noble what she had just said, not believing that she had not only compared her to a simpleton, but also said that she was worse than her. But Valet only liked the evil darkness around her, so she told him with a smile and a cup in her hand that rumors like legless horses fly faster than anyone, so it is not surprising that Ilek did not even look at her at the banquet, continuing to devote all his attention to some nameless girl. Hearing this, Gladys jumped up from her seat in anger and slammed her palm on the table, intending to object to the black-haired beauty. There was real anger and indignation in her eyes with which she looked at the knave, asking her if she really thought that some commoner was better than her rich and aristocratic family, in which she was unsurpassed. Gladys's face turned red with rage, and she jumped up from her seat, rushing towards the Jack and shouting that the girl next to Ayek was just an abomination for whom she felt pity. The blonde hurried away from Valet, who in turn remained in her place and calmly said that she was very sorry if she said something harsh and offensive because she did not want to upset her. She glanced away with her emerald eyes, thinking that Gladys had an unusual and unpleasant character because she had only told her the truth to her face because Ilek really saw something better in his lady than in them. But the whole situation only made the brunette in the green dress smile. She felt how the most interesting thing began to happen right now, because she understands that now Gladys will definitely not leave it like that. Therefore the aristocrat folded her arms contentedly and began to think in silence and solitude that if she had hurt the blonde's little pride, Gladys would not be able to remain indifferent and would behave like a child. And soon. She even imagined the blue-eyed blonde Alec in a black robe running away through the dark forest, thinking that she had already created difficulties for her, and now she only needed to run away because she was that same Lala. There wasn't even a drop of regret in the girl's emerald eyes, because she saw the girl as only an obstacle, realizing that now she would make her run away, because Lala had been doing it well since birth. Sitting in the chair, Valet enjoyed thinking that the girl next to Ilek was a real rat, running from one person to another, staying only with those with whom she truly felt good. Soon, Gladys also arrived at her castle with a dark roof above which was a clear sky with light clouds, but in one of the rooms of the palace the girl could not find a place for herself because the fame of the knave had touched her. Gladys had a sweet gray-haired maid next to her, while the aristocrat herself was angry at the knave, asking herself if she had really told the truth and was worse than an ordinary simpleton that you could pick up off the street like a kitten. The maid tried to calm her mistress, telling her not to lose heart, and also asking what had happened when she was visiting the knave, but Gladys only shouted at the maid that it was none of her business. The hand on the table trembled as the blonde spoke through her teeth to the maid to make her a real beauty, so that only she would be a real Aphrodite at the banquet to which she was invited. She even shouted that she had to be so beautiful that no one, not even Ilek himself, could return her gaze, so that everyone would look only at her and admire her appearance. With her head down, the angry lady shook with anger and only repeated that she needed to be very beautiful, incredible, and excellent, such that everyone present at the party would think that she was an angel of beauty. The next moment she even started crying and screaming that she was great last time too, which is why now she doesn't understand why Alec didn't want to at least look at her, constantly paying attention only to the slave. And when Gladys lay down on the table in despair and began to cry from hopelessness, the maid said with a smile that if it was only because of the fifth prince, then she was afraid that nothing could be changed because he already had a lover. Hearing the maid's words, Gladys immediately raised her head and looked at her with tears in her eyes, asking what he meant and whether she really had no chance of winning his heart. Blushing, the girl with golden hair said that this was all complete nonsense and that women always win, so she was not going to just leave it alone. She knew that Ilek would be her husband and she would become empress. Gladys frowned and told the maid that even though Ilek was always a girl, she would still have a chance to win him over once he left her, but the maid didn't seem to believe her mistress's words very much. But she instantly stopped talking, only opened her eyes very wide when she realized that a brilliant idea had flown into her head, a plan thanks to which she would be able to accomplish what she had planned. She put her elbows on the table with a sly smile, telling the maid that there was one way in which she could easily get Ilek's attention, even without the help of his commoner companion. She was no longer in despair, but only smiling maliciously, because of which dark branches seemed to grow around her, touching everything light and beautiful in their path, like Gladys herself, who would touch with her treachery even such an unapproachable person as Ilek. And while the ladies were already preparing their plans against Rose, realizing that she was supposedly just an unfortunate rat in their path, the blonde herself sat in the palace and looked at something with her own thoughts. The girl remembered Valet and Gladys in her head, realizing that in this life she was destined to encounter them, to endure their bullying and tortures, which they had probably already prepared for her. But she knew it was too early to think about them and fill her head with something that hadn't even happened yet, so she sighed, intending to think about the bad stuff and focus on the matter at hand. She ran her hand across the table papers with a bunch of small text, persuading herself to get busy preparing for the holiday, the upcoming banquet, to be patient and not rush things. Looking at her work, the girl with blue eyes still thought that if the knave had already spread rumors about her, she should not give in to emotions, but rather maintain etiquette and manners. Reading the text in a bright room, sitting at a desk, the girl realized that she needed to be perfect in everything, so that the knave would not dare to tell others that she was terrible, disgusting, or ill-mannered. But she was not destined to work alone, because soon someone entered her room and said Rose's name while she was absorbed in reading papers, and did not even immediately notice the presence of another person. Rose heard Ilek's voice behind her and became more serious, while behind her, the prince stood in a snow-white suit looking at her and telling her to give him a minute, as it was very important. The blonde immediately turned to her husband with displeasure and asked what exactly he needed from her, as if his mere appearance had made her angry, although this was true. But she instantly fell silent because she noticed a maid next to Alec who was politely silent and looking at her, and then Rose realized that she had boiled over in vain because she initially needed not to behave strangely. Then she turned back with a calm face and said nothing more when Alec told the maid with a certain white chest to put the thing here and to leave from here, to which the maid said that she understood everything. The housekeeper placed a large box with gold ornaments on the table in front of the main character inside, which there was clearly something rich and expensive if the box itself looks rich and very expensive. It was as if everything around Rose had darkened because a chill ran through her body, because she guessed what could be in that box, because she had seen it in her past life, and that's why she looked at it with surprised eyes. Alec remained calm, looking at his wife and telling her that this time he would give this gift earlier than in his past life, because he did not want to make the same mistakes again that led to terrible consequences in the past. Rose wanted to ask her husband if this was what she was guessing about, but Alec interrupted her in time, saying that this was exactly what she was thinking about, already opening the box to show the girls something amazing. And as soon as the man opened the chest, Rose saw an amazingly beautiful decoration with blue stones and silver elements called imperial love, which amazes with its delight. Alec walked away a little and still said with a calm face that he had recently received the emperor's will from the bank, and this decoration came with it, so he decided not to hesitate but to give the decoration to Rose. But this did not surprise Rose, so she looked at the excellent decoration with the usual emotions, while her husband begged her to accept this gift from him because it was really important to him. Tilting his head forward, Alec said that he hoped that the girl herself knew the meaning of this decoration very well, because it was not just a piece of jewelry, but a thing that many people fought for in a past life. It seems that even these words did not surprise the lady much because without further ado, she simply touched the decoration with her hand, because in her soul there was still only anger and rage resentment towards her husband. There was only indifference in her eyes as she told Alec that this was too much for her, just like in her past life, because she was not worthy of it. Having imagined in her head a necklace called Imperial Love in blue hands, the girl remembered the name of this product, realizing that it was very unusual. The girl imagined a beautiful white-haired lady with this crown on her head, remembering that this decoration was worn by Alec's mother, but then she gave the product to him as a keepsake so that now Alec would present the family decoration to his wife. The imperial coat of arms also appeared in her head, and the girl remembered that this decoration was not just a necklace with rare blue stones, but a gesture that the emperor uses to show his beloved woman.